Good morning, trainers. We are back for the Pokemon TCG regionals in Sydney, Australia. It's a bit of a wet morning here, but hopefully the players have cooked up a storm for us in day two here. What did you think of yesterday with what happened?
Oh, I think all the plays that came through were a little bit crazy. I think some of the decks that came through that have made to day two has been awesome. We've definitely got some exciting decks coming up from us, and definitely some well-noted players as well who has pushed through to day two. I think some of the plays that we've seen as well were very impressive and definitely showing the strength of the current meta decks that are going around, and some spicy decks as well that have sneaked into day two. I think is going to be awesome to watch. What do you think?
Yeah, I did manage to catch a few decks I made today too. We mentioned that Chin Power Bax Caliber deck that snuck its way into the top tables early in the day, and it looks like a few did manage to get through. And notably, at 7:01, there is an EV
Oh
Terrorbox
my
somewhere in
gosh,
there.
that is awesome. The EV Terror Box is a deck where it is full of evolutions, essentially. Has a few different ways where it can win a game, and it is just awesome to see those decks so high up. I don't think it was on anybody's radar being that high up.
Not at all, but you can see it's had some success with Emma Hagen from Denmark in Europe, as she's come second twice in this season already with the deck.
That is awesome. So definitely there is the power of the deck to be there and trying to show that the deck is a top contender among these other top decks right now. What do you think is going to do well today? I know we have I think it's a 4-round day with top four, or sorry, top eight, top four, and finals. What do you think is going to do well today?
I think it's hard to put off the Dragapults and the Goldengos, but maybe there's a few Guardies there, some high records, as I called yesterday, that could sneak in, and they typically have pretty good matchups versus those Dengos. But I think the players look like they're ready to go, and we can see a flip. What do we have here?
Okay, so on the right-hand side, it actually looks like it is going to be Latios. So I'm pretty sure this is Shane Quinn with playing the Chen Pao deck that we've been talking so much about. He starts the Latias EX and has a Serendipity. Doesn't get anything else down, but our next opponent, Shane's opponent, it looks like he's playing Gardevoir as well. Starting the Monkey Dory, plays down a Arvin, so search your deck for an item card and a tool card. Currently just doing the deck search.
Yep. So on the left-hand side, we see a Gardevoir player with a really fantastic start, searching for that team evolution and that earthen vessel. So I don't think you could ask for a better start, but hopefully they potentially have another role tier to start the momentum. Discarding the team evolution. I hope there's another one in hand because
you'll think there would be with that how quick they played that down. Yeah, you would imagine. So TM evolution lets you search your deck for a Pokemon that evolves. Two Pokemon that evolves from the Pokemon on your bench. So I would imagine they would be using that to evolve these Pokemon, but they might have something else up their sleeve. Maybe they play Rare Candy. We don't know.
Yeah, it could be a sneaky one-up in Gardevoir. Gardevoir doesn't have the momentum it used to have with trade and that consistency. So maybe a Rare Candy could help it accelerate and become an even faster deck. But when you have a start like this, what more could you ask for?
Couldn't agree more. So I've just recently been told the player on the left-hand side is Fergus Bell, playing Gardevoir, and has just used that TM evolution to evolve those two Rolts into the double Curlier. Definitely putting the pressure on Shane Quinn to definitely have to come back with a strong comeback in his next turn. So the TM evolution is an attack, so that will end Fergus's turn, discarding that TM evolution. So Shane Quinn, I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking for a Frigivax this turn, definitely to try to get that ball rolling. And it looks like it's just an attach and pass to the Serendipity. This might be a tough time at the start for Shane.
I think it's really cool to mention. There's some great context behind these players. Shane Quinn, a very top player of old, had much success in the 2010s to late 2010s, early 2010s. And Fergus Bell is someone who aged up from the seniors a couple of years ago and was extremely successful in the seniors and is looking to make his mark in the Masters division. And from the looks of it, he could be onto a good start here, already into the Gardevoir against a Chien Power deck with no Chien Power or Frigivax in play. And yeah, it's really interesting to see the old guard pass on to the new here.
I couldn't agree more. Knowing both these players fairly well, I know they're both very experienced and very knowledgeable about their lines of play, and especially the decks they choose to play. They spend hours and hours on their different matchups, every type of deck they're versing. Not sure if Fergus has played much Chen Pao or practiced into Chen Pao though. I don't think anybody was really expecting it, but it's definitely an awesome thing to see.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was Fergus's first game in Chen Pao in over a year at this point. But the way it's going, it looks all positive. And you look at these players and the decks they're playing, and it's so representative of their play styles. Shane is a long-term rain dance enjoyer, all the way from back in the old days of Pokemon, before most of the people watching and playing this tournament even knew, but reminiscent that Blastoise and was it 2014, 2015?
Yeah, late 2014. That Blastoise came out with that rain dance. So it looks like Fergus is using an Ultra Ball. He's just got a Gardevoir out, so he's pretty much all ready to go. He's got 2 Gardevoirs out. I'm pretty sure, knowing that he's versing Chen Pao deck, because I'm more than certain he would be aware that that is floating around. He's just not wanting to get that Wellspring Ogerpon pressure happening on his field. So he's set up, ready to go. And not just that, Gardevoir EX is actually a very decent attacker. I know it doesn't one-shot things very easily, but it has that much pressure, especially with the Monkey Dory, with the Adrenabrain ability in play.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I think Fergus might be going to the aggression here, but I think if he can get a Dark Energy, it would be really good here to. Oh, there it is. Get the Dark Energy and potentially boss up Pheasantipede and do some damage on it, and then potentially KO and go for a double KO next turn to. Yeah, there we go. He's putting the damage onto the Pheasantipede, and I believe he doesn't have the boss here, so he will be just taking damage on the light. Actually, he won't need the boss. Lightus is 210 HP. What am I on
about? I do believe this Fergus's plan in this way is definitely to keep that heat on Shane, especially when he knows he is bricking. It looks like Shane is conceding this game, just being a little bit too far behind to really come back. And knowing that there is a time in the round and being able to play with the time is really, really, really good for these top players here. They know when to concede. They know when to be, okay, we need to go to the next one. I'm going to go too far behind here. So definitely Shane's hoping to go get another 2 games out of this round. That's why I would imagine he'll be conceding this early.
Yeah, I think at that point, once the Guardy got the damage on, there was a Monkey Dory online, it was inevitable that Fergus was taking 4 prizes on that next turn. And being aware of the clock is such a skill in this game, and Shane just pulled the trigger there. And I'm sure we'll potentially get another 2 games in here if it gets to that. And maybe Fergus can steal it in game 2 here as well.
Absolutely. I think it's called a reverse sweep. That's what Shane's looking to do, but Fergus is just trying to go for the clean sweep here. So it looks like they're setting up. It's going to be very interesting to see how this next game goes. Both Shane now knowing what Fergus is playing, and Fergus, of course, knowing what Shane's playing. Quite possibly, there was no Frigiback. There was no no Frigiback or no Chen Pao that was played then. So might be thinking it might be some kind of Terror Box. I don't know. Starting the Latias EX again on Shane's part. Fantastic start with that ability to be able to retreat for free.
Shane has opted to go second here, which is potentially the smart route, as it'll give him potential setup with access to a supporter, and then Fergus will not have access to that team. But Fergus will discard the Pheasantipede here, and potentially is looking to set up something here, potentially the Monkey Dory early to get that Dark Energy on. But without the potential retreat, I think he might take it on a more conservative route.
I agree. I do like the discarding of the Pheasantipede, especially with the Gardevoir deck playing so many night stretches in their deck. It's just such an easy card to get back when you need it at that time. So it's such a safe discard. Looks like Fergus is getting the double Psychic Energy out of his deck. Definitely doing the deck search, making sure those key cards for the matchup he's wanting are in his deck. Definitely important to always make sure you deck search, because how many times has it been where you need that one last card in your prize and it's, one last card in your deck to win, but it was the last prize. So definitely important to do that deck search.
Yeah, definitely important to know 60 cards in your deck. That's what the best players do, and players like Shane and Fergus are fully aware of that. But yeah, Fergus looks like he is setting up for a potential team evolution turn 2 there with the attachment, or in desperate times, potentially a mind bend.
Oh, there comes the nest ball. I hope it's Frigibax coming out. This is going to be awesome.
If Shane can just get one Frigibax here, Fergus's deck is not aggressive enough to actually take advantage of that. And if Shane can start that Wellspring Ogerpon cycle, then it could be an uphill battle for Fergus here.
I completely agree. I do think this might be one of the first times in a few years that we've actually seen a Chen Pao on stream, which I am actually very, very excited for, I'll be honest with you.
We did mention there's a lot of exciting decks in that day too, and potentially maybe in future rounds we can see that EV box as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're definitely in for a treat this morning.
I don't think many people were waking up ready to watch stream expecting to see a Chen Pao come in. But I think that's the fantastic. It's the way to start the day. So it looks like Shane just does attach to the Latias and passes his turn over to Fergus.
Not a very aggressive turn here from Shane, but it will be enough most likely. But no supporter, which we noticed, and that could put in Fergus' favour. If Fergus is able to set up here properly, then Shane has to avoid that Gardevoir getting into play. Otherwise, I don't know how he can take this away from Fergus.
I completely agree. Fergus is playing an Ultra Ball, currently discarding the Iono and trying to decide which card to discard next. Looks like it's going to be that Bravery Charm. What do you think Fergus is thinking? What is he trying to do? I would imagine he'll be maybe going for another Ralts here, maybe a Curlier.
He could be going for that Frillish, which he brings to the front. Yeah, he has a Lose Determination hand and energy, so discarding to get rid of the Bravery Charm instead of the energy to get this Frillish going. And I imagine that Lose Determination will be looking for that Curlier Ball. And with the item lock, I think he can take the ascendancy in this game. And if he can avoid any prizes being taken from Shane before Gardevoir gets into play, I'm sure he can create a ridiculous amount of momentum here.
And using that Lily's Determination to be able to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw 8 is such a powerful card, especially this early into the game. Drawing 8 cards is just so strong. How many times have we seen it? Drawing cards just wins you games.
Yeah, it seems like whenever we see a Lily card come into the format, it always has that draw up to 8 and then or draw 6.
Yep.
So it's pretty funny to see another card like that come into the format. And I'm really excited to see the first Oceanic Gleam announced on stream. So up to the item lock of yesterday, but in different form today. Yep,
absolutely. And I'm pretty sure the Frillish was actually on your prediction for doing really well today, or on our players cast.
Yeah, I think just item lock such a powerful card. I stressed how that extra 10 damage compared to Badu and that bulkiness is really going to make a difference here, and we get to see it in full force. But we do have a few other Gardevoirs in day 2, but it seems like the other decks just taking advantage on them. They don't have the highest records, so we'll see if the Frillish can pull them back up there into top cut.
I do want to just note that Fergus is also playing Rare Candy in his Gardevoir deck. I think that is such a powerful card where so many of the lists now are not playing Rare Candy. So Fergus's Gardevoir list is that has that aggressive potential to be able to get ahead before anybody else. And I'm pretty sure with the Stream Tail coming down, this might be a quick knockout on that Frigibax, assuming Fergus has enough energies in his discard pile to power it up.
I believe he does have 2, so he will be able to get there. But fingers crossed, and that Frigibax is gone. Really tough to come back into this one.
Couldn't agree more. So for the viewers watching, if you don't know, Gardevoir EX has an ability where it lets you get your psychic energies out of your discard pile and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, but you put 20 damage on them or 2 damage counters every time you do that. So it does damage your Pokemon, but you do get that way to be able to get the energies back. And it does look like that Stream Tail does take a knockout on that Frigibax, which definitely has put the pressure back on Shane again. And now it's back over to Shane.
What can Shane do here? He's kind of just looking at his hand. He doesn't look very happy about it based on the hand movements. And he concedes. We have another quick round. That was a real shame. We didn't see Excalibur or Chen Power come into play, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. And that looks like that was Shane's hand. He had everything. Oh, was that his hand or prizes? Maybe both. A bit of both. But unfortunately, that is sometimes how it goes, where you can have a really well-positioned deck, and sometimes it just doesn't all come together. But that is just how it happens. We can't have a deck that also beats everything. It's just how the cards happen. But very well played on both players' part. Fergus being able to capitalize on that pressure, especially with that rare candy in his deck, being able to get that Gardevoir up as soon as I think it was turn 2 with that Gardevoir in play, and then getting that Streamtail out, that just definitely put on that pressure to Shane. And Shane, he definitely did do his best he could. Just looked like he had a pretty tough hand going into game 1 and 2. Unfortunately.
Commiserations to Shane, but congratulations to Fergus. As I mentioned before, the passing of the old guard to the new.
Yep. No, 100%. I'm very excited to see how both these players do throughout the day, and it was a fantastic game. Very much looking forward to seeing what comes up next. So if you are watching the stream, please stay around. We'll be going into round 10 very soon. We've got to wait for this round to completely finish, though, for the rest of the players. But I'm more than certain that we're going to have more exciting games leading on to now.
Yep. We'll see you guys later on round 10.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back for round 10 of the Pokemon TCG Sydney Regional Championships. So we have an interesting round. We have 2 more Australians on, both at 7-1-1 this round.
That is impressive. 7-1-1 this far. This is awesome.
A really interesting matchup to see. I believe one of them will be on Absol, and the other one will be a surprise to us.
That is, you know me. I'm all over the Absol box right now. I love that deck. That is what I'll be playing right now if I was in this event. Such a strong deck. I'm really, really interested to see what the Absol deck is going to be versing, because we do know very much of how the games go if it is, say, Golden Go in that matchup and how it goes. But I'm really excited for this matchup. How about you?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm a big fan of Absol box. I think when the cards are put together, it requires a very high-skilled player to really perform with a deck like that. So I think the players are setting up now. We can definitely go check out what's happening.
Absolutely. Very much looking to find out how this matchup does end up. Okay, so we got Victor Liu on the right-hand side and Jack on the left-hand side.
It'd be really good to get us up and running. We have the white versus black sleeves. It's almost thematic.
Your iconic sleeve color. I've always see you play with the white sleeves. You love them. Okay, so it looks like Jack is actually on the Absol box. It looks like from his hand.
It'll be really interesting to see what happens. And there's the answer, so it looks like it'll be Absol versus Gardevoir.
Yeah.
From what I can assume, this is normally favored towards the Absol, so it'll be really interesting to see how Victor will navigate this matchup.
Absolutely. So Victor starting off with that Mega Diancie in the active and going straight for that Earthen Vessel to search their deck for two energies, 2 basic energies. Jack starting the Yveltal is actually very threatening already, just because of that. The first attack, I'm pretty sure it's called Clutch or Corner.
Yeah, I think it's Clutch or Corner.
And it just it prevents your opponent from being able to retreat. Does 20 damage. Doesn't sound like much, but preventing your opponent from retreating can be pretty detrimental for decks when they're trying to be aggressive throughout the game.
Yeah, but Victor has an interesting starter here, that Mega Diancie, with the attack that says they can discard up to 2 energies and do 120 damage for each energy discarded. Against something like the Mega Absol deck, it might make Jack think he'd try and go for that Turbo Energized TM instead of for a strafe or corner here. Because otherwise, if he adds the damage, and then let's just say Victor eventually gets that Monkey Dory online, he can get some one-shots and some things on Jack's side of the field very early.
I completely agree. And with Victor playing down the Monkey Dory and attaching the Dark Energy, does say to Jack, if you do attack me for that 20 damage, I'm just going to put it straight back, so it's not going to really do much, which I think is a very, very smart play. Also, playing down that beautiful Mew EX. I love that card. It's such a nice artwork to be able to draw until he has 3 cards in his hand and then passes over.
Yeah, a very aggressive start, getting the Mew down, getting a Ralts down. If Victor can somehow get a Candy Gardevoir here and a few energies in discard, I'm sure it'd be really rough for Jack to come back into us if he doesn't hit that Turbo Energize on the turn 1. But both decks are about tempo and about setup, but it feels like Victor's deck is the turbo deck here.
Absolutely. And having that one Ralts down straight away basically does threaten that Rare Candy Gardevoir play for the following turn. It looks like Jack was playing the Nest Ball, searching his deck for one basic Pokemon to put on the bench. Does pick that Mega Kangaskhan EX, which is a fantastic card with its Rapid Fire combo, I think it is. It does 200 damage, and you flip a coin until you get tails. For every heads you get, does 50 damage. So realistically, if you flip a lot of heads, you're knocking out anything in this game.
Pretty much, but I think the big part is this run errand, which can draw 2 cards when in the active once a turn. This is the big part, and there's the Arven. We're basically cooking on gas here. Assuming he has the energy in hand, he can start, and he goes for the cart to spread his board wide. This is the major part of his deck. You really don't want to be prizing this card as Jack, as it really gets you going. And he can fill up his board with the Monkey Dories, the Absol, the Petrarant, and really just get going here.
The Precious Trolley is such a strong card in this deck because being able to fill up your board with just one item card is just so strong. It being an ace spec on that as well is just very powerful. But attaching the TM to be able to search your deck for 2 energies and powering up your Pokemon in any way you like is also just very strong for this deck because it does lack that way to accelerate energies onto the board without that card. So it's very important. It looks like Jack does exactly that and goes back over to Victor.
How is Victor going to respond here? Jack has an incredibly dangerous board staring him down, and I think Victor has to realize that he's going to lose a card in his hand every single turn at this point unless he can deal this situation soon. It looks like he's deliberating over what's in his hand, and he doesn't really know what he needs to do at this point. He almost benched that Latias EX, but opted against it due to that potential dark weakness there. And just has to attach the Yahtzee. And is there anything else he can do?
I do want to also note the Bravery Charm on the Absol is really important in this matchup, giving it 230 HP. Sorry, 330 HP is just so much higher than 280 as its initial HP is. And being a 3-prize Pokemon, you want to be having more HP. And Victor does pass over to Jack, which is fairly big.
Yeah, that's a really rough one for Victor. And the boss there looks like he's going to lose that Guardy almost immediately. And I don't think he can deal with this Absol, even with that really powerful Diancie immediately. It looks like Jack can really grab the momentum here, starting with that retreat with the Petrarant. And now, Victor just scoops it up already. Or no, he just has to take the card away from the Absol and losing a pretty precious resource there in that Super Rod.
I do want to also mention the Petrarant sending up Yveltal, poisoning it just to return it, eliminates that poison is such a fantastic play. Yveltal having that free retreat into the Absol. With Victor's promoting that Latias, being able to retreat that as well, definitely does give him an out if he is able to find the specific cards he needs for this turn. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going for maybe 1 or 2 more Ralts this turn, just to try to stabilize his board a little bit more.
Unfortunately, I don't think Victor has that luxury as he takes the Artisan and slams it down. He gets 1 Ralts here. Basically has to hope that Jack doesn't have that boss's orders, but we all know that deck does play many of that copy, sometimes up to 4, and I think Jack will be just looking to hunt down those Ralts and take away all his resources slowly with this Claw of Darkness. It's such an incredibly powerful attack where it lets you look at your opponent's hand and discard a card of your choosing.
I do think this does show the power of the new Mega archetype into Pokemon right now, being such big, basic, heavy Pokemon with big HP and having such strong attacks. Definitely is incredible to watch. And it looks like Victor does pass. So if Jack does have this boss, it will be big. Does play the Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Pick a supporter you find there and put it into your hand. Looks like you find the Cypher Maniac. I love this card. Christian, what does Cypher Maniac do?
So Cypher Maniac, very reminiscent of the Mallow card of Pass, lets you look into your deck and pick 2 cards and put both of those to the top of your deck. There's great synergy with this, with the run errand ability coming from the Mega Kangaskhan. And it's something we've seen come into these Absol decks as of recently.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means...
absolutely.
I think with playing Cypher Maniac, being able to just grab any 2 cards, put them on your deck, and then just drawing them once you get that Mega Kangaskhan in the active is just so strong. And even if you don't get the Mega Kangaskhan, you can line up your next turn for exactly what you need. And you can't get disrupted with a Iono because they're just back on top of your deck.
Now we can definitely see that he's gone into that Mega Kangaskhan using the Petron ability, but I'm not sure how there's going to be a retreat here with that, unless there's some other option in this deck.
I'm not sure either, but I'm sure we'll see in just a moment. So Cypher Maniac, it looked like it was a Dark Energy.
A Turbo Energize is coming down here, maybe avoiding to use that Claw of Darkness now. And look to Turbo Energize to set up the board state even further. Setting up the Monkey Dory and the Petron. That Petron becomes a really big threat later in the game due to its attack. For every prize your opponent has taken, it does 60 damage. Wow. So you get up to a really high 300 damage if 5 prizes are taken.
That's really, really big. It's a big threat. Only being 2 energies to do that as well is just such a big threat in this matchup. Diancie there, still only having the 2 energies on it, so it is powered up. It can still do lots of damage, but I really do feel like Jack has set up his board in such a strong way. He has pretty much any answer to Victor right now, but we'll see what happens in Victor's turn. I'm pretty sure he's definitely going to try to establish a Gardevoir as soon as he can.
Yeah, and I think now with the Darkness energies spread out, and all Jack will need is 1 more Darkness energy and the other Monkey Dory. If Victor was to go for an attack that did up to 60 damage, then he would have access to Absol's first attack for an immediate KO, where if your opponent's active has 6 damage counters on it, it can just immediately be KO'd. Incredibly powerful attack. So he does pass again, opting to avoid going for that line to activate the Monkey Dory into the Absol.
And I completely agree. I think that's such an important thing to say as well. Victor did not attack into Jack purely for that play of Monkey Dory being able to use Adrenabrain to move 3 damage counters off your Pokemon to your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Lines up perfectly with Absol's first attack, being able to take that knockout. So I think it was a very smart play on Victor to not actually do the damage to the Mega Kangaskhan, because that would just soak up the damage. It would not get knocked out, which is exactly what Victor needs to do in this matchup. Looks like Jack does boss up the Monkey Dory, retreats, uses Petron's ability to get Yveltal in the active, and goes back into Absol. Pretty sure Absol is just going to do that 200 damage, picking any card from Victor's hand to discard, as you can see.
Plethora of choices, but there's 2 Lilies of Determination, might avoid those, couple Monkey Dory, and takes the Iono. Victor's way back into this game will be utilizing Iono to disrupt Jack's hand due to the only draw power coming from the run errand Mega Kangaskhan. And top decks another Iono, I believe. The perfect timing. Jack will be kicking himself at that, but Victor really needs to hit this Rare Candy Guardi. I'm not sure much is going to happen in this game for him.
We'll definitely see. I can't actually see the cards Victor did pick up, but it is a fresh 6.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Victor can come up with. You know, Guardi is historically always been about the comebacks, but desperately brings up the Pheasantipity, leaving no room for Monkey Dory to come down. Is there anything here, any way that Victor can respond?
I do think getting that Pheasantipity was such a good play in that way. Using Flip the Script to draw 3 cards, such a powerful play. It looks like Secret Box is getting played. So you have to discard 3 cards from your hand, and you get to search your deck for so many useful cards throughout the deck.
Yeah, I just wonder what you could get here. No Monkey Dory is just such a hard thing to manage, and the bench space isn't there, but maybe you can utilize that Mew EX to use that Heart of Darkness back on the Absol. But then again, we'll just see it immediately being carried back, putting Jack into a significant lead at this point.
Absolutely. And that's Secret Box, getting a Pokemon, a tool card, a supporter, and a stadium. That's so many cards that you can just pick and choose from your deck from that ace spec. Such a strong card.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Jack chasing that Monkey Dory, the energy, has had the effect that it was supposed to. And with no Monkey Dories in the field, Victor's options are just much more limited in how to win this game.
Absolutely. I think it's turn 4 and there's still no Gardevoir. I do think Victor can definitely claw this game back, but I think it is going to be an uphill battle staring down a very, very powered up Mega Absol EX.
If Victor can come back from this one, it'll be one of the comebacks of the ages. But Jack's such a menacing board state. We'll see what Victor can come with. He only really has a few options to attack here. I mean, he can't really charge with the Pheasantipity due to Guardy's ability only really affecting Psychic Pokemon. And the Mew EX, it's really Mew EX with the answer at this point. And I feel like Jack might just have a way to chase down that Guardy too.
Absolutely. If Jack has the boss's orders or just any way, it would only be boss's orders to be able to gust up that Gardevoir going down to 2 prizes. That will be big. I do really like this play from Victor onto the Mew, because Mew being able to copy your opponent's attack, if Victor can get 6 damage counters onto the Absol, being able to copy Absol's attack to just take a knockout would be very powerful in this matchup. But opting to gust up the Petron also makes a lot of sense, because utilizing Petron's attack.
Yeah, actually not even doing that. I think he's going to go with the Diancie, where you can discard the 2 energy and do 240 damage here. And that is the KO. Now he just has to hope that Jack just doesn't have this boss response and can just eat up a turn here. If Jack can't find this boss here, then I think Victor's found a way back into this game.
I definitely think so. I'm not sure. I did see a supporter card did get drawn. As Jack's draw for turn, so I'm very interested to see what that actually was.
Yeah, I think
it was the boss.
There was the boss. It's gonna be a rough one. I think Victor will be trying to look for that counter catcher and Iono combo here to pull himself back and maybe take out one of the 1 prizes, and then we can potentially. Oh, we actually have an issue here. It was because the Petron was knocked out. Jack couldn't use the Yveltal to bring it back in the active, and maybe there might be a way for Victor to trap. I think he'll definitely take that Iono there at this point.
I definitely agree. Going down to 2 prizes, that Iono just is too good to not discard. But Jack might have another idea. Might be worried about another Gardevoir potentially with that Ultra Ball. Or just discarding both Gardevoirs is very, very strong in this way, because now Victor needs a Rare Candy and Night Stretcher to get back that next Gardevoir from the discard pile.
This is true, but it'll be interesting to see. Jack will need to hit another boss here, and with that Iono, it's giving Victor the chance to come back to this game. I just don't know if Gardevoir was the threat here. He only needs 2 prizes left, and now I think he's given Victor a potential chance back in this game. If Victor can get the Gus and Iono combo and block Jack's hand, then we might have a really interesting conclusion here.
I absolutely agree. I wouldn't say it was a mistake in not getting rid of the Iono, but it definitely does put on the pressure. So we'll definitely see if Victor does get all the cards he needs to be able to get this Gardevoir back. I'm very, very interested to see what those 2 cards are that Jack just drew, because you're right, he only does need 1 boss's orders to win the game.
Yeah, and then I see the Curlier in hand, and yeah, he can't afford to hit him with Diancie here. And I think Victor knows that and can't attack with the Mew either. So I don't know what the angle is here. Maybe try and soak up a hit with a Diancie. I see the Rescue Stretcher and the Pokegear in hand, so I think Jack is in a great position here.
Absolutely. That's Pokegear being such a strong card. Looking at that top 7, so that's going to be 8 cards that Jack is actually going to see. One of them is Boss's Orders that would conclude this game. But if he does miss it, that will give Victor a time to come back, only needing a single Night Stretcher to really get another Gardevoir back.
Really interesting to see what happens. No, it's just a pass. He can't get the attack. Here we go. There's the boss's orders, and that's the game.
That was very, very, very good of Jack to be able to see that play, getting rid of that Gardevoir there. But I do think if he did get rid of that Iono, it might have been a little bit smoother. What do you think?
I think so too. But I think he has such a great lead there, and I think a play like that, it's okay. Getting rid of the Gardevoir was a safe bet in his mind, and it did work out in the end. And we can see from Jack's excellent play and excellent setup at the start of the game it led to a really good outcome. But I think the way that game ended, Victor can take some positive pointers from it and potentially mount a comeback. It is a rough matchup, and this is a long game, but you just never know at this point. The potential was there for the comeback.
Absolutely. And I think both players did play that very well. Victor was clawing himself back into the game, which was very impressive. And like we said, I think it was yesterday, mentality is a very big thing. So you just reset and remember this is a new game. So Victor being ready to go and knowing how to play this matchup, I think is going to be a positive thing for him going into this.
Yeah, hopefully Victor can have a better start than he did in the last game, and we can get a very interesting. It's like Victor has opted to go second, and we see two of those beautiful illustration art monkey dories facing each other in the active right now. Looks like Jack grabs the boss's orders with the Poké Gear. An interesting choice going first to use the Poké Gear, but we'll see what else he has in hand. Maybe he's just trying to thin the options if there's not much there and wants to draw a better card next turn.
Absolutely. If anything, it's also just a good shuffle and just thinning the deck a little bit more. So he will touch a Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory. It goes over to Victor. So I'm pretty sure Victor will be wanting to establish his board, and you're just using the Earthen Vessel to search a deck just to price check, really.
Not just that, but to grab that Darkness Energy and start the pressure by putting it onto the Monkey Dory, or just more Psychics to potentially get in the discard. If Victor can start with an aggressive board state here, I'm sure he can prevent Jack from even getting into this game. Maybe going for that Frillish, for example, my caster pick.
Absolutely. Such a strong card, especially when your opponent hasn't set up yet. That card is very, very scary to look at. And having that Latias EX being able to retreat the basic Monkey Dory from the active, I'm pretty sure there's going to be an item lock coming into this next turn.
That could be what Jack was aiming for as well, expecting this item lock to come. So very switched on play to pay the Poké Gear, but was unfortunate to not get a draw supporter. Instead, only in the boss, which won't really do much in the face of this Latias. If Victor can get at least one roll from this Lily's Determination, then I think we might see a quick game too. Victor knows that, and he's playing at a fast pace, and he wants to have as much time as possible as game 3 if it is to get to that.
Absolutely. Both these decks being very, very intricate decks, having a lot of plays that they have to do does take up a lot of time. So playing at this fast manner is very important to make sure you don't go to time.
Yeah.
Something I do want to also mention, this Monkey Dory, if it does get attacked by Frillish, it will be able to use Adrenabrain to get rid of that damage off it. So I'm pretty sure Victor, of course, wants to get that item lock, which he does, but has to be a little bit careful because being able to move that.
There we go. Jack scoops up game 2 after top deck in the Arvin, which he would not have access to the item card. And as I said, identifies that they both will need as much time for that game 3 as possible. And I don't think Jack could run down that timer enough defensively based on the board state. I imagine Victor would be aiming immediately for that rare candy guard to finish off the game as fast as possible.
Couldn't agree more, Christian. Couldn't agree more. So going into game 3, they both know exactly what each other is playing. I'm pretty sure you don't get to 7-1-1 and not know what the other opponents are playing roughly or have a good idea. So this should be a very good third game, I would imagine. Very excited to see this.
These are both very switched on players. They've both had very high level of plays so far this round. And as I said, both being able to identify the clock being so important here, I think that they're 7-1-1 for a reason.
Absolutely. And it looks like Jack does have that Yveltal in the active. I love that card. It has free retreat. I think it's just so strong in that way.
But I don't.
Well,
I don't like the rest of the hand. There's a lot of energy there, but there is a Turbo Energize. So assuming that if I believe Jack will have to shuffle his deck due to the reveal of that Arvin in the middle of the deck. But I don't think there's any hard feelings from both players in that instance to just deal with that.
Yep, absolutely. Good sportsmanship in that way. It looks like Victor instantly plays down that Ralts and then goes back into his deck with that Earthen Vessel. So Victor instantly getting that Ralts out just means the pressure is already there for Jack to be able to set up quick. And having that Yveltal in the active still might be able to trap that Monkey Dory in the active if he is careful, but I'm pretty sure he might want to try to set up his field again with that Turbo Energizer.
Yeah, looking at the hand, I can't see much in there at the moment, but maybe my eyes deceive me. But I think Jack, frustratingly, looking at his, let's have a quick look here.
I see Dark Energy.
There's not much in there. So if Victor can, it looks like it's a great board setup in the first turn. If he can just play correctly here and just get the cards down, being aware of the clock, then maybe Victor can run away with this, unless a big top deck is coming from Jack.
Couldn't agree more. Looks Ultra Ball, and a Psychic Energy. Just to establish Victor's board a little bit more. Couldn't agree more. I think this is definitely a fantastic play on Victor's end. I would absolutely love to see a Frillish come down at this point here. I'm definitely threatening that next play for the next turn, basically saying to Jack, if you don't have it, getting another Ralts is just, in my opinion, actually, I think that's better, because if Jack does pop off and get rid of that Gardevoir that will come down in the next few turns, I do think that will solidify what might potentially happen. So I think getting that Ralts actually is better than the Frillish in this way.
Assuming Victor's hand is quite good, it's very risky. He has to draw 3 cards there using the Stadium, allowing him to discard a Psychic Energy and draw for as many Psychic Pokemon on his side of the field. Doesn't have much more than that, though.
Monkey Dory comes down, Dark Energy to the active Yveltal.
And that's it. As I said, he needed a big top deck, and I think it was the Pheasantipity there. So Victor has a big chance to grab the ascendancy in this game, and I think that the 3 damage counters might head straight back to the other side of the field. But that Monkey Dory is stuck on the field currently.
I do like that Lively Stadium is in play, though. Each basic Pokemon getting additional, it looks like 30 HP, I think is just fantastic. It means your Vettel gets more HP. Both Monkey Dories do as well as the Ralts. But I'm more than certain that Jack is just trying to have as tanky Pokemon as possible. And it looks like Adrenoplane is played, and it is getting placed on Jack's Pokemon. It looks, all 3 are going straight onto the Yveltal.
And then he hits the Mind Bend, confusing the Yveltal, so potentially has to retreat that Yveltal. Otherwise, we might see a KO next turn, and 3 damage counters will go over, putting Yveltal on the 6. But does that Lively Stadium do enough, or will it still be a knockout next turn? Because 60 plus 30, I think that'll be the 150, which will still be enough to take the KO, but that will activate Jack's Pheasantipity.
Absolutely, which means Jack will be able to hopefully draw out of, looks like the brick that he's in right now. And
there we go. Victor takes the first KO. That Pheasantipity will be live, and hopefully can draw Jack out of this very dead hand. And there's that Narvin. There he goes.
Looks like there's a Precious Trolley. He's going to be able to set up his board. And I'm pretty sure, he goes for the Bravery Charm as well, just to get a little bit more HP. But that's Precious Trolley filling up Jack's bench is going to be very, very strong for him, being able to get that Kangaskhan, being able to get anything he wants just to progress his board state a little bit more. I think that is a fantastic play.
Grabbing the Latias here and eyeing up the Petron potentially. Can definitely get that Absol or the Pheasantipity in the active and get that free retreat. And then I believe there was a Turbo Energize in hand already for Jack. So a very powerful first turn. Wondering if he will bring that Mega Kangaskhan in the active and attach the Darkness Energy from hand. Or will it just be the Turbo Energize from the Monkey Dory? No, it'll definitely be the...
Definitely promoting that Kangaskhan, having so much HP with the Lively Stadium, as well as just this raw amount of HP. So you're attaching that Darkness Energy to the Kangaskhan, touching the Bravery Charms, to the Petron, as well as the Mega Absol, and then utilizing the TM Evo. It's a very strong play to come back into this game. Looks, attaching all 2 to the Mega Absol, basically saying to Victor, I'm now set up, and I'm back in this game.
Yeah, it'll be a really tough one. And now the Petron and Latias in play, that Mind Bend won't be stranding anything on Jack's side. Hopefully Victor's drawn something. Doesn't look too happy about it. Oh, what could possibly happen at this point?
I do think Victor is still in a strong... still has a very strong board state in this way. Having double Munkidori now and double Ralts basically means Victor can wait a couple of turns until anything's really, really bad. Because unfortunately, the Mega Absol deck, I don't think has any way to take multiple knockouts.
No, but I think at this point, he's just a draw pass from Victor. I don't think he has much.
Not wanting to mind bend onto the Mega Kangaskhan, just purely because you're more scared of that Monkey Dory, the damage just coming straight back, I think is also, again, a very good play from Victor, not wanting to give that extra damage out, because only having 6 damage counters on your Pokemon, being the Mega Absol play, is exactly what you want.
And there's another Monkey Dory out of the hand. Yeah. Oof. I think he's out of it anyway, and he did draw before he promoted, so that might be a double prize penalty for against Victor right now. A very unfortunate instance. And what's happening here? I don't think he drew anything, and he scoops it up. That will be the end of game 3. Oh, there's the Iono.
And then he would have drawn into the Pheasantipity as well as the Frillish.
It's really unfortunate for Victor, but a well-fought set, quick game 2, and a relatively quick game 3. It looked like there was going to be a bit of a stalemate there, but at the end of the day, Victor couldn't draw out of it, while that Pheasantipity came in really clutch for Jack there.
Absolutely. It just shows the power of Flip the Script, being able to draw those 3 cards. Being able to just draw cards from your deck is just always so strong. And I'm pretty sure being able to power up that Mega Absol very quickly definitely does put that pressure on the board. Being Psychic type Pokemon, having that dark weakness in this current meta is very, very big. So definitely favored on one side, but they both played incredibly well. And it was very impressive to see it go to game 3 from both parts. So very, very happy with that.
Yeah, it was really good to have our second round of the day come out to a game 3, and we got to see some excellent high-level play coming from both players there. The game 2 and 3 being very quick is unfortunate, but that is the way the cards roll sometimes. But game 1 was phenomenal and excellent play from both sides.
Absolutely. And I'm very excited to see what's the next rounds are going to hold for us and what decks are going to be played. Almost guarantee it's going to be just as exciting, if not more. But you'll have to wait and see. It's going to be awesome.
We'll see you back for the next round, for round 11. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Sydney Regional Championships here in Sydney, Australia. I'm Mitch Nucky, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Tom Burke. Tom, how are you doing?
It's been a fantastic morning. I mean, we've been in the venue, we've been looking around the floor, seeing what games are being played out. There's been some very exciting stuff. Some decks that I wasn't really expecting to be making their way up to the top tables, but you know, it's always cool to just see what people have played and just performed really well with this weekend. And I'm excited to see what we get to feature for this round.
Yeah, absolutely. We are in that really crunch time now for the top end of our tournament bracket. We are planning on showing you a game that is going to be critical for our upcoming top 8. We are playing a win-and-in here between Gabriel Smart and Tim Franklin, both exceptionally skilled players, both very well known in the Pokemon community. And I'd imagine that either of these players with a win would have a really, really strong chance of winning the whole tournament.
Yeah, getting a couple of extra match points now would be really strong. We do have one more round after this of our Swiss. So if they can get the 3 points, they might be able to ID for the last one to avoid asymmetrical, depending on what other players have done during their last round. But yeah, it's going to be really cool to see these 2 players. I'm excited to see what Tim can bring. Obviously, a talent in himself on the YouTube side of things. So let's see what comes of this one, and hopefully he can put on a nice showing for this round.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic game. We've also got some word through that there are already 2 players that have made their way into that bracket where they are likely to hit that top 8 cut. And surprise, surprise, if you were following along with the stream yesterday, you'll know that both Henry Brand and Brent Tonneson, 2 players that are at the very top of their game in the Pokemon TCG, they are both effectively locked in now for a top 8 berth. That means that whoever wins out of this game is going to have a really challenging way through to the finals if they choose to get there. I say choose to get there. I mean, there's not a huge amount of choice that goes into it sometimes. We're headed over to the game now. Tim Franklin on our left with those teal sleeves and Gabriel Smart on the right. Gabriel in a little bit of a better position than Tim at 802 means that he could hypothetically accept a draw here, would get him to enough match points to potentially find his way into that top 8. For Tim, a win would really be preferred.
Yeah, one extra match point during the day is like very, very strong it puts you at a slightly better position when you're coming up to these final rounds, which you're never complaining about, where it looks like starting off on the side of the table for one of these players, it looks like Tim having a look at his hand there. And then Gabe is going to be starting us out. He's got a Artisan in the hand by the looks of it. It's obviously on the Gimme Ghoul in the active, so Golden Go coming up on stream playing into this Mega Absol box. Usually Absol box is trying to slide in a couple of techs for this matchup as Golden Go's played so heavily at the moment. We're playing down the Fighting Gong, just going to be having a sift through the deck, trying to find a Lunatone or a Soul Rock most likely so we can actually start drawing some cards and then apply some pressure after we swing it over to Tim.
Yeah, definitely. We want to make sure as Gabe that we've got access to all of the things that we're going to need to put some pressure on Tim in this game, playing down the Fighting Gong to grab either a Soul Rock, a Lunatone, or a Fighting Energy. You'd imagine it's going to be that Soul Rock that is left at the top. There it is coming down onto the field. I also saw Gabe looking through there for one of his tech cards, cards like Mega Mawile or Mega Lopunny, very popular potential tech cards, assuming that Mega Absol is playing one of those Ogopons. And here comes another Gong grabbing themselves a Fighting Energy.
It's so interesting to see these matchups. Whilst we've been in this format for a long time and these decks have been at the top of the tables, we've just seen them slightly pivot to try and combat each other slowly by adding a different card here, different card there, seeing what's going to work out for the weekend. Will be really exciting. I'm pretty sure as I was walking around the tables, I might have seen some strong techs. I don't know whether the ones that Gabe knows about for this matchup. But as we saw, there's like the Mega Marwiles, the Lopunnies that Gabe might be looking for to establish in this matchup. But he might just be sitting back, waiting to see what Tim tries to counter his deck with, and then decide which one he wants to pivot into as we progress into this game. Playing the Nest Ball now. We've got the Soul Rock Lunatone down, which is very important to start that early card draw with the Luna cycling. But it looks like going for a Genesect maybe to the top so we can get a Golden Go. We're starting on with a pretty strong position right now if we can get a Gimme Ghoul evolved up into a Golden Go next turn and then maybe swing for a knockout for a 3-prizer is super great for Gabriel.
Yeah, it's definitely a really strong position to be in. Golden Go obviously knows that they've got a little bit of time. Mega Absol EX obviously takes a little bit of extra time to power up thanks to that TM Turbo Energize. Gabriel grabbing out those Golden Go EXs now with the Genesect. Looks like Tim is having a bit of a look through here, his deck as well, identifying his counters for this matchup. We saw there a couple of green cards and a brown one. That's going to be our Toad Scroll, which potentially prevents Gabriel from being able to bring cards back from his discard pile. So cards like Superior Energy Retrieval, which Golden Go traditionally needs quite heavily to try and take these big 3-prize knockouts, won't be able to be played if that Toad Scroll comes down.
Yeah, one thing about having a little bit of extra time does mean that if Tim gets those Toad Scrolls down early, it does leave them a little bit open to being KO'd early into the game. So you'd have to be trying to reestablish them a little bit later down the track. So playing the 2 of Toad Scrolls so that you can have them like interchange between each other if you do get one of your Toad Scrolls knocked out can be super strong from Tim's side of the board. We've got the first one coming down onto the board there with the fighting type Toad Scroll. And then just looking through the deck a little bit more to see what he might be able to come up with for the rest of the turn. TM Turbo Energize in hand. So if there's another Pokemon that he can either shoot into the active to then use that TM Turbo Energize, or maybe get another Pokemon down would be great to actually get that online, increasing the board state a little bit.
And we're looking now for a supporter on Tim's side of the field, having a bit of a shuffle now. Didn't quite catch in the hand whether there was one, but what we definitely didn't see in the hand was a copy of that Precious Trolley. So Tim's going to be looking for Arven here off of Poker Gear. If he can find it, then his game is going to be significantly easier. You can see that there is that Arven there. So now we're going to see a much more comfortable start for Tim Franklin. He'll be able to Arven for that Precious Trolley, set the board up, and not only that, but get this Mega Absol out of the active, potentially use that Turbo Energize with something that's a little bit more, let's say, disposable.
Yeah, Precious Trolley is a fantastic card. Let's talk about that for a second while we're obviously going to be bringing it out this turn. It does allow you to fill up your bench entirely with basic Pokemon off the one card. The amount of value that this brings to this deck is incredible, especially, as I mentioned, about trying to get those 2 Toad Scrolls down so that you can pivot out to a Toad Scroll during the game if one KO'd. So we're going for, it looks like
It's an Ultra Ball there. It looks like we might potentially
have the Precious Trolley prize.
Yeah, potentially a big issue here for Tim to not be able to grab that card. An Ultra Ball, not perfect, but an option at the very least, and it's going to provide Tim with at least another Pokemon to put into play. Definitely not what he wanted to see here, but doesn't look like there was that Precious Trolley available. Now discarding an Absol and a Charm in order to search for another Pokemon. We'll grab that Latias EX, and it will allow our Absol to exit the active. We might need to Turbo Energize with that Latias.
It's really unfortunate. Obviously, playing one copy of an Ace Spec is really unfortunate when you do prize, especially with how integral it is to this matchup. So having to pivot from there is going to be, not something that Tim wouldn't have had to have dealt with probably through the entire weekend. Like, it's not super uncommon that you eventually will prize your one-ofs. So I'm sure he has a game plan. As you can see, he's pretty quick to make this pivot so he can start powering up this Absol off of this Latias using the Turbo Energize. So prepared still for the next turn, and we'll see what he can pull together.
And you can see Gabe here now going for the Artisan to grab out another Gimme Ghoul. He'd be thinking that he's in an excellent spot here, saying, okay, my opponent has not been able to capitalize on their opening turn. Now I've got the opportunity to really push for a big knockout. Earthen Vessel coming down. We'll see a discard here of one card in order for Gabriel to be able to search out two energies from his deck. That Pheasantipity finding its way into the discard pile for that card. And the other card that's sitting at the top of Gabe's deck there, the Prime Catcher, could be an option for him to try and target down this Mega Absol if he does have enough energy to take the knockout. Another thing that he might even choose to do in this moment, if he doesn't want to take a knockout on the Latias in the active, he might just target down that Toadstool, going, you know what? There's nothing really that Tim can do about taking a knockout on my Golden Goes without having a board set up. As long as I get to take my knockouts, I should be able to win this game.
It's pretty unfortunate being forced to bench the two prizer. If we talk about prize mapping in this scenario, we can see that there's a 3 prizer, a 2 prizer, and a 1 prizer on Tim's side of the board. So if you're looking to close out a game of 6 prize cards, they're already there.
That is the perfect number. And we're going to see a Lunar Cycle here from Lunatone discarding a Fighting Energy to draw 3 more cards. We're really hunting down that metal attachment, which I'm sure Gabe already has in his hand. And then we'll be making a decision. What is going to be our target for our Make It Rain attack, which will discard energy up to the amount that's in the deck realistically, but up to 350 damage on the table for Gabe if he can get all of the cards he needs.
Having uncapped damage potential in this is really important. You've got a lot of big basic Pokemon that Tim's going to be putting down into play. So having the facility to knock out each of those by making it rain, you usually can take up to 9 energy with the extra attach on the board for you to get some KOs in these larger Pokemon. Once they add the Lively Stadiums, add the Bravery Charms, you've got some pretty high HP on some of these Pokemon. So it looks like we're eyeing up the Steel-type energy. Very important to actually get that attack off. You only need 1 energy, but it does have to be a Steel-type. It's getting attached to the active Golden Go there. So we'll see how many energies that Gabe has access to for this turn to see what he might actually be able to do with his attack.
Just having a bit of a think now. And try and decide, okay, we're going to go for an Arven. No supporter played for turn yet. Maybe not. We might sit back and have a bit of a think. There's still a few cards that are missing from this combo. We don't quite have enough energy in hand by the looks of things to get a knockout on the active, or at least we would need to spend quite a lot of resources. We're also playing down that Mega Mawile as a potential option to counter a Ogerpon that might find its way onto the field. And now that Arven coming down, we're going to go search in our deck for a item card and a tool. You'd imagine that Superior Energy Retrieval is going to be one of the cards that Gabe is really considering, as well as that Earthen Vessel, which it looks like he's choosing to grab right now.
210 can be a pretty tough number to hit sometimes. It's 1 or 10 HP over where you can cleanly hit with 4 energies, and sometimes without playing Vitality Band or not having access to it, you can just come slightly shy of actually being able to take the knockout. But going up for the Superior Energy Retrieval as the card or the item card off of this Arven, as well as the Bravery Charm. Really interesting include that I've been seeing a couple of Goldengo players playing over the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So we'll see what he actually attaches that to in this game. It's not bad, chucking it on the Mega Mawile, giving that additional HP, but we're going in with the Superior Energy Retrieval right now, discarding 2 cards, and hopefully there's enough energy already in the discard pile that we'll be able to put together the knockout on the active this turn.
So discarding Cram and a Gimme Ghoul there. And we've got at least 3 energy in the discard pile. So that's very, very handy. We'll grab those back. And now we're looking at a hand of 4 or 5. It looks like 5 energy there. Enough to take a knockout on the active Latias. And that Mega Mawile seeing the Bravery Charm attachment means that now Mega Mawile is in a very strong position. Even a couple of attacks from different attackers on Tim's side of the field won't be able to knock it out. Gabe taking the first 2 prizes of this game, and now we're over to Tim, who is in a bit of a difficult situation, but definitely not an impossible one. He's been left with the Toad School, which means he could theoretically evolve that one into Toad Scroll, give himself a chance to prevent those energies from coming back into Gabriel's hand. And if he does manage to do that for a couple of turns, this could very easily swing in his favor. You can see him searching here for the second Toad School, and now an Arven to grab another trainer and a tool from his deck.
Unfortunately for Tim, having that Latias in the active, it's a lower HP Pokemon, so it means that Gabe doesn't have to use as many resources to commit to getting the knockout. So maybe the Toad School is not going to be as effective as what it could have been if he didn't still have so many resources available. But it looks like we've got the Toad School coming down, very important, as well as the manual attachment of a turn, and Claw of Darkness coming through, doing 200 damage to that active Golden Go for Tim, and he gets to pick one of those resources to send to the discard pile. Looks like it's going to be the Super Rod. We talked about using the Toad School to remove some of these resources from play. You can also do that by just sniping out a Super Rod from hand.
Yeah, Claw of Darkness, a very useful attack. Unfortunately, Tim, it looks like he's used up every card in his hand. He's sitting there with a 0-card hand, less than ideal. And Gabriel now ready to try and push his advantage. Without access to the superior energy retrieval, it might be a little difficult to reach this Mega Absol. 280 HP is quite a lot. It's only 6 energy, and it should be achievable, but it does depend on what resources Gabe has access to. We can see a couple of energy being filtered to the front here from an earthen vessel. It might be that we are looking to try and change up a little bit, perhaps attack with Soul Rock if possible. Maybe we start attaching to our Mega Mawile. There's plenty of options for Gabe on his side of the field.
I don't mind going for the Soul Rock angle here. If you're able to just take that very low barrier to entry cost with the 1 energy attached to the Soul Rock, if you're playing cards like Lana's Aid, you're definitely able to reach for a knockout on this Mega Absol in the active at some point to just take the final 3 prizes that you would need for the game. He's drawing a couple more cards this turn. As Golden Go does, it keeps drawing and keeps drawing, but maybe just deciding not to use that Lunatone to grab a couple extra cards is going to be using the by discarding the energies. It means that you want to, be able to have access to those later in the game.
Definitely. We're going to see a retreat here of that damaged Golden Go into our fresh one, and we'll be able to draw a couple of extra cards here. Gabe, looking at his hand, really quite frustratingly, he doesn't have access to too much right now, but I'll tell you what, after this particular Golden Go ability, we're going to see exactly what we want. We're using the Cypher Maniac here to search for any 2 cards from the deck and put them on top. And that is a super, super effective ability at this stage of the game. It's going to give Gabe a lot of options.
You definitely can't complain. Putting 2 cards that you want to the top of your deck and then having a Pokemon on play or in play that allows you to just draw those 2 cards, it's effectively just using Quick Search twice, which is incredibly strong. So you can just cherry pick whatever you want to play out for your turn. Looks like we're going for a manual attach on the Mega Mawile. It's important to know that that has the Gobble Down attack, which does 80 damage for the amount of prize cards that you have taken. So that can be a pretty low-to-the-ground attacker as well.
Looks like we've got enough energy here to get a knockout with Golden Go. 3 energy discarded to knock out the Toad Scroll. And now Tim praying for the top deck. He's not got anything. He's just going to have to attack. We'll take a couple of prize cards, and we'll have to wait and see for next turn what is the best card going to be to prevent Gabe from winning this game. That superior energy retrieval looking like the option for Tim here. And unfortunately, because of the lack of cards that he has access to, there's just not that many options for him other than to simply attack and hope. Now Gabe in a really, really good position. All he needs is to be able to take a knockout on this Mega Absol. If he's able to do that, if he's able to get his hand with 6 energy ready to discard with Golden Go, 1 to attach, then that would be fantastic. He's also potentially got an option to attack with Mega Mawile if he would like.
Yeah, having the backup of the Mega Mawile attack's not bad. It does mean that it'll take you 2 turns to be able to knock out this active Mega Absol. But, I mean, you've got time at the moment. You can see over the other side of the table, Tim's got 1 Toadschool and just an Absol, and he's just top decking for turn. So we'll see what the prize cards have in store for him. Taking those additional 2 prize cards is still pretty good. It's, you know, effectively tripling his hand size at that point. So you can't really complain there. Looks like we're touching at the active Mawile as well as going for the Gobble Down swing. So that's going to be doing an additional, I think it's 80 times. So 80 times 3 for the amount that he has taken, taking up to a solid 240 damage.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing to sneeze at. Huge amount of damage counters going onto that Absol. But luckily for Tim, he still hasn't lost the game. The difficulty is going to be he needs to do something this turn. And there is not a lot of options available to him. He's only got the 2 prizes that he'd taken, the 2 cards that he had top decked. He potentially retreat this card out of the way, give himself a chance to perhaps lock something else in the active. One of the best things from Tim's perspective is he was able to unprize that Precious Trolley, which we're now resolving, able to find up to 4 basic Pokemon now to fill out Tim's bench. You can see him eyeing out cards like those what are they, Monkey Dories at the top of the deck there, and it might be that we see an Yveltal as well.
It's going to be a tough pivot for Tim. Obviously, the card that you wanted to see on your first turn, now coming out on around about turn 4 for you, we'll definitely be picking a different assortment of Pokemon as what we would have initially on that second turn of the game. So eyeing up all of his options, he wants to see what Pokemon are available to him and see whether that is actually going to be able to change up this next turn for Gabriel. So we've got Monkey Dory coming down. It looks like the Petrunt as well at the top there. It's got the ability to shoot that Yveltal into the active and maybe stall something this turn. So if he's got this combo pulled together right now, it would be pretty interesting. Those prize cards would have been very, very strong.
Definitely, we're looking at Tim fighting for his life here. Definitely not in a favoured position. Gabriel would be feeling very, very comfortable. He has lots of gust, lots of switch options. You can see Tim with an energy switch available to him, moving 1 energy from the Absol to the Monkey Dory on the bench, and also a Lily's Determination, able to shuffle his hand into his deck. He's taken 2 prize cards, so he'll only draw 6 cards, but 6 cards is better than the 0 he was sitting at before, and you never know. Maybe these 6 cards could give him the option to play a counter catcher, lock something like that Genesect or that Lunatone in the active, and hopefully for Tim, we'll be able to continue this game on beyond this turn. Just having a look at those cards that are in his hand. There's not a huge amount of options in there, and we might have to resign to leaving this Mawile in the active, and potentially really risky.
Very risky indeed. Still having the amount of gust that Goldingo has in play, like we're talking that this might come down to maybe the next turn that this could be closed out from Gabriel. So just trying to identify what might be the best options for Tim to do to give him the best chance of winning this one. It's crazy that we went from having a 2 Pokemon in play, top decking for turn, into still really a strong turn, like being able to draw up to the 6 cards with that Lily and have the Precious Trolley has really like turned this game around. It looks like a completely different game than what we saw last turn.
Yeah, certainly is. Tim's given himself a chance, but it's still going to be tough. We've got we've got a couple of energy being searched out here by Earthen Vessel. One of them will go onto that Monkey Dory, and we'll move 6 damage counters with those 2 Monkey Dory off of the active and onto the Mega Mawile. That effectively negates our charm that's on the Mega Mawile, but we also see the ice cream coming down, Tom.
I do see the ice cream. Did we get an extra manual attach for turn? Is that 2?
No, there was an energy switch.
Energy switch. So
absolutely.
Yeah, with the jumbo ice cream, if you got 3 energy attached, it heals the 80 damage off of the Pokemon. So we'll see what that's comboed into here. Looks like going for the knockout with the Claw of Darkness. So must have, or I moved the 6 damage and used the knockout for terminal period. So might have had the two energy attached to the Mega Absol there. We'll see whether that changes anything on the judge side of the table. We're playing down another Lunatone here. We're going to just try and maximize our draw at this point over onto Gabriel's side. But there's a 3 prizer in the active. Goldengo as well. This is probably the recipe for if you're going to close it out, you might be able to find a KO this turn.
Yeah, I think the only card that Tim missed there was some way to bring Toadscroll back into the active. He's done all that he can, and now Gabriel drawing for the chance to win the game. He's looking for energy. We've got an Arvin here, so that will find superior energy retrieval. We've got 2 of those. The question is, how many energy do we have in the discard pile? Obviously enough. And Gabriel taking the first game of this set, a really, really well-played set by both players here, identifying what do I actually need to take this victory. And to be fair, Tim really pushing the limits of his deck to give himself a chance to win that one. Gabriel, though, coming through and using the power of Golden Go to get those energies back from the discard pile and take massive knockouts.
You cannot complain by getting that result off your round 1. I'm not too sure how long we've got on the clock here. It was a decently length game. It could have potentially been scooped up a little earlier, but with these players being the records they're at, it's not integral for both of them to, finish this game with a win or a loss situation. I think if they have a tie, both of them can still have that either asim or top cut potential. So we might just be playing this one out and see how it ends up for each player. Both the prize cards are getting put down at the moment for at least Tim. We're drawing our first hand there for Gabriel. And it's going to be a mulligan, sadly. One additional card going Tim's way. Looks like a pretty decent hand in there at the moment. I could not see an Arvin for Tim. So imagining he's picking to go second, he might be still trying to dive for that precious trolley next turn.
And it's one of the real challenges with decks like this Mega Absol box. But you can see both of these players very, very experienced. They're playing quickly. They know what the expectation is. They know how important it is for them to be able to get a quick start. And I tell you what, if Tim doesn't have an Arvin in his hand initially, he's at least got a couple of extra opportunities now to draw one. Another mulligan from Gabriel means that not only will we continue shuffling up, but Tim's giving himself an extra 2 shots to find that precious trolley and get moving in the early game.
You do not complain about getting the additional cards after you just lost the first game. It just gives you enough of an extra pivot that you're like, well, if my setup's not fantastic, these additional 3 cards that I might be drawing at this point can really, really help you out. We've got definitely some basic Pokemon in the hand right now for Gabriel. I don't know whether we got the ones that we wanted exactly. It looked like a Lunatone and a Pheasantipity for him. We'll see what else is in the hand as he's going first right now. We had 2 Lunatones over there. If you missed the couple with the mulligans before, you've definitely sorted yourself out now.
Yeah, I tell you what, a couple of Lunatones is not a terrible thing to see, but you do want to find the other cards that combo into them. You need to have a Soul Rock as well. You need to have a couple of Gimmighoul. Right now, we've got Gabriel searching out a couple of Golden Go thanks to that benched Genesect EX. But playing down a Genesect EX first is usually a pretty bad sign. And as Gabriel was fanning through his hand there, it didn't look particularly good. And only searching for 1 Golden Go off of this Genesect suggests that something has gone drastically wrong on Gabriel's side of the board. The last thing you want to see as a Golden Go player in the opening turn of your game is a hand full of Golden Go. It looks like that's what he might have. It looks like we might just be passing over to Tim here.
Yeah, over on Gabriel's side, he was one of the innovators that started playing 3 copies of the Golden Go EX. So if that's the same case for this event, he may in fact have the 2 in the prize cards. We'll see what Tim's flicking through at the moment. He's doing the discard of a Dark Energy off of that Earthen Vessel to find a couple of cards. We're getting a Ultra Ball discard as well here to, just put all of these different actions together so we don't have to be shuffling up the deck after every single action. Knowing that time is a factor, I would imagine that Tim wants to save as much as he possibly can, wherever he can. So we're going for a Kangaskhan. We want to try and draw some cards potentially with the errand running ability here, just grabbing 2 additional cards off the top of the deck when he is in the active. So shuffling up now finally, and we'll see if these 2 cards change up how his first turn goes.
Well, yeah, Tim getting the extra 2 cards off of Gabriel's mulligans. His top deck still not being enough to find that Arvin. We'll draw 2 more cards. We've got a Toad School, which is excellent, but we do not have access to anything else. So it's going to be a pass across the game. A Soul Rock off the top for him gives a bit of hope that we can continue on this game here. Lunatone discarding a Fighting Energy and drawing 3 cards. I'll be very, very happy if you're in Gabriel Smart's shoes. And it doesn't look like we have any Gimmighoul yet.
Oh, there we go. Playing the nest ball down is going to give us that 1 Gimmighoul, which is fantastic. It's honestly, that's just saved his entire turn. Having that top deck of the Soul Rock there is incredible for Gabe. Just being able to eventually evolve now up into that Golden Go that he did search off the Metallic Signal that last turn. So we'll look to see what he's able to discard now as he's trying to thin out the deck a little bit from those energies. But yeah, that Lunatone stuck in the active, and it can be an interesting situation of do I even want to attack this turn if I don't have a gust on this Toadstool, because putting damage on to the side of Tim is not usually very beneficial when they can throw it back with all of those Monkey Dories and then combo that with a potential Absol. Continuing the turn out here, we found a Steel type energy and a Fighting type energy, and getting that attachment onto the Gimmighoul. Fighting's the hardest one to find in the deck. You're only playing 3 copies of those, and then passing over to Tim.
Got Kangaskhan in the active, so some extra draws are available. But Tim would be thinking he's in a very unfortunate position here, having missed Arven. It looks like he's continuing to miss Arven, which is limiting the amount of actions he can realistically take. An attachment to the active Kangaskhan is going to be a critical part of it, but it doesn't look like he's got either of the other pieces required. An Ultra Ball coming down here to search for another Pokemon. And you've got to be disappointed in Tim's position, seeing your opponents start really quite slowly, but unfortunately not being able to find all of the pieces together to get that Turbo Energize onto an Absol. Now we've got the Lily, so we're going to shuffle in our hand into our deck and draw 8 cards. There's not that much room left on Tim's side of the field, but if you can find an Absol and a Turbo Energize, then this game is still within reach.
Yeah, drawing the 8 cards when you have 6 prizes remaining off the Lily is very good for Tim. Yes, you get to see so many great cards potentially with 8 in hand. So we'll see if that's actually done anything for him here. Not immediately throw anything down. I can see there's a Turbo Energize in there, but if we've got nothing strong to Turbo Energize too, we might be struggling with what we're actually going to be able to do this turn. Does look like we're playing down the Turbo Energize onto the Kangaskhan. But yeah, what would you even decide to power up this turn? There's a Monkey Dory, might be able to get 1 energy attached to that, but then you've just got no spaces left on board to actually put an attacker into play.
Well, yeah, so it's going to be a real challenge, but you want to get the energy in regardless. It's one of those situations where I need to have some energy to move around. There's energy switch available to me. I might be able to get an attack off at some point. See Tim benching that Monkey Dory and then going for the Turbo Energize. And you've also got to ask the question, does my opponent realistically have a way to knock this Kangaskhan out? Maybe I could live a little longer, perhaps start attacking with Kangaskhan EX next turn. A Golden Go coming into play for Gabe. He's got a little bit of time now to give himself a chance to start attacking, but he does need to consider that Toadstool that is in play. It's going to be difficult for Gabriel to string together massive knockouts if he is constantly stymied by that Toadstool.
Using the metallic signal there, the hand hasn't changed. There's imagining no evolved Steel-type Pokemon in the deck, so just having a look to see what resources are available, what he might need to piece together. But yes, it was a good point that you probably can't just go straight into a knockout on this Kangaskhan if you're not prepared to deal with that Toadstool later, so you can recover those resources. So looks like we're shuffling up after the metallic signal there, and then we've imagine maybe got a couple of cards getting drawn after this. There's eyeing off a Professor Turo scenario, looking to pick up that Lunatone, so we've actually got to pivot into the active for that Golden Go, so we can coin bonus draw us 2 cards instead of 1, as when it's in the active, you can draw 1 additional card rather than it being just placed on the bench. Nest Ball coming down, hopefully going to be able to find us another Pokemon, maybe another Gimmighoul, so that we don't get our single Golden Go cleaned up at some point, even though we do have a little bit of extra time to play with Tim's start being a little bit slower.
Now just shuffling up, finishing up those moves. We've got the Gimmighoul down. We've got the Golden Go. And we just need to decide what is the best course of action. You've got to think if you're looking across the field as Gabe, you're saying, well, I've got plenty of options to take knockouts. It's just a matter of which ones I'd like. And in this instance, you know what? No, I'm just going to pass. We'll let Tim have a game here. And now Tim has a moment to stabilize. He could potentially start attacking with this Kangaskhan. If he gets lucky, he could potentially even take a knockout on this Golden Go this turn. But one of the big issues that he's going to have is that the title Pokemon for his deck, that Mega Absol EX, is no longer available for him. There is no room on Tim's bench, so he's going to have to make do with the cards that he's already got in play.
It's a little unfortunate. You're usually restricted to just only 5 bench spaces. So the fact that you, in this matchup, have to try and put down 1 Toadstool as well as another one so you can continually chain those together does mean that you've got a little bit of a restriction of what Pokemon that you can have in play at one time. So it looks like we finally managed to get an Arven, which is fantastic for Tim. Would have loved to have seen that a little bit earlier, but we're grabbing a nice stretcher off of that Arvent, potentially to reuse the Toadstool if it comes up. It looks like we're just going for a grab of the energy out of the discard pile. And then the energy switch, we're going to be swinging with a Mega Kangaskhan and flipping some coins by the looks of it. 50 HP maybe getting added by the Bravery Charm, deciding, yes, it's going down. So let's see what Tim chooses to do here, just like beefing up his board and then maybe committing to a potential knockout this turn.
Being given that extra turn is really handy for Tim. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Unfortunately, though, flipping tails on that rapid fire combo, you're able to attack for 200 damage plus 50 more for each heads you get in a row. 0 heads in a row, only 200 damage for that Mega Kangaskhan. But you know what? That does put this Golden Go into range of a couple of Monkey Dories. It means that he'll be able to knock it out next turn, potentially. There are plenty more options. And I'm sure that Gabe wouldn't have been super stoked to see an attack coming his way this turn. Would have been hoping maybe I can stabilize my own board, give myself some more time to set up knockouts on things like those Toadscruel on the other side of the field.
It's a good lesson in patience, and it just shows how strong these players are, just being able to time when they actually want to attack. Some players just like, they read the attack and they're like, let's go. We're just going to start swinging. But yes, having, the patience to read what the board state might be, plan ahead and decide this turn, I'm just going to pass, or this turn, I'm going to decide to, commit to this line instead so that I can have this extra option later down the track. So it looks like here we're playing down the Arvin to get the air balloon. It's going to be really fantastic to pivot between the two Golden Goes in play at the moment if we can, to draw a couple of additional cards and potentially move this active Golden Go out of danger, as it does only have 60 HP remaining. Another Chemical finding its way to the board with that Buddy Coffin. Potentially one of those Golden Goes prize, but if we can reclaim that this turn so that we can continue to evolve up into our Golden Goes for the rest of the game, that's still not a bad way to be playing it. And we'll see what Gabe manages to do next.
I think that those Toadscruel on the bench would be the target. Gabe knows I cannot feasibly knock this Kangaskhan out. It has 350 HP at the moment. I can't knock this Kangaskhan out and expect to knock another 3 prizer out. Those Toadscruels will prevent him from using the superior energy retrieval. It's difficult to take a knockout on the Toadscruel thanks to the Bravery Charm. Toadscruel is just that little bit too big. Maybe it's just another pass for Gabe. Not ideal, but he knows he can't commit unless he has the capacity to attack. And now Tim pushing himself just that little bit further forward. He's got another turn now. He's got a missed energy by the looks of things going onto the Pheasantipity on the bench, potentially giving it an option to attack. And now we'll be gusting up that Golden Go EX with the energy. We'll be attacking with rapid fire combo, and no need to roll the dice there. We know that 200 plus 200 is more than 280. Gabriel Smart now on the back foot. What does he do? Every turn that Tim attacks, he is falling further and further behind. He's going to have to make a play at some point, but he does have 2 Golden Goes to work with.
2 Golden Goes to work with is still plenty. Seeing that many cards this turn is really, really good for Gabe. Obviously, as you mentioned, that Toadstool just being able to slow up the draw potential, because you don't want to just be wasting energy into the discard pile with your Luna cycling. And that's 3 additional cards that you just won't be able to see each turn, which you normally would into other matchups which aren't posing such a threat. Looks like going in with a Fighting Gong at the moment, grabbing a Fighting type energy off of that one just to try and get more energies into the hand, be playing it nice and slow still. We're not happy about losing that other Golden Go, but if we're going to be able to continue playing this game, we're definitely going to have to take a knockout at some point if we want to see a victory.
Yeah, and this is the real challenge, right? You are going to need to take 6 prize cards. At some point, you will need to attack. It's just a matter of where you're going to be attacking. We're drawing all the cards that we feasibly can. We've got a massive hand on Gabe's side of the board, and now potentially that Lunar Cycle could be utilized. Looks like we're going for a couple of nest balls here with only 1 bench space. Presumably, we will fail the first nest ball and then potentially find something off the second. Both of these players obviously aware of the game rules. They'll know exactly what the other is expecting to do. And with no targets, Gabe instead just shuffling up the deck. Removing those 2 nest balls, we're not going to use them, so they may as well end up in the discard pile. My question now becomes, what do we do? We've got the Lunar Cycle that we can potentially use. We need to find some way to take a knockout this turn, and the preference is going to be on one of those Toadstools or Toadscruels on the bench. And eventually we are going to run out of time here. in the sense that there's not going to be enough turns left to win the game if we can't start attacking soon.
Managed to finally pick up a boss's orders, which is really great. If you want to be trying to knock out the Toadstool, there's need to be a way to bring it up into the active. So that boss's order is most likely getting thrown down right now. If it's not going to be targeting anything, we'll see how it goes. It looks like we've just decided to go for a pass over there. So Tim is actually getting an extra free turn of attacking here.
Yeah, this is going to be a much needed break for Tim. Just had word through that we've got about 12 minutes left on the round timer. So this match is going to go well and truly to the end. We've got two excellent players who are identifying their win cons, and Gabe just unable to find exactly what he needs at the moment. Tim grabbing himself an energy switch and a TM energize with that Arven. Don't need it in the deck anymore. We don't want to be drawing it, so we'll pull it out. And the energy switch going to be critical to move cards around the board to potentially attack with an Absol. Another attack here with Mega Kangaskhan, though. We are not able to get any heads. Only 200 damage, so Gabe given another chance here to find the gust he needs to start attacking. As we mentioned, the longer this game goes on, the more times this Kangaskhan attacks, the less chance Gabe has finding a way to win the game.
As you mentioned at the start of the game, Gabe does have that additional match point on Tim. So just playing this game out is going to put a lot of pressure for Tim to find a result if he wants to slightly get an edge for this next round. Looks like we're using that super rod there, getting an extra golden go back into the deck as well as 2 energies. Without being able to grab them off of superior energy retrieval, you need to find another way to actually get them back into play. And super rod does exactly that. Artisan coming down as well. It might be eyeing off that extra Guinea Ghoul as well, so we can draw some extra cards next turn if we can find that golden go off the metallic signal. But I'd imagine right now, Gabriel's probably looking to actually make an attack unless he wants to just continue to grind this game out a little bit longer and see what position that puts him into going into game 3.
Yeah, as you mentioned, is that one match point in front, 26 to 25. So he will feel a little bit more comfortable with a potential tie. Tim getting the tie at the end of this round is definitely not what he'd be looking for. He'd be looking for that win to try and give himself the best chance possible to get into top cut. Now Gabe searching out a couple of energy that he's just super rodded back in thanks to Earthen Vessel and potentially an attack coming this turn. Are we going to see it? There's the boss. We finally get there. The Toadstool coming into the active, and we finally are able to take a knockout. So now Tim has an opportunity to continue attacking, but also he's going to need to replace that Toadstool if he wants to stop Gabe from being able to push forward and win this game.
I tell you what, you're not complaining about the hand size that Tim has right now. If you're trying to reestablish the Toadstool like he does just there, with a hand size of around about 15 to 20 cards, you're most likely going to be able to find that answer in that massive hand. We're going to see probably another knockout from Tim here, making sure he's trying to pick up the pace of play and continually build up his board as well to guarantee him the win this game. Attaching that extra energy to the Petron, strong Pokemon to attack with, as it does do the extra 60 damage for the amount of prize cards your opponent has taken. And then it looks like we are finally taking the knockout on that Golden Go. So Gabe is smart now. What is he going to be able to piece together?
There's only one more attack between Tim and a win. He will need to flip heads, and he'll need to get that a couple of times if he wants to. But the time is going to be the issue for Tim. Not only can he win this game, but can he win a second? Gabe, on the other hand, feeling a little bit more comfortable. He knows, okay, well, I don't necessarily need to win. I'm going to need to try and take some knockouts. I'm going to perhaps need to remove that Toadstool from Tim's side of the field if I want to be able to return a big 3-prizer like this Mega Kangaskhan, but less stress on his side of the field. And we're drawing some cards now with Golden Go to try and see what we can pull together. We're going to need to have an energy attachment at the very least. Looks like that is coming from hand right now. The other cards we're going to need to see, perhaps another boss, perhaps another couple of energy in hand as well.
It's an unfortunate position to have to be in to target these single prize Pokemon, especially when Tim's got the Kangaskhan in the active that can minor error running for the 2 additional cards, as well as Fezandipity to draw 3. That's amassing a lot of cards in hand and giving you so many options, whilst on Gabe's side of the board, restricting some of your most important cards, being those superior energy retrievals, can really put you in a tough position. So I'd imagine Tim's feeling pretty comfortable right now, but Gabriel's definitely going to have to do something to try and change this momentum up and see what tempo he can put into play on the board right now.
Yeah, It looks like we've got a bit of. Well, it looks like that's going to be it. I was about to say, looks like we've got a bit of a decision to make, but no. The decision is we will just scoop that one up, and we're going to head into a game 3 here between these two players. Game 3 with very little time left on the clock. Now we have not reached time yet. We're not 100% sure on exactly how much time there is left in this one, but it's got to be less than 10 minutes. We're probably going to see the handshake there. I was just about to say there is not a huge amount of options for Tim. It's going to be a slow roll, and with time so close, these players identifying that, you know what, we're just going to accept that the result of this game is going to be a tie. We'll give ourselves some extra time to go and get something to eat, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do the things that you need to do, and then push into a win it in for Tim next round, and for Gabriel potentially an ID into a top cut or ASIM cut position.
I tell you what, it would have been fantastic to see that last game play out. With the weekend that we've had, the amount of donks and short games that we've had, it would have just been, par for the course for us. That would have actually probably found a result for one of these players. So, yes, as you said, making sure you're prepped, get in the right mindset. Both of these players want to secure up a win in this last round. They've got a lot of fantastic players that they might be paired into right now, and everybody's going to be tussling for those top table positions before we move into the asymmetrical cut.
Not a lot of time left, not a lot of opportunities for our players to make it. We have one more round left in our Swiss tournament today. We'll be back with that very, very shortly, and then it's ASIM and Top Cut. So do stick around. We'll be back with more from Sydney Regionals very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to our final round, round 12 of our Swiss tournament here at the Sydney Pokemon TCG Regional Championships. My name is Mitch Nucky. I'm here with Tom Burke, and we are into what is realistically the last chance for our players to hit top 8.
It is absolutely crunch time, and I'm super excited to see what we have for this matchup. We've got two players here fighting for their life yet again. This is their final chance to make it into that top 8. We've got, already guaranteed positions for these players, which are fantastic results. But, we're already come this far. You don't want to stumble in the last leg. You want to go all the way.
No, this is the opportunity to really cement yourself in the history books. Give yourself a chance to not only win the tournament, but also win those championship points and the $10,000 cash, which would be a very handy amount of money to stick in the back pocket. We've already got a few players who are locked in to that top 8 position. Players like Henry Brand, Brent Tonneson, and from our most recent stream, we had obviously a couple of very high quality players who'll be fighting it out as well. Here we have our winning in at 8-2-1. It's Yasuhara Hayashima against Max Kunde. We've got a really high stakes game here ready for you. We're just waiting for players to be ready to flip those cards over and get started for this winning in.
It's going to be very, very scary for them moving. If they do progress into top 8, it is absolutely stacked up there. The names that we're seeing coming through are incredibly tough to all be able to beat in top 8. But there we go. We're starting off with the fist bump. We've got a Halucha in the active for Max. Looks like he's starting out potentially for this game. And then a Monkey Dory in the active for the other player. We've got a Buddy Poffin coming down with a deck search. Very, very quick right now. Max knows the situation. He knows what he has to do, and he is going for it.
Yeah, Yasuhara is starting off with that Monkey Dory. Max with the Buddy Poffin, searching out those Dreepies. Dragapult, obviously, a very popular deck at this tournament. We know that we've already seen at least one of them through, thanks to Henry Brand, into that top 8 position. He took a tie with Brent Tonneson last round to give himself that guaranteed entry, an attachment to the active Horlucha, and then a pass for Max. And now we get to find out, Yasuharu, what is their deck of choice today? Are we looking at Gardevoir? Are we looking at another Absol box? What is our preferred option? There's a beautiful Lily's Clefairy there. Or could we potentially be looking at Gardevoir EX?
I'd imagine with the Clefairy going down as well as a Monkey Door in the active, Yasuhara is probably going to be on that Gardevoir. This matchup can get very interesting. We've got a lot of cards that are going to be able to counteract what each other player is going to be doing. But I will say there will probably be some item locking going on for this set.
I imagine we're probably going to see a couple of damage counters flicking across the table here. Obviously, that Lily's Clefairy also a very useful card in this matchup, but just a matter of what we can find. Looks like a Latias EX is the search here off of the Ultra Ball, and then Yasuharu will go back into their deck looking for a continued setup here as there's the pieces that we were looking for, a Routes and a Frillish, as well as an Iono. We'll shuffle our hands and go to the bottom of the deck, drawing fresh 6 cards for both players, and hopefully for both of them, the ability to start attacking. Yasuharu will be looking for that Psychic Energy so that Frillish can enter the active and start limiting Max's options.
This is an absolutely stellar turn for Yasuharu right now. It is getting those pieces together, managing to find the Latias is incredible. Using the Skyliner ability allows you to retreat back from the active into that Frillish, which is probably one of the harder pieces to get, then the energy as well to use that Oceanic Gloom. Routes in play as well. If he's able to keep this item lock going and build up that Routes into a Gardevoir, he's going to be looking super strong moving on to the next couple of turns.
And here comes that attack from Frillish. So 20 damage onto the Hawlucha, multiplied by 2 thanks to the weakness. Extra damage counters, very handy in this particular matchup. But Max has the Hilda, so an item lock is not the end of the world for him. He'll be searching out an evolution Pokemon and a Fire Energy. We've got a Dracloak and the Fire Energy coming down now. And so that's going to give him an opportunity to start sifting through his deck, find the pieces he needs to set a board up. Hand looked like it was quite full of items that are not necessarily super useful right now.
You really hate to see it. The moment that you know that item lock's coming down, especially once that Latias made it into play, the odds of this happening is pretty tragic. Having this handful of items is just it's a punch in the gut, really.
Okay.
But we'll see how Yasuharu is able to pull this next turn together. He's got a couple of cards he's putting face down, might be trying to play out exactly what he wants to do this turn. The Oceanic Gloom in the active will be able to take a knockout on this Hawlucha if he does want to go through that angle. Finding a Curlier is very important. The energy attached for turn is actually going to that Monkey Dory, which is fantastic to have those down all early and progress your board state.
Yeah, really, really strong situation to find yourself in. Now Max looking for some extra cards with that Dracloak. Finding the Lily off of the top might make his hand a little bit more useful. Shuffle away some of those trainers and supporters that are unplayable, potentially find himself an extra energy, maybe a Dragapult, to start attacking into this Frillish.
If you can get ahead now with a Dragapult, you know that you saw that Clefairy got discarded into Yasuharu's discard pile on that first turn. He did play that Night Stretcher as well, so we'll see if that might have been a potential recovery option for that Clefairy. He's going in with the Lilies, still on 6 prize cards, so able to draw a fresh 8 cards. We're going to see what he might be able to do this next draw after he comes through. We've got a shuffle of the deck there, just wanting to make sure that the order is completely randomized. You can either do a cut or a shuffle in the Pokemon trading card game, whatever you choose. And here we come with the 8 cards into hand. There's a couple of supporters in there, which aren't going to be very useful after the Lily. But we are finding at least one Duskull, which is not a bad card to find, as well as the Monkey Door in there too.
Now, the real disappointing thing, though, is no access to energy. So we won't be seeing a Phantom Dive this turn. Instead, just a retreat into Monkey Dory and then a pass. So not necessarily the turn that Max would have liked to see there, but with the limited amount of energy that Max has access to, obviously already seeing some energy on that Hawlucha early made things a little bit rough. And the retreat to protect the Dragapult, this Monkey Dory could deal with some damage counters. It wouldn't be the end of the world.
Tell you what, right now, Yasuharu is probably smiling with this start. It's got the Gardevoir EX down into play. That's one of the major parts. You don't want to get wiped off the board as a Gardevoir player by all of these damage counters getting thrown around, the Dusknoirs popping themselves to do the extra damage as well. So having that Gardevoir in play is very important. We're playing down the Lilies for himself as well. Only going to be drawing those 6 cards as he did take the knockout on the Hawlucha that previous turn. So we'll see if he's got another couple of pieces here. Not too uncomfortable where you are, especially if you're on your win and in game into top 8.
Yeah, you'd be feeling pretty solid here with the Frillish in the active, ready to continue maintaining this item lock. Max needs to now find not only some energy to start attacking, but also a way to prevent Yasuharu from running away from this game. Obviously, preventing Max from using items in his turn is exceptionally strong, but Yasuharu can continue to use items as he pleases. There's that attack from Frillish, 20 damage thanks to Oceanic Gloom going onto Monkey Dory, and another Lilies, it looks like, from Max to start us off. No playable cards in the hand. No, we'll be going with the Latias first and then shuffling it up. We're still searching for a couple of useful cards. We could really use with a Dracloak or two here to mitigate the effect of this item lock. We could really use some energy to start attaching. It's going to be a really big ask to try and get these cards off of the Lily. He's got to try and find something soon, or otherwise Yasuharu is really going to start taking control of this game.
Max definitely looking to dig for a lot. One of the hardest things to find in this deck is that Neo Upper energy. If you want to try and get that one extra turn back from losing some energies, you need that Neo Upper, which counts as 2 colorless energies when it's attached to a stage 2 Pokemon. So with using one Hilda early on into the game, it might be a little bit harder for him to be able to find that piece. So might decide to take it a little bit slower, build out the board a little bit, get some of those manual attachments down, eventually leading up to when he might be able to find the Neo Upper and then try and claw back. The Luminous Energy getting attached to the Monkey Dory there and deciding where to put the damage counters. Routes is a pretty good pick. You want to try and find something that you might be able to take out later with Phantom Dive. But sadly, Yasuharu has got the Monkey Dory just to throw that damage straight back over his way.
Yeah, we're going to be playing ping pong with these damage counters. It's going to be very, very difficult for Max to keep all of the damage off of his board because Yasuharu will be able to find another Monkey Dory. He's got a lot more flexibility with his damage and his energy attachments. And having access to cards, not like Superior, but like our Secret Box, it's going to be super, super handy. Well, discounting some quite valuable resources there, but identifying, you know what, I don't really need this research. I don't need the rare candy, but what I do need is a TM Devo, a Lily's Determination, and 2 other trainer cards that I was hoping he was going to put down straight away so I could say them. Earthen Vessel being the trainer of choice there. We'll grab those 3 and chuck them to hand. That's super powerful. And it's going to give Yasuharu more energy to operate with and more flexibility with their attacks.
I'm not sure whether we saw a stadium from the grab off the Secret Box there, but removing these jamming towers from play is pretty important as it does shut off your Bravery Charms, which if you want to keep that Clefairy out of range of Phantom Dive, you're going to need to remove that stadium from play. We can see the Ultra Ball discarding 2 Psychic Energies, which is incredible. You want those in the discard pile so you can actually attach them to your Pokemon freely with the Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX. We're going to be looking for a Pokemon to pull out of here. Might be a Curly to evolve that route potentially. Asking potentially for cards in hand over there as well, just seeing what he wants to be playing as his cards for this turn. We've got still the Monkey Dory left to use on board, but it's going to be important to see what comes out here. It looks like we're going for the Jellicent. The Gardevoir deck has been playing a couple of different variants. It either is playing one which goes a little bit heavier into the Frillish and the Jellicent, focusing on that item lock, stopping your opponents from playing tools, as well as having the option to use like potentially more, of the stop using the cards that you want to be playing mentality. And then there's the other version, which is just, I want to hit bigger damage. I'm playing more Bravery Charms. I've got more attackers. And I'm not caring too much about what the item lock situation is looking like.
Yeah, Oceanic Curse, a very powerful ability. Obviously only active in the active, so Oceanic Curse can be worked around for Dragapult. If Max is able to play a card like Boss's Orders to push this Jellicent back onto the bench, then item cards will be available. But Yasuharu will know if this Jellicent is pushed to the bench, it means that Max isn't drawing cards with supporters like Lily's Determination. So a very smart inclusion, and that Power Press also has the capacity to put on a lot of pressure to your opponent's active Pokemon, dealing 80 damage, plus if you have extra energy attached, you get to deal just that little bit more. It's very, very handy.
Yasuharu in this board state, you'd probably be wondering, what do you reckon he's looking to take down as his next potential Pokemon to knock out? There's a scary Dusclops that's sitting there on the bench. There's already a Dragapult that's in play, and this Monkey Dory does have an energy attached. There are a couple of viable options, but yeah, what do you think he might be trying to take down this turn?
Well, it's a really tough one because since Max has had to spend a couple of energy attachments to retreat Dragapults already, it might be worthwhile just taking the knockout on the active, saying, you know what, this Monkey Dory is going to go away. You're going to have less flexibility on your benching of damage counters. That could be pretty handy. The Dusclops, obviously, a very powerful card, but one that could potentially come back to haunt Max If it doesn't work out that he's able to piece some Dragapult attacks together, it might be that even a Dusk Noir is not enough to help him out here. And Yasuharu setting up his board exceptionally well. That Mew EX on the bench, allowing him to draw some extra cards, fill up that hand to 3. We'll accelerate some energy using our Gardevoir EX onto the active Jellicent. And now we're ready to start Monkey Dorying and attacking. 30 damage off of the active. We'll place that onto Monkey Dory and then attack. We'll take the knockout, and it's over to Max, who's now 2 prizes behind, but critically has no energy in hand.
Playing down Ultra Ball, you can't do with the Oceanic Curse. So picking that back up, it's very stressful in this matchup at the moment. We have a lot on the line. So yeah, thankfully the judges are keeping that all under wraps. And I think even the players, they're making sure that they're keeping themselves and their opponents accountable to everything that's going on in play. We finally found a nice little Dracloak to evolve up that Dreepy. So drawing some additional cards with that Recon Directive, grabbing 2 off the top, picking one of them to put into the hand, and then 1 to the bottom of the deck. We've seen this happen a fair few times this weekend, and I imagine for next weekend at EUIC, we'll definitely see some more. This deck is very, very strong, and the draw engine of Dracoloak is something to behold.
Yeah, I maintain that Dragapult has and always will be one of the best cards that has been printed in the standard format at the moment. I think that there's a huge upside to playing this deck. And now we see Item Lock coming in from Max's side of the field. That Badu coming into the active and attacking with its Itchy Pollen. And now Yasuharu, the one who is locked into that Item Lock. The Gardevoir in the active could be a little bit difficult to move depending on exactly how many energy are in the discard pile. If we've overcommitted, then it might be a little bit easier for Max to come back with this Gardevoir stuck and unable to move.
Thankfully for Yasuharu, he's had more turns than you usually would against Dragapult of having access to your items. So we can definitely see that there's been a lot of potential to actually get those psychic energies into the discard pile. But sadly for us here, we can't see how many are sitting over to the side there. But we've got the Turo scenario, which would be able to pick up the active Gardevoir for a pivot. But yeah, we still only have a Ralts that's sitting down on the other side of the bench for Yasuharu. So if you pick up this Gardevoir now, you might not be able to get back up into a Gardevoir this turn, considering you are under item lock, stopping you from playing any potential rare candies. Looks like he's electing to free up those energies by picking up the Jellicent. So freeing up those 3 gets us to access the retreat on our Gardevoir EX. And maybe we'll find a different attacker to pivot into for this turn.
Yeah, and that extra damage on the Gardevoir, the Itchy Pollen, plus the 20 from Gardevoir EX, accelerating the energy, gives Yasuharu enough energy on the board to knock out that Itchy Pollen Badu in. Now down to 3 prizes. We've got some choices to make. Are we going to be attacking with Gardevoir, or are we going to be choosing another attacker? And a little bit of a difficulty on the stream there, moving some, getting some vision locked up for a second. But it looks like we're back here, and now there's some extra energy on that Gardevoir, ready to retreat, and we'll be heading into another attacker. Could potentially be a. Looks like we've got a Frillish on the bench. Or some confusion. Here we go.
Yeah, it looks like the Frillish didn't come back down potentially after the Turo scenario. So we'll see if they're able to reverse. They should be able to reverse the board state if it was put down into play. However, if it was still in hand, we will not be able to retreat back into the Frillish.
Yeah, the difficulty here is if the Frillish wasn't in play, which it didn't look like it was, the retreat had already started. You cannot retreat into a Pokemon that isn't on the bench, even if you intended for it to be there. So the judge here identifying that that is the case, will have to have that Frillish back in the hand, and a retreat now from the Gardevoir. I think we've already committed to it. I just need to confirm exactly what the play is going to be here. But my gut feeling is that you are not going to be able to retreat into that Frillish. It wasn't on the bench, and thus you'll need to retreat into some other attacker.
Yeah, from the hand signals there from the judge, it looked like a pretty strict. This Frillish is not going to be making its way down into play this turn, so we're just going to have to decide some way to pivot. Obviously, having international players as well, that does require some form of translation potentially as well. So as a judge, you might have to work around a little bit of a language barrier when you're trying to work out some of these revises for different board states. So I think at the moment it might take us a little while. If we need to, we can get a translator if there's one in the vicinity to come over and help us out with the situation. But for the moment, we're doing it looks like a hand placed face down. So I think we're locking the hand away so that there's going to be nothing else going on in there. But we'll see what the judges work out for this one.
Yeah, it's a really frustrating position to be in, because from Yasuharu's position, he knows exactly what he intended to do. Picking up that Frillish and putting it back down thanks to the Professor Turo was always what he was thinking of doing. But unfortunately, you can't play the game based on what you were thinking about doing. You have to do it based on what's actually happening. And from Max's perspective, he's seen a player retreat a Gardevoir into a Pokemon that wasn't on the bench. And from his side of the field, he's saying, hey, you can't just do that. We need to have some sort of ruling here. And I think if there's going to be a ruling, it's going to be that Yasuharu has committed to this retreat. He's going to need to retreat to one of the 4 Pokemon that are on his bench. And one of those Pokemon is not that Frillish. So that's a little disappointing from his perspective. But of course, we'll wait and see. And the difficulty is we've got a game here where we've got 2 players who are speaking different languages, and the stakes literally couldn't be higher. You must win in order to get yourself into the top 8.
Thankfully here, as a judge, this is a pretty easy solve. Obviously, there was no additional information gained, so most likely the result here won't affect how the rest of this matchup turns out. From obviously not the optimal play that we wanted to see from Yasuharu, but I mean, we're still going to be able to keep playing this out. There shouldn't be any prize penalties or any higher level, punishments put down into play. So it's just going to have to be sorting out the situation. And then just once we've got that locked in, continuing the play as normal. The board state at the moment isn't too bad still. We've got, there's a Dreepy in the active, which can be like knocked out from the Monkey Dory using the Mind Bend once it moves a damage counter across. So, still racing through those prizes for Yasuharu isn't going to be too bad, even if he does have to resort to retreating into a single prize Pokemon like the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, it does look like we can see a few extra hands coming onto the screen now. It looks like that translator has made their way across. And based on those hand movements, it looks to me like we are explaining, yes, the energy will already off of the Gardevoir. You must retreat into one of the 4 Pokemon that were on your bench. Once that has occurred, then you can bench the Frillish, then you can do whatever you like. But we do need to retreat this Gardevoir into one of the 4 cards that are on the board. And as you mentioned, Tom, probably the best option if we have to move into one of them is going to be that Monkey Dory. It could potentially take a knockout this turn. You might even choose to go into the Latias if you're feeling really brave. That could potentially attack as well. But it depends, of course, what the other cards in Yasuharu's hand are. He would obviously prefer to have the item lock, but that's not going to be happening. We've finally got ourselves a decision here, and it looks like that Latias will be the selected option. We're going to accelerate some energy there thanks to Gardevoir EX. Some extra damage counters for Monkey Dory to throw around. And now with 1 extra energy attachment, that Latias EX can actually attack. And there's the Dark Energy. So this Dreepy in the active, not long for this world. It will be heading to the discard pile after it's knocked out. The question now is, does Yasuharu want to re-bench that Frillish? Or now that he's attacking with Latias instead, could there potentially be a better option for him on the bench?
It is a little bit dangerous right now. He only has the 1 Monkey Dory, and he's used his manual attachment already. So this active Latias will be in range of getting knocked out by a Dragapult coming into Max's next turn. So it's a little bit risky putting that into play, but it's not often that we do get to see the Latias actually taking a knockout. We've got an Iono coming down right now for Max. He's drawing a whole 6 cards still, whilst Yasuharu is only drawing 2. So not as much card draw, but we do have the Mew on the other side of the board for Yasuharu, so he gets to draw an additional 1. We're seeing the Recon directives finally coming out for Max, just making a decision on which ones he wanted to grab there. Looks like it might have been an energy snag.
Looks like we're potentially going to get a chance to attack with Dragapult. It's a really obvious and good move to attack into this Latias, but the problem's going to be Yasuharu still only needs 2 prizes. Even with that awkward judge situation, his situation is still really, really positive. So Max likely to come forward with a Dragapult EX attack here. The Phantom Dive will do 200 damage to the active, take a knockout there, and then place 6 damage counters on the bench. But what are those 6 damage counters realistically going to do? And will you be able to make a game of it if you do find yourself in that position? It's going to be really tricky. Yasuharu in a very commanding spot, but he only has 2 cards in hand. And it looks like we're just retreating into Dreepy and a pass for Max. So refusing to engage, we're just going to wait. We're going to try and perhaps remove some of the other attackers on Yasuharu's side of the field. Maybe get a read of the hand first.
Yeah, getting a read would be really good. If you leave a Dragapult in the active, it's so scary very dangerous as a Clefairy just put into play can immediately knock that out. So it looks like we've got a Screamtail still having access to Yasuharu in the hand there, with a manual attachment looking like it's making its way onto that one as well. Interestingly enough, with the Skyliner ability on that Latias, it will make it a little bit harder to free up some of those energies, as you've just promoted a Pokemon that once it retreats for free, you can't remove those energies like you usually would with Gardevoir EX.
And one of the things that Latias obviously will be able to do, though, is take a knockout. If Yasuharu would like to, that Dreepy is one free prize. And that really forces Max into an awkward position. He needs to choose then. Am I going to be taking a knockout on this Latias and giving my opponent the game? Or am I going to have to try and gust around whilst also manipulating the amount of cards that Yasuharu has in order to try and best manipulate this situation into my favor? There's a little bit of confusion there about the shuffle. It looks like that's been resolved. We've got a couple of energy off of our Earthen Vessel, and now we are making a decision. Are we going to knock out this Dreepy, send us down to one prize card remaining, or are we going to retreat? Possibly retreating, it looks like it might be the option, retreating into the Monkey Dory, perhaps.
Yeah, Monkey Dory making its way into the active if you've still got the ability to get one energy attached to it, which he does with the Psychic Embrace. He can take the knockout on this Dreepy right here with the Adrenabrain movement. So here we go, Adrenabrain deciding where to put those damage counters, moving them off the Latias, maybe. Ooh, he's trying to free up some damage somewhere to make sure that he's got a line. It looks like the Gardevoir is going to be the choice, and away the Dreepy goes. One prize remaining in this game. Not a bad position to be in the first game in your winning into top 8.
Certainly not. Max now in a position that Dragapult finds itself in quite often. 6 prizes to 1. It's not impossible for him to win from here, and the Counter Catcher is going to be a really pivotal card now, bringing that Gardevoir EX into the active. And now, as we mentioned before, it can be really, really tough to get that Gardevoir out if you don't have access to energy. Look at all the energy that are on Yasuharu's side of the field. Maybe this is the break that Max needs to start putting some pressure on. There's only one Monkey Dory down, means that only 30 damage is going to be coming back. Max could potentially snag this one, attack with Dragapult a couple of times in a row, and potentially give himself a victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, 6 prize cards is definitely not hard for Dragapult to be able to take, especially once we've built up, enough of a board that we can start spreading those damage around and then throwing some back with the Monkey Dory. Unluckily for Max, 1 prize on Yasuharu's board does mean that he can't pop any of his Dusclops or Dusknoir, which is unfortunate for lining up a potential board wipe play with that extra damage that those would be able to bring to the table. We're chucking some damage onto the Gardevoir with a Phantom Dive, and then it looks like we're spreading around with 6 total being added to the routes, and then 3 moved onto the Monkey Dory. Might be trying just to remove this Monkey Dory from play in the upcoming turns.
Well, yeah, it might be that Max is trying to just give himself all of the damage that he possibly can. 200 on the active is nothing to sneeze at. There's an energy attachment from hand. Do we have an extra energy in the discard pile for Yasuharu to be able to retreat this Gardevoir EX? If he does have that, you've got to think that that would be pretty close to game. The Screamtail on the bench and the Monkey Dory should be able to take a knockout on any one of Max's benched 90 HP Pokemon. So you'd have to think that that is a potential option for him. But the fact that it hasn't come out yet suggests to me that maybe Gardevoir could be struggling for those energy attachments. It is going to just be a pass. So Max given another chance here. And the real challenging thing will now be, from Yasuharu's perspective, how do I actually take these knockouts, especially if Max attempts to count both Gardevoir pieces this turn?
What an incredible game we've had so far. This has been a massive swing. We had Yasuharu being so far ahead initially, and now Max finally able to make a pivot and find a line that's really strong. We've got even an Iono to 1 coming down, while potentially removing this Mew EX from play. It currently only has 180 HP, which means it'll get instantly knocked out by a Phantom Dive. If you can spread that additional damage down, it will be absolutely detrimental. We'll see what Yasuharu is able to draw off of this Iono to 1 next turn, just identifying where he wants to put the damage counters. Looks like he might be trying to remove them from play, or he's going to pivot to just dropping a couple on the Monkey Dory and then just wiping off the routes completely.
Yeah, it's a real tough spot to be in. Yasuharu only has 2 cards, but one of them is Lily's Clefairy. If you were ever going to see a single card off of an Iono, that would have been the one. So you've got to think, from Max's perspective there. So unlucky to shuffle that card into Yasuharu's hand, but it just goes to show how easy it can be for Gardevoir to pull off some attacks, able to win that game thanks to that Lily's Clefairy.
The scary thing about Dragapult is it's so good at making comebacks, but it means that you also have to be so close to losing at that point in time as well. So if only one thing goes wrong, it can be incredibly risky to have something like just a one card in hand drop of a Lily's Clefairy, and then that game just immediately pivots to going up to your opponent's side. So we've got Yasuharu and Max shuffling up to see what they might be able to do for this game number 2. We are unsure how much time's left in the round, but I'd imagine there probably might be around 25 minutes. So it's going to have to be a fast game 2 if Max wants to try and make it through a game 3.
Definitely, and this is the thing, is you need to make it through a game 3. For both of these players, a tie is not enough. You must win in order to give yourself a berth into that top 8. A tie is just not going to do it. So Yasuharu now 1 game away from being able to find his way to that top 8, give himself the chance to win this tournament. Max is going to need to really push to try and get 2 full games in whilst winning them both.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough spot to be in. But looks like Max starting finally with an Itchy Pollen, Badu in the active. So that's going to be big. Last game, he was not able to find any item lock until about like turn 4 or 5. So starting that in the active is going to be really strong for him. Yasuharu playing all the items, I'd imagine, out of his hand this turn. We're starting off with the nest ball, get to feel what prize cards we have available. He also does want to be, making sure he's got this entire game planned out for himself. Depending on how much time is in the round, he knows what he wants to be doing to position himself this game for the best win outcome. We're flicking through over onto, Max's side of the field. He's going to have to be planning out his ideal strategy to win a little bit faster than what happened last game. He played it for a long period of time. Sadly, didn't get the outcome that he wanted. But yes, this time he's going to have to go pretty turbo.
Yeah, at least he's got that Badu in the active. You can see Yasuharu also getting himself access to his item lock through the Frillish. We're looking now at another opportunity for some item lock. And I'm just having a bit of a think, actually, Tom, about that last game. I'm thinking about it. What was the attacker that Yasuharu was going to use to attack with that Clefairy? I'm not sure that there was necessarily 100% confirmed knockout on the board, but hey, the game's finished now. It doesn't matter.
Sadly, once you shuffle up your cards and you go next, we're kind of at an irredeemable board state.
We're moving on. It might have been the Latias, to be honest. I was just making sure that I knew exactly what was
going on.
I'm
pretty sure we had at least something locked away. All right, we've got the Itchy Pollen most likely coming out here. If you're going to be making your way into this next turn, we've got the extra attach, and I think Yasuharu making his way down to Australia, he might need to get an antihistamine for this last. Winning into top 8 as he's getting Itchy Pollen for turn.
Absolutely. There's lots of sniffling going on that side of the board. And the question now is going to be, is Yasuharu able to get his item lock off without being able to use items of his own? We've got Monkey Dory in the active and a Lily's Determination shuffling the hand into the deck and drawing 8 cards since he's not taken a prize. That gives him a really good chance to draw into an energy. But this is the thing, right? If you don't find it, you can't search for it with Earthen Vessel. That Badu in the active for Max has already prevented you from doing that.
Yeah, it's really, really like the ideal play that you want to go for as Dragapult at the moment is most matchups start off with that item lock and just hope your opponent isn't able to set up while you gain those turns back, able to evolve into your Dracloaks and progress your board state, and then find those win conditions later down the track. Sadly, item locking doing 10 damage isn't as aggressive as you could be, but I mean, once you build up that board state, you can actually decide, I can now target these Pokemon down, I can start speeding this up, and I will be able to find my win conditions later down the track.
There is that energy attachment for Yasuharu. He'll be able to retreat now. And the rout's a really critical piece that we weren't talking about. Now that that's in play as well, we've got a much better chance to try and win this game for Yasuharu. Gardevoir EX, obviously critical in this particular matchup. The deck is named after it after all. There's the Frillish into the attack. Oceanic Gloom for 20 damage into the Badu. And now Max speeding along, knowing he has to move. He has to give himself as much time as possible to try and win 2 games. Going to move some damage off of this Badu thanks to Monkey Dory, place that on the routes, and then straight in to the Itchy Pollen.
Definitely, if you want to be going fast, having your opponent also item locking while you're item locking them will slow the game down a bit. So we want to make sure that we are trying to, yes, play all the turns and all the actions that we are playing out as fast as possible so that it frees up time in other parts of the game so that we are actually giving ourselves enough to be able to take the victory here and then conclude with the game 3. Yasuharu managing to find a second route, which is really good if you're getting more damage thrown back at you and potentially knocking out your route slowly over a couple of turns. Getting a second one down is really strong.
Yes, and now the Jellison in the active becomes a real threat. Monkey Dory moving into the active for Max. We're going to draw some more cards with Dracloak and look for some energy and a Dragapult. Latias on the bench, Dragapult from the hand, but there's no energy at the moment. So we'll play our Iono, shuffle the hand to the bottom of the deck and draw 6 cards for Max, 5 for Yasuharu. We're looking for a Luminous Energy or a Fire by the looks of things. But we're just having a quick little chat here again just to make sure that everything is lining up. Not 100% sure exactly what the situation here is. I'm just double checking. There's 5 prize cards on Yasuharu's side of the field. Got 6 on Max's. We're just trying to make sure that everything gets done correctly. And bear in mind, we did have that rather large break whilst we were trying to figure out that Gardevoir retreat situation. So there's going to be a little bit of extra time for these players. In saying that, we're looking at about 20 or so minutes on the match clock. So maybe 25, maybe 30 minutes for this game to conclude. But obviously, the longer we wait for judges to make decisions, the more time these players will have to find a resolution.
Yeah, finding a resolution is going to be definitely, as you said, very important for both of these players right now. If this results in potentially, a judge ruling that speeds the game along a bit, one player out of the 2 might be feeling a little bit happier about that at this point in time. But as we can see on the board right now, if we're able to, move this Jellison out of the active next turn, we played Iono, so we won't be able to use our boss's orders. But unlike the Oceanic Gloom from Frillish, which the moment you announce the attack, you guarantee that item lock. With the Jellison, if it moves from the active, you're free to play whatever cards you want down. So with a routes currently with 6 or with 4 damage counters on them, as well as another routes in play, you can line up a Dragapult Snipe and completely wipe the chance of your opponent establishing a Gardevoir from play in one single attack. We'll see what might happen after we draw some additional cards from if this is the Iono. I did see Max did flash the Lily's Determination, so I don't know whether maybe something was shuffled in by accident, maybe, and he thought that it might have been a different supporter that he played for turn. But obviously the Lily's Determination hand is slightly relevant in what this judge ruling is going to be.
Yeah, it's hard to know since we're not at the table exactly what the problem is. Obviously, it needs to be resolved. It might be based on the amount of cards that players have in hand. It could be based on actions that were taken. It could be something that happened a turn ago that the judge has picked up on and is now trying to rectify. The critical thing is, as long as for either of these players there isn't a massive penalty, it's not going to change too much about the outcome of the game for either player. But for Max, for example, if Yasuharu has to take 2 less prizes to win the game, it could become nearly impossible for him to get himself into that winning position. Still having quite a long chat here. And again, because of Yasuharu and Max speaking different languages, it might be that we're still seeking out those translators to try and confirm exactly what's going on.
It has looked like Yasuharu has fanned out his hand. It might have been like 4 cards that were in there with 5 prizes left. It might have been a chance that he drew 1 less, which would have been a simple fix. So I'd imagine it's something a little bit more advanced.
You'd have to think.
Please just draw 1 additional card.
Probably an easily fixed situation for sure.
But it will be interesting to see whether maybe 1 card might have been revealed, gone astray. But there's also the Iono in Yasuharu's discard pile as well. So maybe it might be, yes, an alignment issue with how many cards were supposed to be in hand at a specific point in time. Maybe the previous turn, there might have been an additional card drawn that people weren't fully aware of. Or potentially we did see at least like 1 knockout this game so far on the Badu. Maybe like an additional prize card might have accidentally been taken, or thinking that they took an additional knockout, or they drew cards that they shouldn't have drawn because they were unaware of like the amount of prize cards that they currently had in play at the time. So yeah, working out that definitely 4 cards face down for Yasuharu in hand. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one just to find out what exactly might have occurred here and what the fix is going to be.
Yeah, certainly will be. We've got plenty of time to have a think at the very least about how both players might be able to push themselves to try and win this game. For Max, the critical thing is going to be he needs to attack with Dragapult. He needs fire energy or he needs some luminous energy to attack. At the moment, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that. Without the pressure of lots of damage counters coming down on the board, it's going to be very hard for him to try and push to a winning position. I'd really love to see a way to knock out both of these routes, and potentially a Dusclops in hand would have been able to do that. But again, he needs the fire energy to be able to attack with that Dragapult. A really difficult spot here for him. Yasuharu, on the other hand, would be feeling okay, not ideal. We've got a couple of routes on the field. A rare candy into Gardevoir would be super, super handy for him. But at the moment, with only a few cards in hand, that's going to be a little bit difficult. Looks like we do have some movement around the table now, so perhaps a resolution coming our way, but not necessarily a huge amount of movement at the moment. Some prize cards being moved. I'm not sure exactly what has occurred here, but we're scooping up the table. Perhaps that is the end of the game. Maybe an error for Max that has cost him an opportunity here to win this match. Not 100% sure. We will try our very best to get in contact with the judges at the table so we can come back to you before our ASIM Cup. But at the moment, it looks to me like our winner of our game was Gardevoir EX. Yasuharu Hayashima manages to find their way into a winning position. We don't know how, but it has happened, Tom.
Yes, that's unfortunately how it can go sometimes. These games are always a little bit wild. Anything can happen. It did look like maybe there was some, positioning of the deck for Max that might have been in the correct spot. There was the Iono pointed out on the other side of the table.
Could have been a shuffle in.
Yeah, it might
like
have been
that.
some kind of shuffling that it made it irredeemable to like recover the state of what the deck was previously. And once you play another Iono, it just keeps building on itself, and then once that's happened, it's a bit hard to try and recover it as a judge to say this is back to where the board state was before. We can continue this game. So unfortunate for Max, but I mean he's had a fantastic weekend so far. I don't know where he'll sit in the end of the standings, but I'd say at least a top 32 position might be likely for him. And maybe even if he's high enough in the resistance, there could be even a top 16 angle.
Yeah, potential cash money there for both of our players. Yasuharu going through to our top 8, you would have to think. Now, we've got 4 or 5 players that we already know. Like we've mentioned, Henry Brand and Brent Tonneson, 2 players that we were watching very carefully, are both into that top 8. We are going to head off for a break now so that we can firstly figure out what just happened, but secondly, find out who our top 8 players are. We've got 4 more games to bring you on our stream. We're going to see asymmetric cut plus our top 8, top 4, and of course our finals. So please stick around for more Pokemon TCG action. We'll be back with more from Sydney Regionals very, very soon.
Hey trainers, my name is Tom and I'm going to take you on a deep dive of all the decks that you might be seeing at this weekend's Sydney Pokemon Regionals. First, let's kick it off with 2 decks that we can almost guarantee to be seeing a whole bunch of on stream this weekend. So let's check out some lists. First up, let's talk about the most played deck at the last couple of regionals, Golden Go EX. We're playing 3 Gimmigles with the minor error running attack. This allows us to search our deck for 2 basic energies and put them into our hand. We're also playing 1 copy of the 50 HP Call for Family Gimmiggle, which can be really handy to get out our Genesect EX to guarantee us a Golden Go next turn. We also have 3 copies of Golden Go EX, which with its Make It Rain attack does 50 damage times every single energy card we discard from our hand, allowing us to take some massive knockouts. We're including a 2-2 line of Solrock and Lunatone. We also have a 1-1 line of the Mega Lopunny EX, which is super handy for taking low to the ground knockouts, and is really good to get through walling Pokemon like Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. I'm also playing 1 copy of Hobbs Cramorant, which is really good in the mirror, allowing you to knock out your opponent's Solrocks whenever your opponent's on 3 or 4 prize cards. We're playing 1 Genesect EX with its Metallic Signal ability, finding us 2 of our evolved Metal Pokemon, as well as a Fezandipity for that Flip the Script, drawing us 3 additional cards. Moving on to our supporters, we're playing 4 Arvins for our item and tool search, 3 copies of Boss's Orders for gusting, 2 Turo Scenario to pick up Pokemon that have damage counters already on board, or anything that gets gets trapped in the active, and 1 Lana's Aid, which is fantastic for us to recover some energies from our discard pile, even while under item lock. Next up, we have our item count. We're playing 4 copies of Nest Ball to find basic Pokemon and put them onto our bench, 4 copies of Superior Energy Retrieval, allowing us to get energy from our discard pile, helping us swing for our big damage with Golden Go's Make It Rain, and 4 copies of my favorite card in the deck, the Fighting Gong. This is a super versatile card, helping us find Soul Rocks and Lunatones, as well as those much needed fighting energies in the early game to either draw some cards or attack with Soul Rock. Playing 3 Earthen Vessels just to get those energies out of the deck, 1 copy of Buddy Buddy Puffin to find our little gimmies, a single copy of Picnic Basket, which is really helpful in matchups like Dragapult or Grimmsnarl, 1 Super Rod to recover some of our resources from the discard pile, and our ace spec for the deck is that Prime Catcher. For our tools, we're running 2 Air Balloons, 1 TM Evolution to get into that Mega Lopunny or a couple of Golden Go. For our stadiums, we're playing 2 copies of Artisan, which is fantastic for finding basic Pokemon under item lock. And finally, we're going into our energies with a total of 8 basic fighting energies and 3 steel type energies. Let's also check out a couple of really popular cards that other Golden Go players might be playing on stream this weekend. A lot of players have been finding some success with the Secret Box ace spec. This is an incredible card allowing you to dig out for a supporter, item card, tool card, and a stadium at the cost of discarding 3 cards from your hand. You may also see a couple of players playing the Strike It Rich Golden Go. This is a 1 prize Pokemon that does 30 damage plus an extra 90 damage if you evolved it this turn. We also might see some Mega Marwell EX, which has been really popular as a counter to Cornerstone, but can also do some sizable damage with its Gobble Down attack, which does 80 damage times the amount of prize cards that you've taken. Finally, we might see a couple of counter catchers out there. A lot of players that have been using the Secret Box ace spec have been pivoting to 1 copy of Counter Catcher as a replacement for their Prime Catcher. Next up, let's take a look at Gardevoir EX. This deck has won the most amount of prize money out of any deck of all time, and with the rotation just around the corner, this is going to be the last OCE region event that's going to have Gardevoir legal for play. Kicking us off, we're starting with 3 copies of the Collect Routes, 2 copies of the 100 HP Curlier, 2 Gardevoir EX, which with its Psychic Embrace ability, allows us to put any Psychic type energies from our discard pile to our Psychic Pokemon in play, with the caveat of putting 2 damage counters on them, which normally wouldn't be ideal. However, we're also playing 3 copies of Monkey Dory, which once they have a Dark type energy attached, it allows us to use its Adrenabrain ability, moving up to 3 damage counters from one of our Pokemon, and sending it over to our opponent's side of the board. We're also including 1 copy of Clefairy EX. Mostly it's included for its Fairy Zone ability, which gives all Dragon-type Pokemon a weakness to Psychic, which is definitely the Achilles heel for Dragapult EX. We're also including 1 Screamtail, which does 20 damage for every damage counter that it's placed on Screamtail, 1 Frillish with the Oceanic Gloom attack, doing 20 damage and establishing an item lock, 1 Mew EX, which can restart to draw some additional cards, but also use Genome Hacking, which can copy our opponent's active Pokemon's attack and throw it right back at them. And finally, we're running 1 Pheasantipity EX. Moving on to our supporters, we've got 4 copies of Iono for Disruption. We're also including 4 copies of Lily's Determination, which as long as we're at 6 prize cards, we could shuffle our hand into our deck and draw 8 fresh cards. And even if we're taking a prize card, we still get a shuffle and refresh to 6. There's also 1 copy of Professor's Research in the deck, 1 Arven to find us an item card as well as a tool, and 1 Professor Turo, which can be incredible for picking up liabilities in play, or also getting a cheeky extra usage out of a Monkey Dory. Digging over to our items, we're playing 4 Ultra Balls, 3 copies of Earthen Vessel, 2 copies of Nest Ball to get some basic Pokemon onto our bench, 2 Counter Catchers to allow us to gust up our opponent's Pokemon into the active if we're behind on prizes, 2 Night Stretchers to recover a basic energy or a Pokemon from our discard pile and put it into our hand, 2 copies of Rare Candy to speed up into our Gardevoir EX. There's also 1 Super Rod, whilst our ace spec for the deck being Secret Box. Our count of tools in the deck is 2 TM Evolutions, 1 Bravery Charm to give our basic Pokemon additional 50 HP. There's also 1 Luxurious Cape in the deck, giving 100 additional HP to Pokemon like Frillish, Screamtail, or Monkey Dories. We're also playing 2 copies of Artisan for our stadiums in the deck. And finally, our energy count is 8 basic Psychic energies and 3 copies of Dark energies for the Monkey Dory. Let's take a look at some of the cards that a high percentage of Gardevoir players are also going to be playing this weekend. Jellicent is definitely going to be a very popular choice for a lot of trainers coming into this tournament, as its Oceanic Curse ability is super strong, item locking your opponent when it's in the active, and also stopping them from playing tool cards, making cards like Arven very, very low value. We'll most likely see a fair few trainers playing the Latias EX as well. This allows your basic active Pokemon to freely pivot out to a bench Pokemon once Latias comes into play with its Skyliner ability. This is super important for making sure you're establishing that turn 1 Oceanic Gloom and putting your opponent under item lock. There also might be a sighting of a couple of Mega Diancies out in the field, as with one of Gardevoir's biggest weakness being any of the Dark type decks in the format, Mega Diancie's super large HP and Steel type weakness really be a thorn in the side of players who are choosing Dark-type decks for this weekend. And coming into this weekend, with Charizard being one of Gardevoir's hardest matchups, there might also be a couple of players out there that are sneaking in a cheeky Rockets Watchtower with a little bit of hand disruption to try and stop Charizard from having access to Pidgeot EX and Noctowl. Thank you all for watching the broadcast, and I'll see you later with some more deck lists.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Pokemon TCG Sydney Regional Championships. We've had a long day with a lot of really hard-fought battles. And what do you think about, Jeremy, of what you've seen today so far?
Definitely think we've had some incredible games that have come through, definitely shown the skill and the diversity of players we have down in our lovely country, down in Australia. I do think we've got some amazing top decks that have made into top 8, and the next 2 decks that are coming on stream, it's going to be an awesome best of 3, I reckon. Definitely.
Yeah, I think so too. We saw it's a big asymmetrical cut. There were 11 players who qualified for the record. I believe players 6 to 11 will be playing in that asymmetrical cut, and 1 to 5 get to sit out for a little bit of time and relax before being thrown into the mix, into the fire.
100%. There, with the new rule of being able to look at the new deck lists, or sorry, the opponent's deck lists before you enter the game. What's your thoughts on that? How do you find that?
I think it's a really good way of leveling the playing field. There's no real surprises going into top cut. Everyone has full knowledge of what their opponents can do, and that allows for these incredible game plans to be set up, just knowing the capabilities and limits. When they're checking discard pile, they're checking what's been used, looking at their prize cards sitting face down. They know what's possible in these games, and that allows these players to make the best possible decisions they can.
Absolutely, and we've seen that, I think it was at the last regionals over in the US, where one player was using Badu to deck out their opponent who was playing Golden Go, because they just they knew the deck list, so they knew they had no way to get energies out, so they were just Itchy Pollen their way to victory. You know me, I absolutely love Itchy Pollen. It's a fantastic card. And yeah, it definitely makes for interesting plays being able to know your opponent's deck list. So it's going to be interesting to see the choices that do come out from these players, knowing their opponent's deck list. So they can't really hide anything, any secret text that they might have had throughout this tournament that might have given them a helping hand throughout the actual game, because their opponent just knows what it is and they know how to look out for it. And being such a long event, all these players that you do see definitely will be very experienced, very capable, and pretty much just know what every card does in everybody's deck. They'll see it and they won't be surprised about, that'll be a cool tech.
Now that you mention, I think it'd be a great opportunity to have a look at the standings here if we can get them up, and we can see who's made our asymmetrical cut and the top 8.
Absolutely. I've already seen a brief look at it, and we've got quite a few common names that we tend to see at the top. But at the same time, we've also got some different players that we don't normally see there, which is very awesome and very exciting to see. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It is going to be awesome.
We see a good mix of Australian and overseas players. I believe it's 8 Australians and 3 players from overseas. Notably, let's look at Brent Tonneson and Henry Brand, 2 names always seen near the top. Tim Franklin, who burst into the scene a couple of years ago, and now he's the household name in the Pokemon TCG community. Absolutely. And now you have up-and-comers in the past few years like Lucas Hamilton Foster, someone who came from seniors, not with the distinguished resume that a lot of other talented seniors come with, but he's come into Masters a few years after and just burst into the scene, taking multiple top 8s and really cementing his position as the Australia's elite.
Absolutely, and it's been very impressive watching his journey as well. He's consistently been up at the top, if it's at top tables or if it's at to the top of the event. He's consistently done well, so I'll be really interested to see how he goes through this through the rest of this event and see where he comes out of. What with your predictions? What have they changed at all? Because I know you were on the Gardevoir EX and the Frillish. Yeah. Has your predictions changed at all since the start of this event?
Well, I got my boy Brent Tonneson in top 8 already confirmed to not be playing an ASIM and just straight to top 8. He is repping the Gardevoirs and the Frillish. So if he is to come out on top, I'd be feeling pretty good about it. But looking at the rest of the top 8, there's not many Gardevoir and Frillish in there.
No, there is not, but there is a Golden Go there. So I am pretty happy to see that there's a Golden Go and there's a Gardevoir, so I'm fairly safe. I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% certain about the others. It looks like we're setting up now. So we got Lucas Hamilton Foster on the right-hand side, shuffling up, versus Charlie Lockyer, who is a US player. Fantastic that he's come all this way to play this regionals. It's awesome to see. And this should be a fantastic game. I would imagine these two players, very extinguished, have a lot of different achievements on their resume. So this will be awesome to see. Also, same color sleeves. That's also awesome to see.
Yeah, it will be a really incredible matchup. On the right-hand side, we do have Lucas playing Goldengo. And on the left-hand side, Charlie is playing Absol. But he might have a little fun tech in there to make the Goldengo matchup a little bit more bearable. And for some context, this is an ASIM cut match. Charlie and I had a chat before this, and he did say that he has never won in top 8. Not a single game, not in a single game. So if he is to go on and win this match, and then go into top 8, maybe he can break that curse. But he has a formidable Australian in his way first to get through.
Absolutely. I will admit I am very partial to Charlie's deck because I very much love Mega Absol. So this will be a very interesting game. But it does look like Lucas starts off the game with discarding that tool card with
the Vitality Band.
Thank you very much, Vitality Band, with Earthen Vessel searching his deck for two basic energies. And definitely doing that quick deck search. This player's playing very fast because time is a big important factor in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think Lucas had much work looking at that hand. I'm sure he would prefer to be going in with something else. He should be wary, but after being able to see the deck list, he'll be able to see that specific resource that Charlie has, which you want to get online as fast as possible. But I can't spoil that for our lovely viewers out there. They'll just have to wait and see what it is.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure they'll see that very, very soon. I think that's a very crucial card in this matchup. But we don't know because Lucas does know of that secret tech in that deck. So we'll definitely see. So It looks like discarding the Petrarun as well as a Dark Energy, searching for a Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie would be here just trying to draw some cards. His hand also didn't look that great to start with. Lucas has, a lot of cards in hand, but not much board state. So it'll be interesting to see. It could be a slow start from both of them, but this run errand ability, as we know, is so strong, being able to come in the active and draw those 2 cards per turn. So I think Charlie can definitely get out of this, but Charlie's not the only one with a card that gets to draw 2 cards if it's in the active, as Lucas does have many Goldengo in his deck. So maybe we'll be seeing a back and forth of a lot of draw power from here from both sides.
Absolutely. And the best way to win a game is draw a lot of cards. And that's what both these decks do the best. They draw cards.
Let's see what Charlie drew here. Anything interesting?
Can't really see anything from that hand. Just the angle. It looks like there's Dark Energy here. We'll attach to the Mega Kangaskhan.
And the Iono. Looks like he's tossing him to play it. He's wondering if Lucas actually has a good hand or not. But Lucas could be bluffing here. And maybe Lucas, he might be happy about that and might be devastated. He might have had the perfect hand to take out this Mega Kangaskhan immediately.
Absolutely. It's always a risk when your opponent doesn't do much. You always think, are they going to do something with that hand? Are they just going to explode next turn? Or have they bricked? There we go. The Hisuian...
the Toad School.
Yeah.
The Toad School?
Tentacle.
Eventually we'll get into the Toad School, which has an incredibly powerful ability which prevents the opponent from actually from grabbing stuff out of their discard. And what does Goldengo love doing most?
Getting energies.
From the discard.
Absolutely. So it definitely puts a lot of pressure on Lucas. He can't discard as much as he would like throughout the game. And with Make It Rain discarding energies from your hand to the discard pile, they tend to try to return them with the superior energy retrieval. So with having that Toad Scroll there with its amazing ability, definitely puts that pressure on. So Lucas might be wanting to target that down pretty early on, I would imagine. But he still has to worry about the Mega Kangaskhan, the Mega Absol that's in the deck. They're big threats. So it does look like he plays Arven.
If Lucas does have the option to go for that Prime Catcher, that would be ideal. But I don't see it in hand just yet, because he'd want to get rid of that Toad Scroll as soon as possible. But if he doesn't have to burn that many energies here, which he would have to for this Mega Kangaskhan, then he can just chase it down a little bit later anyway.
Completely agree. Looks like getting that Soul Rock into play. potentially trying to get that good old Lunatone Soul Rock package underway.
Yeah.
Drawing cards with that, as well as potentially just doing a solid amount of damage to that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, if he is able to get this Lunatone out, and potentially he could just start softening up the Kangaskhan with the Soul Rock, that would activate the option of the Monkey Dory. But with no Monkey Dories on the field or any energy setup, maybe that soften up will come in useful, especially in that Toad Scroll setup.
I completely agree, yes. And with my understanding, Mega Kangaskhan has weakness to fighting, so that would just be piling on the damage onto the Mega Kangaskhan.
You would say that, Jeremy, but on Cosmic Beam, it does say weakness does not apply.
It does. Which I do think is fairly relevant here. Because if it did do that extra damage, it could definitely help with this situation. But it looks like he just plays down the Gimmighoul and passes.
A very conservative route from Lucas. He knows he can't overextend just yet. Maybe he's waiting to see if he can get that boss to target down that Toad Scroll, ideally using the Soul Rock to take it out so he doesn't have to extend more energy resources that he would like to.
So it looks like Charlie's just finding out how many cards is in Lucas's hand, potentially seeing if he's got, I would imagine Iona would be an option with that hand, but he does go for the Arven to more initiate his board. Looks like there's a Precious Trolley there just to help him set up his the rest of his field.
Charlie needs to set up that field as fast as possible and apply the pressure on Lucas. Historically, this is a pretty rough matchup, and that's why the Toad Scroll is there, to essentially give the Absol deck a chance at defeating Goldengo. As we know, I would say it's 75-25 at maybe 80-20, but with the Toad Scroll, it brings it closer to that 50-50 mark, and then we can potentially see a really great game from both sides here.
Couldn't agree more. Definitely with getting that Toad Scroll into play, definitely does even out this matchup more than it is just one-sided. So Charlie really has to get this board initiated. I did see the TM to power up the energies on his field has just been grabbed.
Energized.
That's it. It looks like he's probably going to utilize that this turn to maybe power up the Absol, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think that would be the smart bet. And potentially if he has an energy attachment, he would maybe save that for the Absol. Yeah, there we go. Save that Absol because he needs to get that Claw of Darkness going as soon as possible and try and get rid of those super energy retrievals just in case the Toad Scroll doesn't come online.
Absolutely. I do really like how he did attach that Brave Charm to the Tentacle. Purely just to give it more HP so it just doesn't get KO'd too very quickly.
Yeah, and essentially preventing from the Soul Rock from taking the KO on it now. So essentially Lucas will probably have to go in with the Goldengo and use some resources. He's really hoping he doesn't have those super energy retrievals in hand for that immediate response of Claw of Darkness, because he would definitely need those for later in the game. I feel like Charlie might be trying to bait out Lucas to take this big 3-prize knockout and then slam that Toad Scroll down to make this game as hard as possible for Lucas to finish off.
Couldn't agree more. It looks like the Lunatone has just been played. So that's Soul Rock Lunatone package is now live and able to draw more cards, which is fantastic because that's all a Goldengo wants to do. Just keep drawing cards till you see what you need.
Drawing cards does win games, Jeremy, and both of us do love drawing cards of the decks we played in our careers. And I see that Lucas has drawn that secret box. So if Lucas wants to do anything this turn, I think it's possible at this point.
Absolutely. Secret box, being able to get so many cards out of your deck, discarding 3 cards, but you get to search pretty much one of everything. So you get 1 energy, 1 supporter, 1 stadium, 1 tool card, and with my understanding, 1 item as well.
Yeah, that's all the full package, my friend. The full package. But it'll be really interesting to see what Lucas gets here. I know Lucas better than anyone else would know exactly what he needs in this situation. A man not afraid of, showing exactly what he's capable of. That's why he's here in asymmetrical chart cut and on stream.
Absolutely. Definitely a powerful player and very knowledgeable. He's been playing for years. I remember when he was in seniors and now look, he's in masters and he's that close to a top 8. It's fantastic to see. But I'm pretty sure Charlie also knows exactly what he's doing. He's been playing for that many years. He definitely knows the exact routes that he has to take to close out this game. Both these players, I think, have been playing this already so perfectly that it's only game 1.
This is anyone's game at this point. I don't know how we can call it, but maybe Lucas is going to go on the aggressive here, that's what Goldango does best. And playing conservative isn't always the way to go with these kind of decks.
Sometimes if it's like there's boss's orders, and it looks like I think it's going to be a very, very quick KO. Yep. So I believe without that Pokemon in play, I do think this is more favored towards Goldango. But I would imagine Charlie might play more than one in his deck.
I can imagine so. Maybe it's a 2-1 or a 2-2 line. They've seen the deck list, but yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens here on out. And that Claw of Darkness has to come in and has to take a certain resource. I know he wants to get those super energy retrievals, but there's still probably 4 in Lucas's deck, assuming none of them are prized. So this will be an interesting game from here on out.
Absolutely. And with Claw of Darkness, unfortunately not doing 260 damage to knock out a Goldango, only doing 200, does make this a little bit more tougher because you can't really utilize the Monkey Dory moving the damage off yourself, because what does Goldango do? It just hits makes it rain. Hits you for whatever you need.
I mean, you've seen many Goldango players in the past like to make their energy rain on stream. So will Lucas bless us with that one later on in the stream with 7 energies?
Oh, potentially, we'll see. Looks like there's a Pokegear 3.0 that's just been played. So look at the top 7, pick a supporter, put it in your hand, and you shuffle the rest back into your deck. Very powerful card for when you're digging for that specific supporter you need. That's a boss or an Iono. I would imagine it would be an Iono at this point if a Claw of Darkness is going to be coming into play.
Yeah, but we did see earlier today the power of that Pokegear after Jack earlier today had been Iono to 2 and needed that boss again. And I did not able to catch what Charlie put there.
That was boss's orders.
Boss's orders. So maybe, I don't know where Charlie would go with this. Maybe chasing down the Gimmighoul, but I imagine it'd be putting the immediate pressure and the Night Stretcher immediately on the Toedscruel, forcing Lucas to maybe chase it down. Only one Toedscruel on the bench, having to bring down that Latias instead of potentially a Petrarunt to get this Absol on the active and start applying the pressure.
And we're discarding the Petrarunt that early on. I definitely do believe the Latias is definitely the right play. Being able to move that Mega Kangaskhan with a very, very thick 3 retreat from the active to the bench. Going into the Yveltal with that corner attack boss, the Lunatone. This is actually a very, very smart play. This definitely helps Charlie set up and stall those key turns that he needs to be able to set up and make sure Lucas doesn't really play the game.
Yes, I do believe that Lucas may have a few ways to get out of it. A lot of Goldango's decks play the Prime Catcher and the Turo, so that could be a way around this. But this Yveltal will buy Charlie a couple turns, but at this point, maybe Lucas only needs to grab those 5 more prizes. But I don't think he can deny looking at the toad on the bench just staring at him. If he has to get rid of something, it surely has to be that.
And absolutely, and definitely with playing Secret Box in Lucas's deck, Prime Catcher will not be an option, so he will have to go for that Turo. So that means, with my understanding, he won't be able to gust up this turn.
This is true. And by having to go for that Turo as well, even if he is to do it, can't Charlie just go and grab the Solrock later? I think potentially going in early by grabbing the Solrock and Lunatone wasn't the strategy to do here, and maybe it would have been to grab those Goldengos potentially.
Oh, there's the Turo. So Turo, you get to pick up one of your Pokemon, put it in your hand. So looks like he's done that just so that clutch attack is not played and affecting him. So looks like Lucas might be able to take a knockout here, but he would need 3 energies to do it, which feels so bad for only taking a 1 prize Pokemon, discarding that many, especially when you know your opponent might actually just get that Tentacruel out next turn just to stop cards from your discard pile going back to your hand.
Yeah, and then once that happens, it's already an energy retrieval gone. I think he's trying to do this in a defensive way so that potentially he can't get those energies back next turn, so he has to get them back now to take this knockout. But when that a deck like Charlie's, I don't think Lucas can disrupt his hand. Most Goldengos don't play anything like Iono, so Charlie will be able to use what he has and he'll be able to build on that hand with the Mega Kangaskhan and the free retreat ability coming from the Latias.
Absolutely, and I definitely think this is a really good option. Understanding that Charlie might just have that lock next turn, and getting the energies out of your discard pile. I think that's a fantastic play on Lucas's part. Now taking another prize there, so Lucas going down to 4 prizes while Charlie's still at 6. So it means Lucas is ahead right now, but I'd be a little scared about that green guy on the bench.
Yeah, it's definitely staring. It's not just staring Lucas in the face; it's staring us right in the face. It's almost inevitable at this point. I feel like with a hand that big, Charlie, you got to slam down the toad scroll, man.
Yeah, but absolutely, when he gets the chance to, I almost guarantee you it will go through the table.
Yeah, I can imagine. And then you'll probably see Lucas's reaction here. He knows it's coming, but I think it's sitting in the corner of his hand there. Is he going to break the bad news to Lucas or not?
We'll definitely see. I do think it is very interesting that Lucas didn't opt to go for Golden Goes, just to be able to draw more cards through the deck. But there would definitely be a reason. Looks like Charlie's. There we go.
There it is.
The lock has now been played, and Lily's Determination has been also played. So Charlie's shuffling his hand into his deck to draw 8 cards. So Toadscroll, with that ability, like we said earlier, not allowing their opponent getting any cards out of their discard pile to their hand, which is such a detrimental ability to Golden Go. Too many cards they want discarded.
I was surprised by Charlie's hesitation there, but the stream, we have to remember, it is something that can be very nerve-wracking for players, and these are high-pressure situations, and Charlie is playing a formidable opponent. Lucas is as well, so maybe that's why the hesitation came from slamming that Toadscroll down, but now the mist energy is also on the Toadscroll.
Absolutely. Mist energy, stopping all effects of attacks done to the Pokemon it's attached to. So I rather think it's an interesting play, attaching that to Toadscroll, but I think it's also very smart at the same time. So it looks like absolutely.
See the Cramorant in Lucas's deck. It's very
Hops
cool.
Cramorant, yes. Great card, especially when your opponent's on 4 prizes.
Yeah, and there we go. That Super Energy Retrieval is about to be discarded. As we mentioned earlier, Lucas only has 2 left in his deck. Not that they're useful right now, but I think he'll be wanting to try and take out that Toadscroll as fast as possible.
Absolutely. If I guarantee you, if Lucas sees a boss's orders in his hand, he's going to throw that down. But I don't think we've seen that then. But we might see it with coin bonus, drawing 2 cards when Golden goes in the active, or if he's on the bench, only drawing 1. So we'll see what Lucas's decision here is.
Yeah, it looks like it's a very tough board state to deal with. He'd potentially want to get another Goldengo down, but putting that Lunatone down would just put him at risk of the exact same thing that he suffered before with the Yveltal, and having that clutch cornering him yet again. Lucas will have to pull something together here, and I know he's perfectly capable of this, but he'll have to draw the cards at the same time. It can't just be pure brilliance.
Absolutely. Lucas currently using the stadium to search his deck for a basic Pokemon. I would imagine he would be just going for just maybe another Gimmighoul to thin the deck. Thinning right now is definitely important because you don't necessarily want to be seeing these Pokemon when you do draw. You want to be seeing the exact right cards. For example, a boss's orders. It might give you that just 1% chance extra of drawing into the boss's orders when it is that crucial time, which I would imagine is now.
Yeah. And you potentially need to get another Goldengo down because I can't imagine this Goldengo will be staying on the field much longer.
Absolutely. With my understanding, I don't know how many energies is in Lucas's hand, so he would need 6 energies to knock out this Mega Absol, which I feel like is a tall order, but he is holding a bunch of cards in his hand right now, so I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like maybe going for the Absol could be something of bait here. He's playing down the Cramorant, which would be incredibly efficient energy attacker, but he doesn't have that Vitality Band as well, which would have been helpful to add a bit of extra damage there. But it looks like Lucas will have to play the conservative route and hope that Claw of Darkness doesn't take a valid resource. But here's the Arven. He can't use the Super Energy Retriever right now due to that Toadscroll. So maybe he just has to play the Patient Game until he can take that Toadscroll out.
Absolutely. So playing Arven and then also using Super Rod?
Yep. So he's got the Super Rod and he's putting it back into his deck as Toad School's ability is only to hand, I believe.
Absolutely. And maybe the other, with my understanding, was just for a fail.
Oh no, you got the Super Rod.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't see that. Yeah, so Super Rod shuffling up to 3 in any combination of basic energy and Pokemon from your discard pile back into your deck. Fantastic way for Lucas to be able to get the energies back into his deck, which is exactly what he needs to do because he can't get them out of the discard pile. So this is the optimal way of getting them back, with my understanding.
Yeah, goes around that Toad School ability, and yeah, Lucas does opt for patience here, just sacrificing the Goldengo most likely to another Core of Darkness. He just has to really hope he didn't draw into another Super Energy Retrieval or potentially Lana's Aid if that is in his list.
Absolutely. And this will mean also Charlie is going to build up his board state a little bit more as well to put on that pressure even more on Lucas. After this, more than certain when Goldengo does go down, they'll both be at 4 prizes. But with that Toad Scroll in play, that does put in that much pressure. But it does allow the Hops Cramorant to be alive now with its attack, doing 120 if your opponent's on 4 prizes, which is just so strong for 1 energy attack.
Yeah, I guess he's basically baiting out Charlie to take that so he can go after that Toad Scroll and use an energy efficient attacker in that scenario. I suspect this is exactly why Lucas is out of the Hops Cramorant there. Look at it looking left-hand side of the screen. It's looking menacingly. Yep. It's definitely hungry for some mushrooms right now.
Absolutely. And so it's actually when your opponent's on 3 or 4 prizes, my understanding, I thought it was 4. That's why it was so good in the pre-releases. But 120 is a lot of damage to do, and it can definitely stack up very quickly, allowing things to be 2-shot very consistently.
I think you're thinking about Baby Buzzwole, my friend.
I am. My bad. Good times.
Definitely a card of old, and this feels very reminiscent of it. And 120 damage to 1 energy on a single prizer, I don't think you could ask for much more than that. And there is the Watchtower, which will not affect the Cramorant.
No, that Watchtower is it's definitely a good card to play at the time, but right now it's not affecting Lucas in any way, shape, or form.
Looks like with Lucas's hand, there wasn't many crazy resources in there. Maybe he's okay. But there is that Genesect in there, but I'm not sure. Oh, yep. Yeah, there we go. It had to go because otherwise Lucas sort of had the access to the 2 resources there. But with a 1 prize board, I think Lucas is in good position here.
Absolutely. That Genesect allowing you to get 2 metal Pokemon from your deck to your bench. It's just
to your hand.
To your hand, yeah. It's just too strong. So that's why Charlie definitely targeted that.
Yeah, he can't really bench that Lunatone at this point at the expense of that potential clutch, but maybe he's just going to try and soften up the Sapsol if he doesn't have a Boss's Order in hand, because I don't believe he top-decked one.
No, I absolutely think softening up this Mega Absol is definitely a good play as well. But also, I don't believe Lucas would be worried too much about the Yveltal doing that play anymore, because it looks like Charlie is just going in to try to close out this game.
Yeah, well, we'll see in the next few turns, because if Lucas is managed to chase down this Toad Scroll, I wouldn't be surprised. But there's the Boss's Orders.
There we go. We didn't even see it.
It looks like he just got that off the Lunatone, so you got to hope he has another tourist scenario or something to get around. Otherwise, that Lunatone will be stuck.
Absolutely. And that's some of the raw power of the Mega Absol decks, being able to capitalize on your opponents, having those strandable Pokemon on their field. So it does go back over to Charlie, and he does promote the Mega Kangaskhan with that ability to be able to draw 2 cards while it's in the active. Just lets him cycle through his deck even more.
But there is something that Charlie did play in the previous turn that might prevent that from happening.
Absolutely. That's Watchtower preventing colorless Pokemon from being able to use their ability, which is that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, I think Charlie will be looking for that Yveltal clutch play here, because with the way the board state is happening, Lucas just needs 3 prizes, and there's 2 3-prize Pokemon, and all Lucas will need is 8 energies here, 1 to attach the Goldengo and 7 from discard. So we'll see what Charlie can conjure up here. But what a comeback
Absolutely. Definitely was looking like it was favoured in one way. There's a box of orders. Charlie, maybe not playing it.
Still held in hand, so he.
There we go.
Oh. Going for the Goldango. What could the game plan be here?
This is
Charlie's kept us on edge. Is he hoping to get rid of that third super energy retrieval and hoping that'll be enough?
This is very intense. It is great. I think that is what his plan is, to try to just get rid of the most useful cards in Lucas's hand.
There is the Lana's Aid, which I think he'll be grabbing out because that's the next best option here. If he gets rid of that Lana's Aid, Lucas might just have to hit the 2 super energy retrieval. And Lucas did have a few energy in hand, I believe.
He did.
Let's have a look.
There is an Arven there, though.
Oh, but the Lana's Aid just, I think, gives it to him.
Yep. But now being able to have Arven in his hand, he can get the super energy retrieval very easily. So I think I definitely think Lana's Aid was definitely the right pick. But you definitely know that he's going to have it now.
Yeah. Well, he still needs to hit 2, I believe. By taking Lana's Aid out, if he just hit 1, he would have had the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So using the Lunatone here, so that was the 1 energy in hand, needs to hit that other retrieval. Both Goldango and Lunatone have been used. It's going to be down to the wire. And that Berry Charm just might be the difference. Can Lucas conjure up something? He's looking at what's in his deck.
Using that buddy poppin right now.
Apologies for our momentary silence. We're on the edge of our seats here. This is the most exciting game we've had all weekend.
Yep. And we've seen a Wellspring Ogerforn get knocked out by a Bidu.
That pales in comparison to this.
Yep.
The fact that Toadscrew has made Lucas have to really chase it this much actually made such a favorable matchup for Lucas. Go down to the wire here. I mean, if Lucas has one of those super energy retrievals in hand, then this could be problematic for him, as Charlie can just snatch it out, and that would be it.
Absolutely. This is very, very intense. Okay.
Oh, he's going for the Turo scenario. I think because he knows he has it in hand, or he's just going to go with the cram and soften up. He's retreating.
To get the energy back out off the Cramorant so he can get it back to hand.
Does he have it?
Yeah, I think he has it.
He's got to have it.
He's throwing cards down like left, right, and center. He's got it.
Come on, Lucas. Play down the cards. Make it rain. Pour it onto the table. It's raining in Sydney. Let's go. Lucas has won game 1.
Doing, I'm pretty sure, 350 damage with the Make It Rain. One-shotting that Mega Absol. That was a fantastic play and sequencing from Lucas Hamilton Foster. That was really well done. And Charlie played that phenomenal as well.
Yeah, I just don't think Charlie had the option of that Yveltal on the end, because I feel like that would have been rough, because all Lucas had to do was bring up the Yveltal, and then the Turo would have happened. But then he could have done it again with the Soul Rock, and it would have led to more difficult situations that part. So I don't think Lucas would have had a way to get it back unless he had something like a Power Pad.
Absolutely. Actually, Lucas playing 2 Professor Turo I love that. That is awesome.
Yeah, the Turo is a strong card. Look at Lucas's deck. You kind of feel like he has everything in there. He's got the Lana's Aid, he's got the Turos, he's got the Cramorant. He's definitely chosen these. He's definitely prepared for these exact situations, something like the Toadscrew. And it'll be really interesting to see how Charlie can respond in game 2. But Lucas will be feeling really great about that game 1.
Absolutely. And going into this next game, Lucas definitely knows that that Toadscrew is definitely a big viable threat. They're both starting the support Pokemon in the deck, being a Lunatone and a Monkey Dory. So this is going to be rather interesting to see how they go through this, because they're not ideally the Pokemon you want to start with.
Yeah, signing the Lunatone is the last thing I'm sure Lucas would want. And if he doesn't get that out of the active, I'm sure Yveltal is immediately hitting that active and leaving it clutched in.
Yep, and just saying that's staying there until you have to burn a 2-row.
Yeah. Oh, in a sense, we'll see what Charlie has, because if Lucas doesn't get a gimme go down this turn, maybe Charlie just goes in the aggression and sets up that Turbo Energize immediately.
Absolutely. Lucas right now just doing the quick deck check right now. Make sure he knows what's in his prizes so he can utilize his cards in the perfect way that he needs to.
Okay. He'll hope.
There's an S-Ball.
Nestball. I imagine, there we go, going with the Soul Rock. So just trying to put the threat immediately onto the field. I think he just needs to draw more cards. I can't imagine his hand is that great at the moment, but he did get that fighting energy, which will activate this Lunaton's ability.
Absolutely, letting him draw some cards as early as turn 1 of the game is fantastic. I don't think there's anything that the Lunatone or Soul Rock will be knocking out anytime soon. But I think Lucas's main goal right now is just get one Gimme Ghoul out.
You know what Soul Rock can knock out? Can knock out that baby Toad Scroll.
Oh, that is true. That is very true.
Oh,
but you'd still have to get that Lunatone out.
That's true. So we'll see what Charlie has to do in response to this, but Lucas does not have much from the looks of things. Oh, there's a secret box? Oh, Lucas has a great poker face, acting like he's really got nothing there, and he's just like, look in the secret box, probably going to grab that Buddy Poffin and immediately get those Gimme Ghouls down.
Absolutely. I think he had us tricked, that's for sure, because we did not realize how good his hand actually was. I did see, though, with Charlie's hand, he might have a baby Toad Scroll.
Oh, he's already putting on the pressure, and with 2 energies already discarded, I'm sure they'll get Lucas to panic a little bit. But yeah, the Artisan, the Arvin, potentially.
Let's
see what else.
I'd imagine a Buddy Poffin would be coming out.
Yeah, and the air balloon. They'll see at the top. There it is. The promo Buddy Poffin.
That's so nice. They're so nice, those cards.
So shiny. I think Jeremy and I had a talk before, and he's like, why do so many top players have min-rarity decks? And I was saying how, a lot of top players, they love to riffle shuffle, but, Lucas has some pretty cards in his deck, and he's riffle shuffling.
I'm definitely a culprit of that. So having really nice looking cards and riffle shuffling them. I just play the cards you like. That's my opinion.
Lucas is also playing my doppelganger card. That's Professor Tour's scenario full art.
Yes. That was a very funny time when that came about. So touching the air balloon, giving Lunatone 2 less energies to retreat, giving it just free retreat essentially, and then just passing over to Charlie, which I do think is a very good play. And though Charlie now using Arvin, so Arvin going to be able to search his deck potentially for a Precious Trolley. I would imagine. Yep, he's getting all the Pokemon as well.
But have we seen the Precious Trolley yet?
Not yet. Oh, maybe. If it's not there, this might be a little bit difficult, but who knows?
Maybe I'm tripping. Oh, maybe he has a hand already?
I thought
there it is.
Yeah, I thought it was there.
Charlie was teasing us there. I was like, he's pregnant with his Pokemon. He hasn't seen that Precious Trolley yet.
Absolutely. And also getting that TM Energizer is just a fantastic way just to be able to power up your Pokemon. Because I'm pretty sure Charlie doesn't really mind having that Monkey Dory get damaged so he can use that Adrenaline ability. But as I keep saying, Precious Trolley, probably my favorite A-Spec card right now. But to be able to fill up your bench full of basic Pokemon from your deck, that is just so strong.
Yeah, it feels a very Australian card as well, coming ironically from American Player, because you see a bunch of these in Bunnings Warehouse.
Yep, there is lots of trolleys, that is for sure.
It'll be really interesting to see what Charlie grabs here. It has to be, it looks like he's grabbed Latias, Kangaskhan, Absol, opted against that Pecharunt, but there is the fighting type.
That's interesting. I wonder what the reason around playing the 2 different types are.
I reckon it's just a stunt on the opponents at this point. They're cool, 2 different cool arts, but there's definitely a reason which is eluding myself. But back with that really powerful run, Aaron, we both love that ability. Great card.
Absolutely. Being able to just draw cards at will, but also being able to take a hit from the Lunatone and knowing you're not going to get knocked out. And there we go. There's the second one coming down. So even if Lucas does get a boss, it won't put on that much pressure, I do believe.
But Charlie did not hit an energy there, if you noticed. So that Turbo Energizer will take one more turn, which could put Lucas in the ascendancy to, if he doesn't have to extend the Super Energy Retrievals this turn and doesn't extend too many energies, maybe he does go for a big KO on something. But Conservatively so, you'd think he'd just go for the boss if he has the option to right now.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. But I'm pretty sure now Lucas, knowing that he has a turn, he's been bought a turn. He can be a little bit slower and more methodical with his turn. Not necessarily thinking that he has to go heaps far ahead and really setting up his board. But there's the boss.
Little point there for
Lucas.
Lucas.
Picking the fighting one.
Oh, that was fun.
What?
And then, yeah, there we go. Taking the conservative route with the Soul Rock, not having to extend energies with Make It Rain. Very switched on from Lucas. Hopefully, there's the energy for Charlie.
Yep, absolutely. And the ability on Mega Kangaskhan has not been used now.
Not yet. The start of the turn.
Yep.
So he's thinking about whether.
There we go. He's just used it. Drawing 2 cards. So we might see a Turbo Energizer this turn.
Is that the Toad Scroll on the left side of his hand? He probably has to bring that down soon to make sure that Soul Rock just can't keep hunting down these babies.
Absolutely. And currently right now, Charlie is deciding what he wants to do. I'm pretty sure, attaching to the Mega Kangaskhan has to be the right option here with that Turbo Energizer. You need to start powering up that Absol on the bench, I do believe, to be able to discard those Super Energy Retrievals in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I was talking, as I think I mentioned earlier, I was talking about this matchup with Natalie Miller, and I really thought the Toad Scroll would have more of an impact, but Gholdengo is just so much of a powerful deck that it can just apply this constant pressure, and maybe it's just not going to be enough in the end.
It's actually really interesting seeing the Absol deck trying to go into the Gholdengo decks, because you see different variants, like the ones with the Moltres, you see the ones with the Cornerstone Ogerpon, and now you're seeing it with Toad Scroll as well. All different ways of trying to beat. It's one of the hardest matchups for the Mega Absol deck. And I do really like this Toad Scroll build. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to put enough pressure on to be able to just close out the game, but we will see.
I guess that's the thing, is that Lucas doesn't have the counter for, those Cornerstone Ogerpons, because it doesn't have a low pun in his deck, I believe. But he does have that Cramorant, which might be the case.
Maybe, quite possibly, because the Night Stretcher comes down just to get another one back, and just basically saying, well, the threat is going to stay on the board no matter if you have another boss in your hand.
Yeah, you just don't want Charlie to get to position when Lucas hasn't extended any of that energy and he's taken 3 prizes. It'll be possible to go for that big KO and a 3-prizer without doing much.
Yep, absolutely. And Turbo Energizer was just used, searching the deck for 2 basic energies and attaching them to your Pokemon in any way you like, going all onto Mega Absol EX. Definitely threatening that's the big attack on Mega Absol. So we'll definitely see how Lucas responds in this next way. Another Boss's Orders. Exact same. Couldn't agree more with this.
The Toad Scroll probably has to come out next turn, because Lucas is just on hunting season at this point.
Yep, absolutely. I think it was another reason why he didn't use Coin Bonus just then, is because he is worried about that Mega Absol. If he does accidentally draw into Superior Energy Retrieval, he doesn't want it to be discarded, or again, the Lama's
Boss's
Aid,
Order.
or a Boss's Orders as well. Yes.
Yeah, I suspect Lucas plays potentially 3 Boss's Orders, but maybe even 4. But on average, usually is 3. And if he was to draw into that 3rd one, and the Claw of Darkness took it, that Toad Scroll's here to stay.
Absolutely, very methodical plays on Lucas's part. I'm really, really intrigued to see how Charlie does come back from this. Still very early in the game though, so we'll definitely find out.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to do a combination of Toad Scroll using Absol and potentially Yveltal at some point, because Lucas is taking this game away from Charlie.
Yep, just 1 prize at a time.
I think that Toad Scroll's got to come down, Charlie.
Absolutely, and it does look like he's been tempted to play it quite a few times. Looks like a Boss's Order is in his hand as well, so maybe wanting to gust up that Gholdengo just to put some more damage.
Yeah, he might also, I think he just has to get that Claw of Darkness in, right? But the energy switch does come down. Where is it going? Probably to that Toad Scroll to give him the option retreat, just in case Lucas wanted to stall some time. And there's the Iono.
I think this is a very good play. Lucas casually building up his hand and threatening the fact that Charlie does know Lucas is not drawing cards to potentially not see that superior energy retrieval. So Lucas now.
There was a flip of the card there. I don't know whether that was Charlie's hand potentially or half of his deck. I wonder how they can amend this because those resources have had to go to the bottom of it. Oh, this is not a great thing you like to see.
Not in NASM or any time of the event, actually.
We'll see what the judge rules at this point. But looking at the remainder of the game, it looks like it's going to be an uphill battle for Charlie, as I did mention. But they need to determine how many cards potentially at the bottom of Charlie's deck, because then he can reshuffle. What was the
There is I have a lot of faith in these judges that have at this event. I'm more than certain they definitely know the correct outcome of how this has to go. So when this does happen, you do often call the judge just to make sure the correct ruling is being played, and that is currently what's happening right now. So with the card being flipped over in the deck, it just does show what's in the deck and where it is. So trying to get that randomization back there is what's currently trying to happen, and trying to do it as the most fair way possible.
Yeah, we just have to let the judges rule this decision right now. It is unfortunate, but hopefully there is a resolution without penalty here, because it would be such a shame for a game like this to end that way.
Absolutely, especially with being in ASM, and this is such a vital game for both these top players. It looks like okay, they're just going forward. Yep.
Looks like they're going with it. I think the flip of the card was too deep in the deck, and I imagine there'll be changes. I don't think Charlie could predict to draw that at any point, so potentially no prize penalty here, and they're just moving on. So he uses the run errand here, and hopefully, I'm sure Charlie's hoping for this Core of Darkness to find that third boss's orders.
Absolutely. The two being already used, and knowing Lucas's deck, he might be thinking, okay, there's a superior energy retrieval. I think that is, you just have to go for that personally.
I think you might have to. I think let's take that energy away potentially, because then Lucas could just get another Soul Rock and then draw more cards potentially to hit that boss and take out the Toad School.
But you could already, assuming Soul Rock wasn't there, you can still get the Soul Rock out with the Stadium.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that's why he went for the Gong instead of the Super Energy Retrieval.
Absolutely. And also forcing Lucas to use a Super Energy Retrieval if he is to get that Soul Rock out.
Unfortunately, I think Lucas can, based on the Toad School sitting there.
Exactly. It is just too strong.
So very switched on play from Charlie there to take out that option to get both the energy and the Soul Rock using the Artisan and item combo to get the fighting energy. I'm sure Lucas will use this coin bonus to try and expand, but maybe he wants to thin his deck and access some of those resources they'll put to the bottom with Iono potentially.
I think this is a very, very good play on Lucas's part, being able to just shuffle that deck and just doing that simple deck thin. Deck thins are rather important in this time, especially when you're looking for those key resources. Did not look like there was another Soul Rock in there with my understanding when he was going through that. So it does look like that Lunatone is going to just be hanging out on the bench.
Opts to fail the search, and maybe that's actually a positive for him.
He got the gimme goal.
Okay. So yeah, it maybe a positive for him to not grab it, because let's say hypothetically Yveltal does come back into play. If he is to get rid of it with Turo's scenario, then all he has on the field are gimme goals and Goldengos, and those can't be trapped by Yveltals.
No chance. And it looks like a coin bonus has been played, drawing those two cards. It's going to be very interesting to see if he has just gotten exactly what he needed. He does need a good 7 energies to be able to take 8 energies in total with the attachment to be able to knock out this Absol. I don't think the hand's that big to be able to do that.
I think he might be taking a slow potentially to try and get energies for the next turn to take out that Toad School. Because it'd be a bit of a tough reach to hit that 7 energy mark due to that Bravery Charm on the Absol.
Absolutely. And then being able to get the resources back and being blocked by that Toad Scroll, you definitely have to eliminate that factor sooner than later. Otherwise, it will be a very hard game to be able to close out.
I know we did talk about how potentially preventing Yveltal options, but this could be a good opportunity to get an Air Balloon and that Genesect down. If he wants to draw more cards here, so you can get more gold dingos into play. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Absolutely, might not have the way to get out that Genesect. I do think definitely that is a great play in that way. Getting the Earthen Vessel as well as the Bravery Charm also does help. Just drawing energies can't really do too wrong with being able to do that.
Yes, I'm sure Lucas is preparing for next turn potentially to combo and take out that Toad Scroll and put himself into the ascendancy, making this game difficult for Charlie to win. If he is able to take out that Toad Scroll and Charlie can't get a second one online, I'm sure Lucas can have the reach with the remaining 4 super energy retrievals to get there.
Absolutely. And it looks like Garrett grabbing those 2 fighting energies, just stacking the energies up in his hand. I feel like Lucas is also forcing Charlie to potentially Iono again.
Yeah, but I don't know if Charlie will want to Iono. I think he might just want that to get rid of that first super energy retrieval, because if he can start to get rid of those, it'll give him the information whether he does want to Iono the next turn.
Absolutely.
And if he is to find that third boss's orders that we were talking about as well, that could be the big difference.
So it looks like Charlie's just weighing up his options, saying what's the best play here. Being a high-pressure situation like this, couldn't agree more with it. Definitely have to make sure you're making the right plays at the right time. You don't want to be accidentally doing a misplay, which I'm sure both these players wouldn't be doing at this stage of this event and really their career. They're just, looks like Petron might be coming down.
Yeah, it could be opting for the Petron here, because if Lucas is to go and chase that Toad Scroll, he would have to extend resources with a tourist scenario anyway to pick up that Lunatone. So maybe Charlie's goal here is to potentially, oh, there we go. He's using the Mega Kangaskhan's ability here, and then he'll probably use the Petron to bring the Absol back in. I think he just needs to see more cards, but if the ideal scenario would have been to get another baby Toad Scroll down there, but he couldn't.
I agree. And there we go. Pretty sure that's that stadium there gives you 30 more HP, which just gives Mega Kangaskhan 360 HP of all things, as well as that Mega Absol also will be 360 HP too with that Bravery Charm.
It is poison, but that will set up Monkey Dory now to force Lucas' hand a bit more to take this game a little bit faster.
Absolutely, and Arvin being played. Definitely probably going to be going for, I would imagine, a Bravery Charm. Lively Stadium there on the card text on the left-hand side. Such a really strong card in this big, basic, heavy deck.
There's a counter catcher there as well. I wonder what he'll be targeting, or are these preparing it for potentially Voltol the turn after. But yeah, I'm sure that super energy retrieval will be taken. But if Lucas did draw that boss, that would definitely be the option.
Absolutely. And I don't think Charlie's too worried about the poison damage currently.
There's the boss.
There we
go. Lucas.
So with my understanding, Lucas doesn't play another boss. So that might just mean that Toad Scroll is just going to be there for the rest of the game saying, hello, I am here. I'm here to stay.
Unless Lucas can see a second boss, his fourth boss, if he is to play that, then this might just be it. I don't know if there's enough energies to close out this game, but you know, it still does exist in Lucas's deck. That Cramorant.
Yep, absolutely. 1 energy, 120 damage. Your opponent's on 4 or 3 prize cards. Oh, there's talking with Cramorant.
The option's there, but with potentially no boss left, I don't know where it could come into use here. But maybe Lucas has to reach the energies, and he's opting for that Genesect to grab 2 more Goldengo here.
I really do like this play, being able to just utilize getting 2 more Goldengo, thin your deck a little bit more, as well as be able to get draw more cards as well. I think that is just too good.
There is the Super Rod, and he's gone for the Soul Rock, the Goldengo, and the energy. So I imagine he'll be grabbing back those 2 Goldengos with the Genesect, and it'll be interesting to see what happens from here on out. But I think with those bosses gone, it's going to be a really tough one for Lucas.
Absolutely. And now, once Lucas, if he does decide to evolve both these Gimbals to the Goldengo, being able to draw more cards with that ability, just being able to just go through his deck and keep finding more cards, which it's just it's so powerful. It is really strong. It makes his deck definitely a top contender for this format. Like we've been saying every stream, drawing cards wins you games.
Charlie has also shown his absolute prowess here to claw back what seemed like a game that could be gone with the amazing pressure of the toe scroll. Lucas doesn't want to draw more cards just in case he hits those resources that he might need later. Maybe Lucas does have that fourth boss.
Maybe I would say that would be a good indication that he does play that fourth boss. And it looks like with that Latias, that Mega Absol gets to retreat for free, eliminating the poison damage on it. Sorry, the poison condition on it.
Now with that Monkey Dory coming in, he can take those damage counters off the Absol, making the Lively Stadium plus the Bravery Charm even stronger.
Absolutely. Using Adrenabrain, being able to move the damage wherever Charlie wants it to. It moves up to 3 damage counters on one of your opponents, so one of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Very, very cheeky thing to do. And especially with forcing the poison on yourself to damage yourself with that Petrarant, it's just so strong. Looks like Boss's Orders is being potentially played here. What do you think he's going for?
Like Genesect for sure.
Getting just a nice, easy 2 prizes.
I think he'll be putting 200 damage on it. It does at 210, I believe.
Yep. So that means Charlie can go for a big turn in the following turn with that Monkey Dory.
I imagine he's going for that multi-prize turn here to skip the Cramorant.
Very strong play on Charlie's part in that way.
Could be the Metal Energy here.
I do like that because there's only fighting energies, and I know Golden Go doesn't actually play all that many metal energies in the deck.
No, it definitely opts for those fighting energies due to its ability. Usually Goldengos play about 3 to 4 metal energy.
That's what I've seen too.
Yep, and that's making sure that Goldengo is on the 200 damage, and Charlie can skip that Cramorant potentially the turn after and go for the finishing blow.
With a 4 prize turn. That's impressive.
And then all he'll need to do is to pick up that Lunatone, and due to Goldengo decks not having disruption, Lucas has to move fast here. He'll need to get an Air Balloon. He needs to get a way to get out of the active and prevent a KO here, but I'm not sure what else he can do here. It looks like he's trying to find any way to get out of this right now.
Lucas using 3 Queen bonuses to draw 3 cards from his deck. Definitely looking for a way out of this situation here. Definitely needs to get this Genesect retreated ASAP. If not, I was going to say using a 2-road to pick it up would be the perfect time, would be right now. But using Arven to get their Air Balloons, give it a retreat, as well as being able to Lucas being able to search his deck now for either a fighting energy or a fighting Pokemon with that item card. Fantastic.
Does Lucas have not only a stadium here, but enough energies for this knockout?
With that hand size, I'm not very confident.
He's going for the pass, and I think Charlie can look to close this game out over the next 2 turns now. I'm sure Charlie will potentially look into that double knockout, but we shall see if he wants to take his time with this.
Absolutely. So it looks like Mega Kangaskhan going back into the active to use its Run Errand ability to draw 2 cards. This is why I love the deck so much. You're just always drawing cards and you're moving Pokemon constantly. You're not really falling behind when it comes to poisoning yourself at all, especially because of the Monkey Dory. Attaching the Darkness Energy to the Petrarant to say this is also a threat if you do take too many more prizes going ahead. I think this is a fantastic play on Charlie's side. Looking for that 4 prize turn.
Yeah, he'll be looking for that 4 prize turn, skipping Cramorant, and then attaching to the Petrarant just in case Lucas has a response here. Takes those 2 prizes, going down to 3, and I imagine the Petrarant will push that Absol back into the active to take out the Goldengo. And I think Charlie will be looking at himself and thinking, he is so close to ending this game right now.
Absolutely. So it looks like Petrarant does push that Absol to the active. And it looks like currently right now just deciding what Charlie's going to do. That Adrenabrain ability knocking out that Absol was really, really strong. And definitely going past that Cramorant play, I think was exactly what Charlie needed to do to lock out this game. Looking at Lucas's hand, there's a lot of options that he has. And I think he's just going to go for the Arven. I think that's definitely a good safe card to pick.
I definitely think a safe bet, but I think Charlie will just come out with that boss next turn and chase that Lunatone. But if Lucas is taking knockout here, that Petrarant can also potentially OHKO that Goldengo by doing 300 damage due to its attack taking 60 damage times the amount of prizes your opponent has taken, putting it to 300.
That's a lot of damage. And you might have seen Charlie just selected the fighting energy that was in Lucas's hand. I think that was a very smart play, because it means it's just one extra energy Lucas does need to be able to take this knockout with the Golden Go. So it would have been 8 energies in total. And yeah, now it's an extra energy that he would need because of that discard.
Unfortunately, it looks like it'll be one turn too late now, but here we go. If there's a miracle to happen, does Lucas have it?
So coin bonus getting used for its full effect, being in the active for both of them. So drawing additional 4 cards in total. And then there's that Soul Rock coming down.
He's trying to draw cards and see what he's got. It'll be so interesting to see this way it ends. It looks like we might be going to a game 3 here, but miracles do happen.
3 cards.
Doesn't look like he has it.
The suspense, that's why we're quiet, folks. We're on the edge of our seat right now again. We're thinking this is very intense, and we're just waiting to see what happens from here.
These are truly games of Pokemon, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Definitely games that you really want to watch. And from these top players here, definitely playing at the highest caliber. It's fantastic to see. Yeah, but it looks like Lucas conceding this game to go into game 3, just understanding that there's not much that he can really do to come back from that big 4 prize card turn. Charlie definitely utilizing the Toad Scroll at the best of it can do, and it's just such a strong inclusion into this deck. That does definitely, like you said, make this matchup very much more 50-50 instead of a 70-30 matchup. Yeah, it's so strong.
That big point of the game was definitely getting rid of that 3rd boss. You could just see it in Lucas's expression from his hands there. It was just, that was the card that was ending the game for him. But what can you do? This is what the Toad Screw does, and this is what Absol does. The Claw of Darkness is such a powerful attack, and it just, I guess you can just rip it out of your hands just like that sometimes. Lucas will be looking to apply as much pressure early. We're interested to see if they'll be going 1st or 2nd here.
Absolutely. Both setting up. Both just got a basic Pokemon. Lucas starting a Gimmighoul, which is fantastic.
They get a bunch of fist bumps. It looks like Lucas will be going 2nd. And great sportsmanship. Oh,
Precious Trolley going 1st.
Charlie has pulled the Precious Trolley. I imagine a lot of people watching this will be like, wow, I wish I could pull the Royal Precious Trolley every single time on turn 1. But Lucas will be kicking himself to see just how set up Charlie's going to be, grabbing probably much the same he would have last game. We'll see what comes up. The Kangaskhan, the Latias, the Baby Toad Scroll, be able to draw more cards and maybe establish a really big hand here. As mentioned before, Lucas does not have the disruption here.
This absolutely shows the raw power of these ace-spec cards in this format. Being able to just power your field up as quickly as turn 1 and showing that, hey, I am here, I'm established, and can you respond back or can't you?
Will Lucas be looking to go on the aggressive here early? It looks like he might be forced to, especially, the Yveltal is coming down. I think Charlie's identifying that the Monkey Dory might not have as much pressure as to avoid Lucas from coming down that Soul Rock Lunatone early. So maybe forcing Lucas to take a slightly slower turn 1 and 2. But as we saw in Charlie's hand, Lucas is not going to like what's about to be benched.
Absolutely. And I do think only going for that 4 bench is definitely the smart play here. Definitely being able to utilize that extra bench space when he does need to. I think this is all. You can't really ask for a better turn than this going 1st, can't you?
No, you definitely can't. I think the only way there can be a better turn coming back is if Lucas has Soul Rock Lunatone boss on that Toad Scroll.
Just in this 1st turn, as well as a way to retreat the active Gimmighoul.
Let's see another powerful turn 1 back. Let's get the decks at their maximum potential and get the best possible game 3 here. The Lunatone is coming out. It sees the Yveltal and it's not scared of it. It'll be so interesting to see. Lucas is about to fight fire with fire here.
Absolutely. You've seen these decks at the full potential they have by some of the best players that are playing these decks. They know they spent hundreds of games, hundreds of hours playing Pokemon and working out every matchup. This is just this is a fantastic way to see these decks represented.
Hundreds of hours of Jeremy. These are veterans of the game. They put thousands of hours into this game, but maybe hundreds on these decks. But we'll have to see what can happen here.
Absolutely. So it looks like Lucas might not be going back into his deck, just currently shuffling his deck. And I don't think he might have much left to do in this turn.
He might get a Solrock in his hand potentially if he does have that.
Absolutely.
And start drawing some cards because, as I said, there's no Monkey Dory down, which also might mean Lucas can go on the aggression and start putting damage on this Kangaskhan already. We draw 3 cards. Can they hit Arvin? Can they hit something? Air Balloon Boss?
Arvin for... Yep, there we go. I almost guarantee you there's going to be a secret box getting played right now.
Or maybe a Buddy Poffin and an Air Balloon.
Yeah.
Maybe save the secret box for later.
Yep.
I think without being able to play another supporter this turn, doesn't want to get the stadium potentially, as Charlie can't really attack with anything significant the next turn. I imagine a Turbo Energize will come down, but you're right, the secret box is coming down.
Secret box with Air Balloon. So definitely being able to retreat that Gimmighoul if need be. But I would, and also playing another Gimmighoul. This is fantastic board setup for Lucas in this way. Not as aggressive, of course, but I don't believe you have to be in your first turn. Being Golden Go, you just have to show I've got the board presence now. I have the option to have another 2 Golden Goes up. Now, how will Charlie respond that way?
And Lucas has used Gimmighoul's first attack there, which allows him to search a 2 energy. Is he just going big straight away? I think he wants to force the second bench to the Toad School right now, so that otherwise he's going to start chasing that down using that secret box. Maybe that is a little bit bait, but Charlie has played down the town store, meaning he has access to those charms and, most importantly, the TM Turbo Energize, which I'm sure will be put into effect this turn.
Absolutely. With that stadium, being able to search your deck for a tool card, easily being able to search your deck for that TM Evo. I think also Lucas might also just recognize that if he just knocks out 2 Megas, that's the game. So might just be going for that quick play though, and Iona was just played by Charlie.
Lucas does have that chance, but the moment that Toad School comes down, I'm not sure he'll be able to get enough energy back. So that might be the problem. He's already got a couple of energy in the bin right now. I imagine he'll be chasing that Toad School, and if he is able to do that, maybe he can get 3 prizes and stop Charlie from putting that pressure. But Town Store is being used. He's eyeing up that Turbo Energize, getting those energy prepared, and then he'll get the ball rolling with those Claws of Darkness the turn after, potentially.
I actually have not seen a Town Store card being played for a very, very long time, I'll be honest with you.
What was the last deck you saw Town Store in?
I think it was Cloth.
Cloth.
I think that was the last time I've seen it played. But using that Turbo Energizer tool card to attach 2 Darkness Energies to the Mega Absol, utilizing that acceleration effect on that tool card, I think it's just fantastic, and it's exactly what the deck needs to be able to stay in the game and keep up with a fast-paced deck like Golden Go. We'll see how Lucas does respond to this, knowing that Claw of Darkness is just a turn away now. So we'll definitely see how he does respond. But remembering that Toad School has not been played yet. So maybe just targeting down that Pokemon down might be the right play to go.
I mean, Lucas will be hoping that Toad School's prize, if anything, but I'm sure we'll wait and see. Bring down the Goldango. He did thin out his deck by taking out the Air Balloon using Charlie's Town Store. And Lucas is really going through his deck fast here. I wonder if he wants to go on that big blowout knockout on the Absol, or whether he just take out the active here. But there is also the option of that Toad School if he does get the boss's orders, but I'm not sure you want to go for that if he has multiple of those in his hand.
Absolutely. Utilizing that Solrock's discard of Fighting Draw 3 ability is just so strong at this point. Yeah, Lucas is essentially just drawing 5 extra cards in his turn and attaching a Fighting Energy to that Lunatone. Yep.
There we go. He's chasing the Toad School.
Absolutely.
And there's the Air Balloon.
And now being able to do that 70 damage with the Solrock, definitely saying, hey, even if you knock me out, you're only taking 1 prize. Offsets the prize trade for for Charlie, which I think is very, very relevant in Lucas's favor.
This is true. And then potentially activating Lucas's Serendipity if he wants to go on the aggressive again. If Charlie can't get another Toadstool down, I'm sure Lucas will be feeling really good about going on the full aggression here. But Charlie has all that draw power and access, but just top deck the Night Stretcher. High skilled player.
Yeah, it's always the case. Your opponent always top draws what they need when they need it. But I feel like Charlie definitely has to get that out. That's that Pokemon out of the discard pile ASAP, just so he can get this Toadstool presence back on the field, which helped him close out the last game.
Yeah, if you keep putting the pressure, putting those down and forcing those 3 bosses, maybe Charlie in the position where eventually, with the bosses run out, he can start using his Voltol and forcing those Turos into a complete game lock state.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And especially this deck has that ability. There's the Night Stretcher. So we're gonna see this back in action, and that threat being on the field. We'll definitely see how Lucas will come back from this. Well, will respond, I should say, to this threat. Probably just looking for another boss.
Is Charlie crossing his fingers here? If he's going to use that Claw of Darkness, he wants to see that second boss coming out of Lucas's hand.
Absolutely. It's always very threatening knowing when your opponents can look at your hand at any point and just take a card and put it in the bin.
But he might actually opt for the stretch here, potentially. I guess we'll see. He has the options here.
It will be very interesting to find out what he does. And there we go. The Bravery Charm is maybe going on.
A lot of decisions being made here. You don't want to be making mistakes in the asymmetrical cut because top 8 is just around the corner. That beautiful playmat is just almost in your hands. And we're 1-1 here, so they want to be very purposeful. Will Charlie look to damage the Goldengo or bring up that Lunatone and keep it locked in the active now, just so you can get that Toadstool in play, or just take out the draw engine altogether?
Absolutely.
Wow. Oh, there is a Super Rod.
There's two bosses. Oh my! Oh, and a Turo.
Oh, Charlie has a plethora of options here. Lucas, hey, Charlie definitely doesn't want Iono next turn.
No.
He sees all the resources he wants to get rid of.
Yep, and now Lucas knowing this, he's going to be wanting to utilize as much as possible. I'm also going to say there is a super energy retrieval there right now, and I would actually almost just go for the boss. I'll be honest with you.
He's looking up. He's taking the super energy retrieval.
Absolutely.
That is a very bold claim, but I guess he knows if Lucas is to opt to use a boss next turn, then it might be an uphill battle from that point.
Absolutely, but also recognizing that that Solrock will not be able to attack without Lunatone in play. So needing Lucas would need to get that Lunatone out. It just gives him more cards that he has to go through and cycle through, which does mean Charlie might be able to see more cards to discard. And if he does get that last get a boss's orders to knock out that Pokemon, it means Charlie can just take away the last boss.
Lucas does have an incredible line here. So he does have access to 3 other super energy retrievals and the Super Rod here. Even if that Toadstool is to come into play, that Super Rod is still there. If Lucas can reach for this big knockout on the Absol, all he'll need access to is those 3 energies and either those 2 Turos, and he could close out the game. I think he has to go for this Absol right now.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I'm sure these players are running through Lucas's head right now and thinking how I'm going to be able to get there. So he gets the Serendipity EX with the amazing ability to flip the script to draw 3 cards when your opponent's taken a knockout in their last turn. So I'm more than certain Lucas is thinking, okay, let's draw as many cards as possible.
Lucas knows this is the moment. He has to really go for it. And if he is to get this knockout, it could open up the game for him here, because then he gets to keep those 2 bosses. He keeps those Turo, keeps that Super Rod. The Claw of Darkness is just going to take those, and Charlie isn't going to disrupt his hand.
Absolutely. And another coin bonus comes down, so drawing an extra card. We'll see if Lucas just has it all, because he is just wanting this big knockout right now. That's all he would really want to be getting.
This feels like the pivotal turn. It's now or never for Lucas. If he doesn't do this, I think Charlie might just take this game away from him.
Absolutely.
He'll be able to get a fighting energy out of his deck, or the Lunatone if he wants to reach even further. Maybe he doesn't have one in deck. This could be rough.
There's the fighting energy.
I don't know what to say at this point. It's just
I think unfortunately he was looking for a Lunatone that wasn't there.
he's trying to reach. It's just the 7 energy mark might be too much to ask for. He's depleted all of his draw options. What can Lucas do? There is an Arvid in hand. I feel like he is so close.
I believe Lucas definitely knows the plays and the lines, and he is utilizing his turn as best as possible to be able to get to what he needs to as smoothly and safely as possible. It is definitely a high pressure situation, so lots of gameplay that has to be done perfectly, and I'm more than certain both these players know exactly what they're doing to be able to get there.
What can be done? Is he thinking to go safe? Is he thinking to go risky? Is there a play here? He's really taking his time. He's playing that Super Rod early. He knows he has to get that Lunatone back.
Absolutely. So it looked like attach 2 fighting energy and one Lunatone back with that Super Rod.
Does he have the way to search it? He's got the Arven. I think he's just trying to get one more way of getting more energy back, whether that's from discard. The Vitality Band won't make a difference here, I believe, as the Absol have 330 HP, but maybe that is another avenue for discard, potentially Earthen Vessel or the Super Energy Retrieval, and it might come in useful later for that Latias potentially.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. But now that Lunatone banned back again to be able to discard a fighting energy to draw 3 more cards, Lucas has just drawn so many cards in his turn. This is phenomenal.
Does he have it? He's moving cards around his hand. This could be the pivotal moment. It looks like he might just have it and might have flipped this game on its head.
Absolutely, because I do believe if Lucas does get this knockout, I do believe it's going to be a very hard way for Charlie to come back. Not really having anything else set up on his field. He does play the energy switch, so there is a way, but we'll definitely see. He has to have it all. There's a Kramer
comes out
with an
energy.
energy.
He has the KO
with the energy attachment, I will say.
And he's just going to go with the Soul Rock. That is so unfortunate for Lucas.
Doing the 70 damage does put that Absol at only a 5 energy cost for a Make It Rain attack, which is significantly less than 7.
I'm sure he wishes he could do that Karma attack, because that 120 would definitely help out, especially with that Vitality Band.
Absolutely. With a Vitality Band.
Oh, he's going to go up to 100 now.
Okay.
That power up there, that's going to be relevant now.
Absolutely. So this is going to, I didn't even know Lucas played that power up. Premium Power Up Pro. Fantastic card. It just increases your damage on your fighting Pokemon. Sorry, fighting Pokemon by so much more. So 100 damage with that Soul Rock, that is just so strong. It literally now, it does mean that Lucas now needs only 5 energies to be able to knock out that Mega Absol. So taking 3 prizes is just going to be a lot easier for Lucas in this way.
It also means that if Monkey Dory comes down and moves that damage, now if Lucas just attaches the Vitality Band to one of those Goldengos, it still only need the 5 energy.
Absolutely. I think this was a very incredibly smart play by Lucas in this way. So we'll just see how this unfolds.
We're almost there. We're almost at the peak climax of this game. And that Core of Darkness, if it does come down again, it looks like it's going to take a really important resource. But the boss's orders comes down, takes on the Pheasantipity, potentially.
Yeah.
And I think Charlie will be going for an aggressive... Oh, he's going to trap it, forcing that Turo potentially.
That's very interesting. Because I'm pretty sure Charlie does know that Lucas still has that Turo in hand.
Or maybe Charlie's trying to force Lucas to some odd... Well,
the card
has gone flying.
It bursted out of the deck. It was so excited to get played.
But you know what might get turned on if a knockout, but there is no... So potentially he's forcing out that Turo and potentially using a Core of Darkness to take the other one if it is in hand.
Absolutely. I'm very interested to see this line of play. I think it is very smart as well, forcing that Turo.
Yeah, I guess this is why Lucas not having that prime catcher. So there we go. Turo is down. I don't know if Lucas will want to draw more cards at this point. He is using the town store. If that second Turo, if he does play one, is in deck, he won't want to get it.
No, absolutely not, because that Clue of Darkness, you know, is coming next turn.
Or another strafe, potentially. Because there are multiple strafe options at this point.
Absolutely.
We're going to go down to the wire here. Lucas will go down to 4 prizes, meaning he won't have to extend that far. But if that Toad Scroll is to come down in combination, it could be a very shaky end.
Absolutely. It might be enough for Charlie to close this game out. If that does happen, and if that Toad Scroll does come down at the correct time. But we'll see how Lucas does respond to this. Sending up the other Golden Go. Well, maybe not. Just currently deciding.
Oh.
Yep. It does decide it, yep.
Don't know what is possible here. Is he avoiding 2 damage counters potentially? And only requires 2 energy due to the Vitality Band. That's why he is to retreat. But if this Toad Scrolls are coming into play, there's a lot of energy attached in the field, Jeremy.
There is. That would make me very nervous, I'll be honest with you. And there's that Yveltal coming back with that clutch attack is just so strong and so daunting for that Lunatone, I'll be honest with you. Just looking at it, be thinking, how am I going to trap you?
Charlie is definitely looking for that way to gust up that counter catcher plus energy E-switch. Is this going to be enough?
Looks like he's tempted to attach it back to that Yveltal. I think that is a very safe play in that way. I definitely, I agree with this. I definitely do.
He slammed that down rather fast, so we're in time potentially. But I don't think that would make that much of a difference. So it has been an hour and a half. So I think we are in time currently, and I think they're potentially playing out for the sudden death.
Quite possibly, yes. So this will be very interesting to see how this goes. So if time has been called, these players have played their full 90 minutes, if that is allowed in ASLM.
Yes.
So this would mean they have, with my understanding, whoever has the least has taken the most amount of prizes will win at the end of this set.
I also do believe Lucas is down to 4 prizes. Does that mean Lucas will win?
Maybe.
It's coming down to the wire, and I think Charlie messed up by benching. He benched the Yveltal instead of a second Monkey Dory, and he could have used the first attack on the Absol here, but it looks like Lucas takes it.
Yep.
And that counter catcher would have been enough as well. What a shame. What a way to end. But such an exciting set, I believe. And I believe Lucas will be going on to top 8 right now.
I couldn't agree more. That was a fantastic game on both players' side. Charlie being able to utilize that Toad Scroll to its fullest potential, as well as being able to use Claw of Darkness. But Lucas being able to take that game out was just such a strong way for Golden Go to be, hey, I am relevant. I am here. Even though you have text for me, I am still here.
Yeah, and as you saw, we were on the edge of our seats all game, basically all set. You saw us, I was basically shouting. I couldn't believe it. That's the most emotion you've got out of me this weekend. So a massive congratulations to the players for giving us such an amazing set, and a big up to Lucas Hamilton Foster for progressing to top 8. And congratulations to Charlie Lockyer for putting up an incredible fight in the end there.
Absolutely. That was such an amazing display of skill from both players. Both players definitely showing that they are at the top of their field in this Pokemon game. So I guarantee you the next round, so being top 8, we're going to see some very interesting games. So these the top 8 will be the top 8 players left in this tournament of Sydney Regionals 2026.
Yeah,
this is going to be awesome to see. So I hope you all stay around to watch it. I guarantee you we're going to have some very fun games coming up.
Yep, we'll see you then, guys.
Thank you very much. Like
this. True. We're back on stream. Welcome back. We're already back for the top 8 match. I apologize. We were kind of bumping shoulders a bit there. But welcome back. We are back for our top 8 matchup. I believe it'll be Tim Franklin versus Gabe Smart again on stream. So a bit of a rematch. I believe we finished on a draw last time, but to have 2 players of high caliber against each other head to head like this again would be such an honor.
Absolutely. And both these players have such an extensive resume. These players are at the top of their field no matter how you look at it. So it's just amazing to see that they're here. And we're being actually able to see them play in a top 8 match where they can't really tie. Somebody has to win out of this.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a winner. So it'll be very exciting to see how this pans out. So Christian, tell me, with these 2 decks that are getting played, what's your predictions?
At this point, they did tie in Swiss, but at any point with that extra, 30, 40 minutes, anything can happen at this point. And, I have to support our local man, Tim Franklin, the man with the mustache, the man with the wacky decks, but I don't think his deck was that wacky today.
Absolutely. I will also put out there the difference between the original game and this game here is now they actually have each other's deck list. They both know what each other are playing and the specific counts. They might have, I think they only played 2 games out of the last one. They didn't actually get to finish the third.
Yeah.
So they might have an idea of what they're playing, but they don't know the counts. Now they do. So I think that might play a very big part in this next game.
We did mention before that could change so much for them, and especially with the list that they're playing, having those special counter things completely known now will completely change that dynamic. And I'm sure the game plans in this game will be a lot different with that additional time set plus the deck list.
Absolutely. We also have Gabe Smart coming all the way over from the US, which is awesome to see as well. Having international players coming over here, playing at our regionals, it's a really awesome thing to see. We never used to have that. We never used to have players travel for our events too often, and now we have it quite consistently.
Yeah, we have a lot of Japanese players here, players coming from America. We've had Rahul come down a couple of times as well. But to have these players of such high caliber come into our country, plays regionals, I mean, we used to have Australians only winning regionals, but now we have people from overseas coming out and taking down the best we have here. But maybe today is the day that is broken. We have such formidable players still left in the top 8. Brent's there, Henry's there. We have some up-and-comers as well. Jonathan Wong against Mia Fountain in another game as well, which would be a cracker. But I have to put my support in Tim here. Tim, take it home for Australia, and let's do this.
Looks like the game has, the players are sitting down currently, shuffling their decks. Gabriel Smart being on the right-hand side and Tim Franklin being on the left-hand side. I will admit I have been following Tim fairly closely with his records throughout events, and it is very impressive what he has done. It looks like Gabe does have some, it looks like paper on his mat, so you are allowed to take notes throughout the game. And even if it's as easy as just prize checking, just making a mental note down of what's in your prizes.
Seems like a rather large piece of paper. I feel like Tim might be able to see what he's writing if that's the case.
Yeah, quite possibly. You would almost think you would fold it in half and have that a little bit over. But we'll see what happens. I know there's a full table next to them.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Maybe we'll see. Who's holding the piece of paper?
Are these deck lists?
Oh, those are potentially the deck lists. I was about to say crazy note paper to be like, here is the...
There's the deck lists. Instead of just having them written out, they're actually printed pictures.
Yeah.
That is awesome. So it's probably, that is really cool to see. So as we've mentioned before, both players do get to see each other's deck lists, get to see each other's counts of the lists. So they do have a good idea of what their opponent is playing. This is a great showing of what the players actually get to see, because quite often before you never actually got to see what your opponent was playing. You might have heard a rumor from a friend who might have played, or a rumor from a friend of a friend who's played this person, and they might have that secret tech. But now you actually get to see, oh my gosh, they're actually playing this many dark energy, this many fighting, or this many metal. So it'll be a very interesting game to see. And yeah, so it actually looks like it's a very similar matchup to the last game that we just witnessed, isn't it?
There is a key difference here. If you look on Gabe's list, there is that prime catcher, which might be the thing that sways into his favor even more so in this game. I know it's a tough matchup for Absol, but they do have the Toad Scroll as well. It seems like very similar to Charlie's list, actually. I did hear that, Charlie and Tim were staying at the same place, so maybe they do have identical 60s.
Quite possibly, and you do find that more often and more common when you do get further into the event, because everybody, a lot of people work together. A lot of friends think, oh, let's test the same deck, and a lot of people do come to the same conclusion of this seems like to be the best variant of this deck that I'm choosing, and. Yeah, so currently right now, it looks like we're waiting for the players to start. I know they have already shuffled up. We'll just find out who's going to go first.
The hand movements are going. They're determining whether to cut. They're doing the shuffling each other's decks. Gabe has the black sleeves, and good old Timothy has the teal.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be exciting to see how this game goes. If it's going to be much different to the last one, or if it's going to be a landslide in one favor.
Yeah, it'll be much the same here. Oh, a mulligan from Gabe, and that will help Tim more. As you mentioned, Goldango typically doesn't have disruption. So the more cards in Tim's hand, I'm sure the best position he can get to. I'm sure it'll be much of the similar game plan, but we'll actually be able to see potentially what these two players interpret from this matchup. And that prime catcher will make a massive difference.
I feel like it will. I definitely feel like it will. And so a mulligan there, it looks like Gabe did not start a basic Pokemon. So therefore, he has to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw another 7. But it does mean Tim now gets to draw an additional card at the start, or just before this game does start, which I think is very important. Drawing cards makes you win games.
Indeed, Tim takes his mulligan, and I believe Gabe does now have a basic. So we will find out who is going first in this matchup in our first matchup of the top 8. Are you excited, Jeremy?
Absolutely. Couldn't be any more excited, I'll be honest with you. This is exactly what we're here for. This is exciting. I love to see the high caliber players like these two playing at the peak at what they can. It is awesome. So it looks like Gimmighoul starting on Gabe Smart, and it looks like Lunatone and Solrock on both sides. That's a solid start.
Yeah, an immediate start. Not afraid of that Yveltal lock, I imagine, because Gabe does have the prime catcher, and I would assume at least 3 bosses orders. So coming out with that aggression already and discarding a fighting energy, going to go grab some more and try and establish a really aggressive board state at the start. Tim does have that Latias on the inside, on his side, and hopefully he can manifest what Charlie did and get that precious trolley and turbo energized immediately.
Absolutely. Will admit, I love that Latias artwork. It's probably my favorite one, over the illustration art too.
I think that illustration art has a soft spot in my heart, but we'll have to wait and see what other incredible artworks that Tim has in his deck. But as we mentioned before, these top players love the minimum rarity, and it looks like Gabe also has that minimum rarity outlook.
Absolutely. And now Gabriel using that Genesec's ability to be able to search his deck for 2 Goldengo for the following turn. I feel like that is a really strong play. Just needs to get one more Gimmighoul out to be able to capitalize that on the Force potential. But I do believe deck thinning just like that, to be able to use Lunatone's ability to be able to draw 3 cards, just is the perfect line to be able to do that, to potentially get another Gimmighoul out.
Yeah, we're seeing such a different approach coming from Gabe than we saw from Lucas. It's incredible amount of aggression going first here. He's basically just gone extremely wide, but couldn't get that second Gimmighoul down, it seems.
Absolutely. And also, currently there has not been an energy attachment. So I think being very methodical about where those placements are is very important as well.
As we saw last round, Lucas, he went really wide with those energy attachments in game 3, but that's something you want to avoid because you want to have the access to as much energy as possible here.
Absolutely. And so it looks like that's when it goes over to Tim's turn. I'll be honest with you, I did not see what he did, what he played, but he did
discard. He played a Vestal.
A Vestal, yep. That would make a lot of sense with all the dark energies at the front.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully he has something more than that. Potentially, hopefully an Arvin or that precious trolley to get the ball rolling. With Gabe being this aggressive, if Tim isn't to respond in the same manner, this might be a long game, or rather a short game. But
absolutely, but I'm more than certain that Tim does know how to react into Gabe's play here. So we'll definitely see how this comes along. So right now, Tim is just doing that prize check, which I think is a very important thing to do, especially when the game is that intense. You're playing in a top 8. You and me have both been there before. How would you approach this? Would you be price checking everything as quickly as possible, or would you be just trying to run through it as quick?
I think with my logic is, all the top eights I've played in, it's just nothing should change from what you played in Swiss. You should just be playing the way that you have been playing all day. Yes, you get that additional time barrier, and it depends on the deck you're playing. But if what got you to this point, why should you change that?
I couldn't agree more with you there. Consistency is key. That throughout Pokemon has always been a mainstay, and it looks like now there is a Pokegear 3.0 coming out. So searching his deck.
Yeah, it looks like he looked to thin his deck as much as possible to try and hit the supporter there, but it looks like did he get the Arvin from that?
Yeah, it does look like that. Okay, so Arvin searching Tim's deck for a tool card as well as an item card. So you would think Precious Trolley would be coming out, but I actually don't think Precious Trolley is in there.
Yeah.
With it seeing that Ultra Ball, this actually this isn't great.
This is a rough start from Tim. I think we mentioned in the last set with Charlie that the last thing you want to see prize is that Precious Trolley, and can't see that shiny pink card in the hand.
Absolutely, and especially being an A-spec card, you're only allowed to play one of them in your deck. So Tim does go for that full art Mega Kangaskhan. I will note, I also love that art.
Yeah, fantastic art as well. But Gabe must be inside of his head right now. You can imagine how happy he is to not see that Precious Trolley.
As soon as your opponent plays that Arvin and doesn't grab that Precious Trolley, you know it's going to be a tough battle for your opponents.
Yeah. I fear this might be an uphill battle for Tim, and if I was Gabe, I'd be going on the immediate aggression to hit this 300 damage because there are no Toadscalls as well being ready to go.
Absolutely. Now, not seeing that Toadscroll, you're definitely going to do everything you can to take this knockout as soon as possible. So it looks like Gabe is actually using that town store to get that the air balloon out. Such an old card. Well, kind of an old card, but yeah, but with a reprint that's been recent, such a strong card still.
I feel like they almost never rotate at some point. Yeah, such a great card. Very reminiscent of the old Float Stone as well, which was a much more powerful version of it. But anyway, it's that perfect balance, right? And just 6 energies here. I do think that's possible with the draw power of both the coin bonus and the Lunatone. And Gabe did draw a lot of things out of his deck using the Genesect, thinning out those Goldengos. Energy is attached. Are we going to see it?
Only need 6 now from here.
Artisan is coming out. I'm sure they'll be able to get a Gimmighoul.
I'll be honest with you, because the cards haven't been slammed down, I don't think I won't see it right now, just because they haven't been slammed down.
I feel like with Gabe, being such an experienced player, I'm sure if he does have it, he's lining it up. Only 2. Will any pressure be applied immediately, or will it just be a game of patience here?
So there's 2 in his hand, and I'm pretty sure there is at least
Cypher Maniac. So I think Gabe can get there with 2 earthen vessels.
Yep, that does it correctly. That's exactly 300. Assuming they're there, we definitely have to see.
Or and potentially Super Energy Retrieval, as Gabe has discarded at least 2 fighting energy from my assumption here. So grabs a Metal Energy, grabs a Super Energy Retrieval. And will it be the earthen vessel here? No, it'll be a fighting energy. I imagine there might be 3 energy in that discard. If that is the case, or 3 energy in Gabe's hand.
So to give clarity, Cypher Maniac letting you look at search your deck for 2 cards. You shuffle your deck, and then you put those 2 cards back on top of your deck in any order you like. But with that coin bonus ability, being able to draw 2 cards with Golden Go in the active, you just get exactly what you need.
I guess Cypher Maniac just reads, grab 2 cards.
Well, why don't we just call it green at this point? Green's Exploration.
Yeah, reminiscent of such a great card in Green Inspiration in that 2019 Worlds format. But here we go, line up to make it rain, Gabe. Make it rain.
I do like how he is doing every play that he can correctly before he does it, instead of getting too excited and just being like, let's blow this up. I think this is a very, very good play. Make it rain just happened. Gabriel just took 3 prizes. Turn 2.
Will Tim take the time and just try and pull something back here, or will this be it? I guess he can use the Yveltal to stall some time here, bring up that Lunatone potentially, or the Genesect, and try and buy him some turns. But with that Prime Catcher and potentially a 2-0 scenario, I believe in Gabe's deck, I don't know how much more can be stalled out.
I do admit this play from Tim I do really like it because of how much time is actually on the clock compared to normal. Instead of having the standard amount of time, you have 90 minutes to go through the best of 3. So being able to understand that, okay, I have that extra time, I can stall for a couple of turns. But if Gabriel does have that way to take those 2 prizes on the bench, okay, so be it. So giving it a couple of turns to see what the answers come from, I think is very smart on Tim's way.
Tim will be hoping that Gabe's pink card is also prized, but as we saw, it is around the bottom of Gabe's deck, which will be shuffled into a randomized order. So the pink card is there, but I think he'd rather use that potentially instead of the 2-0 this turn.
Absolutely. And that Prime Catcher, you mentioned that many times in the previous game. I think it's such a strong card in this deck. I know Secret Box does do a good job, but I think Prime Catcher is so good.
I think Prime Catcher, any card with Gust on it, especially an item, I feel very, very much so. It's basically item card version of the old Guzman card, which is an incredibly powerful card. Many play 2 to 3 copies in their deck, sometimes 4. And it looks like Gabe might go in the aggression here and just look to chase down that Latias or get this Yveltal out of the way.
Absolutely. And I do like that the difference in between this game and the previous one is the raw aggression. But I will admit, Tim has not been able to set up yet. He really just got Mega Kangaskhan out and just had to pass, unfortunately. There we go. We see the Prime Catcher, the pink card. Yeah, I feel like this might put a crimp into the plan of being able to stall out for a couple of turns.
Usually when the pink card is played, it means you're doing something very significant right now. And Gabe will be able to go down to 1 prize card here, and all he will need is a 2-0 scenario, assuming that Tim is to find that Gust option to stall out the Genesect again.
Absolutely. Going into the Golden Go without the energy attached to it, using a coin bonus and attaching a air balloon just to retreat it. To now use another coin bonus. I believe Gabe is not expecting Tim just to concede this at this point and just playing the long game, understanding, okay, I still have to take 3 prizes to win this game.
Tim will have to top deck an Iona here at this point if he wants to stay in this game. And the rain is coming down, and will that be enough? 5 energy.
It's just like outside right now. Yeah. Very rainy.
Tim scoops it up, identifying there's the precious trolley. Tim flashes it to the screen and shows Gabe. And without that card, this deck just typically doesn't function unless you get a very fortunate opening hand.
Absolutely. That is sometimes what happens with Pokemon. Sometimes you have the really good hands where you'll be able to set up perfectly. Sometimes you do just get that, okay, I've started a Mega Kangaskhan. I can't really do much, but it does happen. And you do just make the best of it, and you just understand the next game is going to be a different game. Mentality is a very big thing with this game. It can win you games, it can lose you games. So you have to try to be as positive as possible to make sure that your thought process is going to be as clear and concise as possible going into your next game, good or bad, if you won or lost that game. And I'm sure Tim knows this and knows how to go through this next game.
Yeah, and now looking at this as well, we can see how important that Prime Catcher was. As I mentioned before, that Secret Box is a great enough card, but Gust is so unbelievably powerful.
Absolutely. Throughout the history of Pokemon, Gust has always been such a pinnacle thing. If it was all the way from any type of item card, ability on a Pokemon or a Pokepower, or even just a supporter card to be up to Gust. It's just so strong, or destructive at the exact same time.
Yeah, you typically wouldn't find a deck without Boss's Orders or a way of getting or without Gusting in a sense. And hopefully we get a much different game here as Tim starts the Monkey Dory. And does Gabe just pass?
I don't know if Gabe went first, did he?
I think he did. But Tim looks like he wants to bench a Blood Moon, which also isn't a great start.
I almost want to assume that. Actually, no. Tim
did go second.
Yep. Okay, so we're seeing both these players. They're not having the best start here. Blood Moon is a fantastic card with the attack, Blood Moon, where it costs 5 energies to do 240 damage, but every prize card your opponent has taken, it's 1 less start in that attack. That is what the ability does for Blood Moon, and its attack just basically says you can't use it the following turn after you attack with it. Such a strong card, and you don't normally want to attach energies to it. Once your opponent's on 1 prize, it costs 0 energy to do 240 damage.
I imagine that Gabe might have a supporter in hand, but he did flash the Artisan. But I think Tim was saying, "I'm not done yet. I'm still doing his deck search to make sure for Gabe to not go ahead with that information." Yeah, Tim is twiddling his thumbs here. He's looking through his deck. It's frustrating to see such a start like this. Is there also no pink card again?
Oh, no.
Oh, Tim.
There's a purple card.
I don't think I see it. No
Precious.
No pink card
No.
yet again.
Precious Trolley has decided to be put away, and it's not used for shopping today. Not shopping for any basic Pokemon, unfortunately.
No, they're going to be stuck in that deck for as long as it allows. And for Tim, the only card he had to Turbo Energize to was probably one of the least optimal cards to Turbo Energize to.
Yep.
The Artisan might allow Tim to potentially get something like the Evoltal out and trap that Lunatone in for the meantime. But yeah, Gabe grabs his Soul Rock, trying to draw some cards. I imagine Gabe's hand isn't doing much better, but he will have access to draw power.
I also did see a pink card in his deck.
Oh, that's true. He does have the pink card, so the advantage is immediately to Gabe right now. But after the asymmetrical cut, Rain was so unbelievably exciting. Just not seeing much play here.
Unfortunately not, no. But then again, it does show that these decks, as powerful as they are, sometimes they don't always have the best start. So you can't always just assume that one game is going to be what the deck's going to do every single time.
Gabe is slow rolling those 3 cards. Is he a supporter? Do we see anything? Or is it just going to...
Hey, it's a buddy poffin. So there we go. Gabriel will be able to search his deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and throw them straight on the bench.
Tim would not love to see that. Tim would be hoping for that top deck, but I don't think, with no Precious Trolley, I don't think an Arven would be too fantastic at this point.
No, I don't think so. I think an Arven would go for a Nest Ball.
Yeah, a very Nest Ball and Turbo Energize.
Well, I would imagine Tim does play 2 Turbo Energize. Most lists do. So I feel like I've got faith. I feel like Tim can still come back into this, and I do feel like Gabe will be able to have a good substantial board state very, very soon as well. I don't think both players are just completely out of it yet. I think they both are still in it.
Anything is possible in Pokemon, and I guess we saw the same in Charlie and Lucas's game when Charlie thought he had it in time, but then one small mistake, it can flip the entire script, just like a Pheasantipity.
Absolutely. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens from here. Retreating the Lunatone into the Gimmighoul, basically saying, yep, you can get that Yveltal out. You can try to trap my Gimmighoul, but you know what's going to happen in the following turn. Searching Gabe's deck for 2 basic energies, 2 fighting energies, and putting him in Gabe's hand. Fantastic play on Gabe's part.
Going for that minor errand running, allowing him to grab the 20 cards. We did see that in the asymmetrical cut from Lucas as well. But could this be Goldengo's day? You did make it as one of your caster picks.
I did. I did. I wonder if I'm gonna be correct. Okay, there we go. We'll see one of these guys back out.
Toad School, is it too late? Is it too late? I don't think so. I believe you can do this. Tim adds the Bravery Charm to the Blood Moon Luna,
which will give it 310 HP.
That's big.
That's a very big Pokemon. I wonder if Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be the main attacker of this game.
Will we get the big Blood Moon comeback? But Tim would want to put some damage somewhere here, but maybe Gabe will just go chase it down. But I think that Toadstool probably is the primary target, because if that gets into that Toadstool, oh, okay. Is Tim just trying to force resources out by attaching more energies and making this more difficult potentially?
I do agree with this play because if he just attached if Tim just gusted up the Soul Rock, just attach an energy and boss. Where this play, it's okay. Now I need to get an energy and I need to get myself a Golden Go. So I do like this play.
Or force potentially the other airborne to go into an unoptimal spot. And then if Tim is forced to attack with the active, he will have to attach more energy. I mentioned in the last round that spreading your energy as the Goldengo player just leads to these difficult scenarios, especially with that Toad Scrum play and then inevitably Yveltal. So anything is possible here. Tim won't be feeling good, but you just never know.
Absolutely. And using Lunatone's ability to draw another 3 cards, I feel like these decks just draw a lot of cards.
I'm going to say it again. Draw power is real power. It's going to really, here we go. The Goldengo is coming down. I'm not sure Gabe is too scared of this Toadstool at this point, but if he is to have the boss, I'm sure he would go after it. Uses the coin bonus, takes 2 cards. I'm sure Tim wished he had the Mega Kangaskhan to draw 2 cards at this point, but we can't always be this fortunate.
Well, yes, we can't always have that queen bonus ability. We can't always have those errand run abilities. Unfortunately, it does happen like that. But we'll see what Gabriel does decide to do. So there is not going to be a boss, but with Arven being played, there might be a pink card coming down.
I think he would just, it would be the pink card, or he would just take out this Monkey Dory. It might be too early for that pink card, but
I think it would be. But I do also respect if he does or doesn't. Either way, I think it's a fine play getting rid of the little guy on the bench, or if Gabe does decide to do it. Either way, I think it is fine. Okay, there we go. Getting rid of another Lunatone.
Yeah, it looks like the Monkey Dory in the active will be the target here.
I do like that as well because it eliminates the damage of poison with Petrarun. If that ever does come to light in this game.
This is true, and that Ursaluna won't be able to do enough damage to knock out that Goldengo without the potential Monkey Dory as well. I'm sure Tim will be setting it up for the 240 to hopefully later on set up with some Yveltal stalling to give him multiple prize turns here.
Absolutely. So currently, Gabriel's just shuffling his deck, randomizing the cards before he does use a queen bonus again. Look at how many cards is in Gabriel's hand. There is a lot of cards.
Oh my gosh, it's a tough one for Tim, but Absol is one of those comeback decks, just like something like Guardi, and Goldengo will always be the aggressor. Can Tim find his way into this game? He just needs something like an Iono just to get him going.
I do believe with all this draw power, I don't think Iono is actually going to be a saving card right now because Gabriel's just drawing 5 cards.
And Gabe has just avoided using that prime catcher. Very fortunately, Tim will need to attach another energy. His reaction doesn't fill me with excitement here. I can't help but feel bad for him.
Absolutely. And not being able to one-shot this Goldengo EX also feels just as bad because you're only doing 240 damage.
This is true. Will the Yveltal have to come out already?
I might see you better take a KO.
This is true. But he might go for another Toad here, but he wants to get that Toad screw out as fast as possible because if he can limit Gabe to getting those resources back, maybe that's the avenue out of here.
Absolutely. Both these players are top players. Both these players definitely know the lines of plays they need to go down to be able to flush out this game.
Tim is a fantastic player. If there's any way out of this, I'm sure he can do it. But he does grab another Toad School. At this point, he's trying to potentially force. There's the Arven, but with no Precious Trolley. What can you do at this point? He's eyeing out that Serendipity, probably going to grab a Nest Ball, and maybe another one of his cool cards, maybe Bravery Charm. I think Turbo Energize as well. And hopefully grab an attack here to set up for some later shenanigans.
The only problem is because that Blood Moon Ursaluna has that Bravery Charm, you cannot use that Turbo Energizer right now. So potentially maybe attaching it to one of the Toad Scrolls on the bench.
Yeah, I think he might just try and get the attack at this point. And as I said, we can set up for that, your Voltor lock in the Lunatone, and then later on take on knockout with a Monkey Dory and go for the multiple prize turn here, which might be the best option, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Tim's hoping the other pink card is prize as well, just like him.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That's what he'll be thinking. But so that Pheasant Deputy does come down, giving Tim the option to be able to use flip the script, to potentially flip the script and draw 3 cards. And for the perfect cards he needs. I don't know. We'll find out, but
He does need to change this game up. Can he get the optimal 3 cards here? He's already thinking. He's grabbing a few things, and there's the rescue stretcher.
not stretcher.
No
Close.
stretcher. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of some old cards here. Shows my age.
Okay, attaching that dark energy to the Blood Moon Ice Luna. Now that Blood Moon Ice Luna is live with being able to utilize the attack of Blood Moon itself, which Tim does do, putting 240 damage onto that Golden Go, which that is very, very that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Gabriel does respond in this manner.
And that seasoned skill ability has come into effect, requiring the attack only to have 4 energy instead of the normal 5 at this point. But yeah, Gabe will be feeling pretty good. But maybe he might take the bait. I think Tim's trying to force out as much energy in the discard as possible so he can slam down that Toad Scroll and fight back with this game.
Absolutely. I definitely think I'm definitely not saying Tim will be completely out now. I feel like he has a definitely clear line to come back, and he's doing it in a very impressive way as well. Basically saying, yeah, you can't knock out any of these bench Pokemon. That is really going to be detrimental to me. Maybe the Pheasantipity, but that's about it. But if you do gust something up, my Blood Moon is just going to do another 240 damage to you because it's worked to the bench and reset.
I can imagine that he'd try to spread that damage out and force those Tauros and force Gabe's resources, but can Gabe run away with it soon enough? I think Gabe would want to take those 2 prizes, but it's always at the risk. The Toad Scroll just makes players think a lot of situations, because once that comes down, unless it's dealt with, nothing is happening. I don't think Gabe has that Cramorant to deal with it.
No, I have not seen it yet. But another thing to remember, if this Blood Moon Ursaluna does get knocked out and Tim does bench a mega Pokemon and Gabriel can knock that mega Pokemon out, it would be over. That's a perfect prize map in that way. But you have to be worried about the Toad Scroll at all times because these Pokemon don't have a small amount of HP. They can just get KO'd fairly easy with the Golden Go, but at the cost of a lot of resources.
This is true. Gabe will need the 7 energy unless he does have the Vitality Band at his disposal. But I think he is grabbing that fighting energy. It might put him up to 6 or 7 in hand. I guess we'll find out in a second here. And then we'll see how Tim responds.
Looks like that's 5 or 6 energies. It's one of those 2 there.
Looks like 6 now.
Oh, there was another card there in that lot. So it wasn't just all energies. So we'll find out, but very, very shortly.
I don't know if Gabe is to do this. I don't know if you have access to that many energy left.
No, it definitely does now with those 2 metal.
I'm saying for the next turn, if that Toad Scroll comes down, is this Tim's out?
Yeah, might be. We'll find out. Maybe.
I imagine he might have Alana's aid, but Tim. There is the Mega Marwile, I believe. That could be Gabe's out by his soft attach anyone now, and he won't need the additional energy attack with that. But Tim would have to take some prizes to turn on the other attack.
Absolutely. So that Mega Marwile is a very, very powerful and pivotal card in this matchup. And it looks like Gabriel is making it rain, knocking out that Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think that is such a strong play on Gabriel's part.
I think this is Gabriel's way out. Is that to get around the Toad Scroll? Is the Mega Marwile such a powerful card and something for Tim to fear in the face of? But if Tim is to get this Toad Scroll down, I think the only attacker left will be that Mega Marwile. And if Tim can find a way to deal with it, game on.
That's it, 100%. So we'll definitely see how Tim does respond into that big KO. So as you can see here, that's the Mega Marwile in the right-hand corner. basically showing how much damage it can do with the energies in your discard pile. So that is a lot of damage.
Double down and huge bite. I'm not sure Gabe has enough energies left to hit that huge bite if there is a Toad Scroll in play, but guess I have to wait and see. The script is flipped. Will Tim flip this script?
We'll find out. Surely shouldn't be too much longer. I'm very excited to see how Tim does come back from this. I know he can do this, and I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I'm loving this game. This is awesome.
This is a pivotal turn. He's looking. He has an Arvin in hand. Is there anything that can be done here?
Arvin is played. Okay, I believe these turns are the defining moment of the games.
This is it. This will decide the rest of it. This will decide who potentially goes in top 4. If Tim can find something here, maybe and claw back this game. But I think Gabe will feel pretty good going into a game 3 with the prizing rules. If he does get to time, Tim, you got to find something here.
Absolutely. He's going for the Earthen Vessel, so understanding that he will need to get an energy out of his discard pile, out of his deck, and discarding the Cider. I love that card.
Everyone's favorite Pokemon. What does that card do, Jeremy?
So that Cider just stops your opponent from discarding Pokemon from play and utilizing their ability in that way. So the infamous Dusclops and Dusknoir that is going around in the Dragapult decks, that just basically says, I'm a Psyduck and I'm stopping you.
I imagine Tim isn't scared of Dusknoirs at this point coming from this deck.
Absolutely.
But I think he's scared if he doesn't find his Toad Scroll because staring in the active and what happens? He's asking how many energies in discard. If Tim is to get this Toad Scroll,
absolutely,
he might be in the optimal position here.
We will find out. I believe this is a turn that Tim does need to find that Toad Scroll if he has access to it.
What do you have, Tim? What do you have?
What is that?
It's a catcher, I believe. That is the Bravery Charm.
Yep, so that's going to need to be 7 energies to be able to knock out that Mega Kangaskhan, which is a lot.
I am absolutely on the edge of my seat, but it's not feeling good here coming from Tim. The vibes are off.
Okay, just looks like a pass over back to Gabriel's turn, evolving that Gimmighoul into another Golden Go.
I'm sure Gabe has it
Super
here.
odd.
3 energy, potentially going back in the deck. It's anyone's game here. Not really. It's definitely Gabe's game here.
We don't count Tim out too early, though. I believe Tim can definitely come back. But I'll be honest with you, Gabe is playing very, very well and utilizing these extra turns he's getting from Tim bricking, unfortunately, to be able to establish a winning board state.
All Gabe needs to do is just slam down the Super Energy Retrieval. I believe he has 3 energies in hand, and this will be it. Cypher Maniac. Show that Super Energy Retrieval. 2 Super Energy Retrievals, and doesn't even bother to put it face down on the deck. He knows he has it. He knows he has
3. Yeah, that's 7.
Tim gives us the thumbs up. Oh. Tim. Unfortunate game. And there's the pressure stroke. Tim is clapping for us. I guess if there's a way to go out in top 8, it's something that's just not your fault.
Absolutely. And I do like the show that we were just given. That was shows Tim was a very good sport in that way. Very well played on Gabriel's part as well on both games. And Tim only could do what he could do throughout both those games.
Gabe set up very aggressively, did what Goldango needs to do, and with that prime catcher, Gabe knew he had the room to do whatever he needed to do, put as much pressure on him as possible, and especially in a situation where that Precious Trolley was prized twice. I think Gabe had that good read the moment those Arvins came down and it wasn't pulled out of the deck.
Absolutely, and that's just how it goes with the prize cards. Sometimes you do prize those key cards you do need, especially the pink cards, and when that happens, the game can fall apart. But we also did see the big difference in between a prime catcher as well as a a secret box. The difference in between the two for the Golden Go deck. I definitely really like the Prime Catcher. It shows how effective it is, because that means an Arvin is just technically another boss.
Well, looking at the bracket, there might be a chance in the final for Gabe to hit Lucas, and we'll find out truly once and for all if Secret Box or Prime Catcher is Goldengo's best friend. But there are a bunch of other incredible games being played in top 8. I mean, you have there's amazing players like Henry Brand and Brent Tonneson playing it out, and then there's new and up-and-coming players and those who have been around for a while battling it out. I'm so excited to see who will come out on top at the end of the day.
Absolutely, me too. I can't wait to see how the result of this tournament, and it's the next game is going to be up before you know it.
Yep, we'll be back for top 4 soon, and stick around, guys, and we'll be off.
Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final 2 games of our Sydney Regional Championships. My name's Mitch Nucky. I'm going to be here with Tom Burke going through our top 4 matchup. That's been one that we've been waiting for quite a while. We've got Jonathan Wong up against Lucas Hamilton Foster.
Yeah, waiting around in the venue, just paying attention to all the players and all the different games that are going on. Once you start up from the asymmetrical cut, all the games go at a little bit of a different pace than what you normally would have in Swiss, where everything's on the same clock. You're all checking the timer at the exact same point. But yeah, everybody's finished their games leading up to the top 4 for one half of the bracket. So we still have one half still to conclude before we eventually meet in that final. But we do have 2 players picked out for this round, and it looks like it is going to be a very exciting game.
Yeah, definitely is. You really feel for Jonathan, who's been sitting back. He's been waiting for his opponent in top 4 for quite a while, having played his top 8 game whilst our first asymmetric cut game was being streamed. So he is well and truly rested. Lucas, we've seen on stream multiple times as well, so he will be ready and raring to go. Both players are currently sitting at the table ready to get started. At the moment, they're doing their deck checks and taking a look at each other's cards, which is something that is relatively new. One of the first times in Australia that we've been able to do that. Take a look at our opponent's deck lists in top 8. So a bit of a new process for people to work through, but one that probably is very helpful for these top-end players.
Really get to target down the skill that you have. Once you can look at a full 60-card list and then choose exactly how you're going to play those matchups, you know the tech cards that are in there that are going to counter your decks. You literally can see them on a sheet of paper and trying to like navigate your game plan as you're going into the round. It's a really, really cool thing that they've added to the TCG. And if you've played some tournaments in the past, you know that it can be a little bit of information sharing going around the room. So it kind of balances it out, making it a little bit fairer of a game when you're going in and you both know what decks each other's playing rather than having to rely on some other people maybe telling you what might be in the room.
Yeah, it certainly prevents people from sitting watching the stream and passing that information on to others and things being inequitable, which is obviously not what we're looking for. We've seen quite a lot of big players playing big decks in the last couple of rounds. Obviously, Golden Go looking like it might be one of the top contenders. Lucas, having beaten Henry Brand, who was playing Dragapult, seems to be that those kind of evolving decks might be on the way out in this event. We've only got 4 players left in our top 4, so it's going to be very interesting to see exactly who is where. If you take a look at our top cut graphic here, you can see that there are a few big names still remaining. Lucas having won in his top 8 match against Henry, moving into this top 4 against Jonathan Wong. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Brent Tonneson, who managed to beat Yasuhiro Hayashima in his top 8 match, playing off against Gabriel Smart, who we have seen multiple times today, almost exclusively up against Tim Franklin, who we just saw in our top 8 match.
Tell you what, I do remember back in Brisbane a few years ago, they did have a finals pairing. So it was interesting here in Sydney to relive that experience and see them navigate that matchup a couple of times. But here we go into the gameplay. The players are ready to go. We're flipping over the cards. We have Jonathan Wong on the Flareon box, as well as Golden Go yet again from Lucas Hamilton Foster.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be thinking that Jonathan would be very comfortable in this particular matchup, but that start seems pretty slow. And Lucas in a position now where he can very easily and very quickly open up a 1-game lead.
There it is.
All he needs is a single Lunatone and an energy. We're hopeful that this is not the way that this top 4 match goes, because really Jonathan should be expecting a much easier matchup than perhaps he's faced earlier in the day.
I tell you what, this is where it might actually take us to a game 3 finally. We're situated now where this is, as you mentioned, a favorable matchup on paper for Jonathan. So Lucas being able to take that first game early gives him a much better position to actually be able to close this set out and potentially make it to the finals. But yeah, you're always laughing when you get that cosmic beam off into a under 70 HP Pokemon and just send your opponent into the next game.
Yeah, definitely a difficult spot to be in for Jonathan. A great start for Lucas, who now has effectively 90 minutes to win 2 games of Pokemon and put himself into the finals of Sydney Regionals. And just having a quick look at our records at the top there, where we're not crazy. Both of these players do have the records as they're listed. Jonathan, of course, having played 1 less game as he played in top 8 and didn't have to play in asymmetric cut, whereas Lucas, having won that extra game thanks to his victory in ASIM, gives him a chance to push that bracket up a little bit higher. Now we've got a Pokemon that can't be knocked out by Solrock, so Jonathan will at least live for a single turn, but not a particularly impressive start, benching the Terapagos and passing across to Lucas.
As a Flareon box player, you want to make sure you're trying to get that fan call down off that fan Rotom, which we did not see from Jonathan. Over to Lucas, though. We are playing the Fighting Gong. We're getting a Fighting Energy, which means that we might have a Lunatone already in hand, unless we've got the unfortunate scenario where both of them could be prized. But fingers crossed, we're actually going to be seeing a couple of cards drawn here immediately. Funny enough, Jonathan starting with another Eevee, but as you mentioned, it is an Eevee that does not have under 70 HP. So if that's going to be getting hit by a Solrock this turn, you're definitely a lot happier with it being the EX.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world if this one gets tapped a little bit by a Cosmic Beam. We're seeing Lucas now with a discard of a Fighting Energy with his Earthen Vessel, grabbing out another 2 and shuffling back up. So setting himself up nicely to draw as many cards as possible off a potential Lunatone. But we'll wait and see whether that card is in hand or not. At the moment, we're just shuffling up a little sneaky Fighting Energy falling out as we're shuffling here. But one of the key things that we really want to see from these players is their technicality. How strong are they under pressure? How good are they in difficult situations? Lucas, one of Australia's best players, playing with a great deal of skill. He knows exactly what he's going to do, and Jonathan's going to have to deal with that as it comes to him.
Yeah, as much luck as it takes to get to these kind of points in a tournament, the amount of skill is also very much there. So Hamilton Foster is presenting yet again another first turn attack with the Solrock swinging for 70 damage into that Eevee. Let's see what Jonathan Wong can do here. He's got a nice little shiny pink card in his hand, but at the moment doesn't seem to be too much else. Sadly, the Fan Call Rotom coming down on the following turn, so you can't actually use that ability to find all of those colorless Pokemon that you would love to be seeing on that first turn. We're chugging down even a Blood Moon Ursaluna at this point, and then passing across to Lucas. This is going to be a very interesting game here to see if the Golden Go can actually manage to take down this Flareon box. When you see Fire-type Pokemon, you usually think this is pretty scary as a Golden Go player, but right now we're seeing a whole board of colorless.
Yeah, it's a real challenging spot here. Just saw Jonathan throwing his hand up towards the screen there as if to say, well, I've got nothing to do. This is pretty much all I've got. And sometimes Pokemon does just go that way. Top deck of the Fan Rotom makes things a little bit difficult. Lucas, on the other hand, going quite well. He's got his Earthen Vessel to search out for 2 of his energy cards, 1 metal and 1 fighting. And that means we might be seeing a Golden Go come down. That could potentially be a way of pushing this attack forwards. Without an Eevee to evolve into a Flareon, there's no reason to be afraid to bench those Golden Go, but it's a matter of whether Lucas has them. And at the moment, he may not necessarily have access to them, even though he has drawn some extra cards with Lunatone. Looks like we're just going to see a Cosmic Beam, and maybe Jonathan has one last shot here, either to get this Eevee out of the active or to start setting up towards an attack.
We do have 200 HP on that Eevee, so it's not the end of the world, but it looks like we've managed to find a Flareon where there was no energy attached previously, but if we've actually got something hiding in the hand, we do have that crystal that we might be able to attach and then give us 1 additional energy. But yeah, at the moment, all this has really done is just buffed up the HP on that Eevee and taken us up to a Flareon EX.
Yeah, just a boss to bring the Lunatone into the active. Definitely not a move of a person who is in a commanding position. Now Lucas has a chance. He's got his Nest Ball, which means that we're going to be seeing Genesect EX Genesect means Golden Go, and Golden Go means big, big trouble for Jonathan. It's not guaranteed that Lucas has all the cards he needs to get this Lunatone out of the active, but if ever there was a chance for him to put himself in a really commanding spot to try and get into that final, he would be looking to draw those cards now.
And draw cards Golden Go will. He's pretty much seen at least 3 to 5 energy so far from this first couple of turns. So whether he's got enough pieces to knock out a Flareon that has already been chipped twice by a Soul Rock, we'll already seen the retreat outcome here with the Air Balloon. But yeah, there's not too many more pieces to go left for Lucas before he might be able to close out. And we're also seeing the Secret Box come down, which is going to be a huge card to play in this match, as that's going to help us find our supportive for turn, which I think we've still got maybe potentially available. Oh, no, it might have been the Arven for the Secret Box. We're
Arvening here, but the thing about this Secret Box is that Lucas will be able to hold this for next turn. There's almost nothing now that Jonathan can do to prevent Lucas from walking away from this game. It's going to take a huge, gargantuan effort for Jonathan to find a way back in. But if ever there was a chance to do it, it was in this kind of matchup where Flareon can potentially get an attack off. He just needs to draw into something to give him a chance to play this game. Now Lucas searching through the deck. We'll still probably looking for an energy or two. There's the metal on the active, which will allow us to attack. That Earthen Vessel will give us a chance to discard a couple of energy. And we're looking at what? A Flareon with 140 damage on it. That means 2 energy will not quite reach that knockout, potentially a little bit too far.
Definitely saw a superior energy retrieval in hand before for Lucas. So if he's looking for the knockout this turn, I think he would have definitely enough energy in the discard pile right now to make it happen. But he just goes for it straight in hand. 3 energy down, and that Flareon is going to go into the discard pile, setting back Jonathan a fair few turns here, as right now without a normal Eevee in play and no way to evolve up into that Flareon after being discarded, it's going to be a little bit tough for him to recover here. We're actually being able to establish the EVEX, which is really nice with that Night Stretcher. But so far, there hasn't been too much action on Jonathan's side of the board. So whether these last couple of cards in hand are actually going to be able to help him out will be interesting to see. Using another Night Stretcher to grab back the Flareon, we're able to attach the... We're attaching the crystal to the active Terrapagos, and then we're using a nice little tool scrapper to remove some tools there from Lucas's side, maybe slow him down, put a little barricade in there before he is able to keep going with this game.
Yes, this is a play of a person who's worried that the game is effectively over. We know Lucas is sitting with that Secret Box in hand. He can find as many cards as he needs to push his advantage in this game, and that Eevee that's come down on the field is going to be a prime target for a boss's orders or or something similar to try and get a knockout here. And you've got to really feel for Jonathan in this position. He's got a matchup that he thinks he should be able to win. He's got the weakness advantage. All he needs is to draw relatively well in 1 out of 2 games. And unfortunately, he's just not been able to do it. The attachment of the crystal onto the Terrapagos, not necessarily one that screams confidence in this matchup. Now Lucas going for that superior energy retrieval. He's going to be searching for 4 energy cards, putting them back into his hand from the discard pile. And you've got to think that if the boss isn't already in hand, we're going to be secret boxing for it shortly.
And even if you can't secret box or get a boss in order for this turn, you're still swinging into a 2-prize card Pokemon. So if it doesn't work out this turn, next turn, it might be on the cards for you. There we go. We're seeing the Make It Rain come down for Lucas. And we've attached a... And there's just the concession right there from Jonathan. Sadly, the writing was on the wall for a fair few turns there. It's really upsetting to go through that many rounds, get to the end of the day, have a long wait time between your games whilst you're waiting for asymmetrical cut to play out and some other brackets to conclude, and then have that end up being the result for your top 4 match.
Yeah, no, it's really disappointing. You've got to feel for Jonathan, but congratulations to Lucas, who finds himself in the final of Sydney Regionals, a matchup that I'm sure he would have felt a little bit less than confident about going in, but the capacity for Golden Go to consistently take big knockouts cannot be understated. An exceptional deck, and we've only got 1 more game to play out, that top 4 match between Gabriel Smart and Brent Tonneson, to find out exactly who is going to be in our final. I'm excited to see it. It's going to be a way off, unfortunately, because we've only spent about 10 minutes in this one. But Tom, what would you expect? We've got Golden Go definitely coming through. Gabe is playing Golden Go as well. And then we've got Brent. What do we think is going to happen?
I mean, I talked about raid bosses earlier on in the broadcast, and we've got two of them pairing up against each other in the other half of the bracket. So regardless of whoever makes it through, as Lucas, you have to get in that mindset to be like, these are two really, really strong players. What am I going to be able to do here? But I mean, personally, I would love to see, believe it or not, a Golden Go mirror. I think that matchup can be pretty spicy. It's a little bit of a one to work around, but yeah, maybe Brent locks in and actually takes the W here, and we'll have a great game regardless.
Yeah, well, it depends on the outcome of that matchup. We're going to head to a quick break. Well, it might be a slightly longer than quick break, considering the speed at which that game completed. But we will be back very shortly for the final of the Sydney Regional Championships for the TCG. We're excited. We're looking forward to seeing you very soon for the final. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final of the Sydney Regional Championships here for the Pokemon TCG. It has been a very long day, a very long weekend for all of us here, but not longer than either of our players in the final. They've been focused since Saturday morning at 8:30 on the singular goal of finding their way into this position. We've got Gabe Smart in the final up against Lucas Hamilton Foster.
An absolutely massive weekend. It all comes down to this. Everything on the line. Each of these players, fantastic achievements already. There's prizing going out to both of them, which you cannot complain about. But that extra level up by taking all the way equals an additional invite as well as a couple of extra $1,000 on top. So it's not over yet. Great results so far, but there's still so much more to play for.
Yeah, it's a really incredible achievement to get to this point. But both players showing their quality with what is probably one of the best decks in the world right now, Golden Go EX. Both players choosing to pilot that particular deck to the final. We've got Gabe, who's playing a more traditional version of Golden Go with that Prime Catcher, and Lucas with the secret box. So we're going to find out in this game exactly what a spec is the best. We can see on the screen here the run to the finals for both of these players. Lucas having to take down Henry Brand in the top 8. And then we did see that unfortunate brick from Jonathan Wong, which gave Lucas his berth into the finals. And Gabriel Smart just managed to take down one of Oceania's best in Brent Tonneson.
Really happy showing the Australian talent at this event. Most of the time for our last regionals, we've had a lot of international players making their way down over here and giving us a run for our money. But I'm very proud of what we've been able to come through with. A lot of big names taking out some prime positions in this top 8. And it's, yeah, still managing to stick in there with at least one of our players being Australian in Lucas Hamilton Foster. But yeah, the international talent still very strong with Gabriel Smart, potentially trying to take another win from the Australian region as what he did a few years ago in the Brisbane regionals.
Yeah, it's obviously with good players come good performances. There's a smattering of them throughout our field today, and they've all come to the fore to show exactly what they are made of. But it comes down to Golden Go here, a deck that not many of our casters were speaking about beforehand. Only I think Jeremy Evans was talking about Golden Go as a card that he was super excited to see. Brent with Gardevoir almost going all the way. Henry with Dragapult bowing out in top 8. And now we can see both players sat and ready to go. We're taking a look over those deck lists now. It's really relatively simple. What are the differences between the 60 that I'm playing and the 60 that they're playing?
Yeah, it's interesting because it is pretty much going to be 95% of these cards are exactly the same for both players. So not much to look into. The differences, as we mentioned, there's the Prime Catcher in Gabriel's list. And then over on Lucas's side, we have the secret box. So one's opting for more of a consistent route with that secret box, while the other is thinking, I want to be on the aggressive and I want to try and be taking the knockouts on the Pokemon that I want to be taking every single time I'm playing my turns out. So we're just, yeah, and analyzing these two deck lists, making sure that we have all the nuances ready to go. And then, yeah, making our game plan from there for this next coming game.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you're going into a big game like this where you're playing in a mirror. There's only so much that you can realistically expect skill to come into it. Sometimes when it's mirrors, it's just about a bit of luck. Both players now, with their 1 minute of deck list reading time complete, will now prepare to set up for the last set of this tournament, the final of the Sydney Regional Championships. Gabriel Smart with an undefeated record so far, sitting at 11.04, and Lucas Hamilton Foster, having fought his way through asymmetric cut, is ready and raring to go. We are off, and Gabriel Smart going first in this one.
Yeah, going first isn't as ideal. You can obviously get some gimme goals down, but when you've got a Solrock on the other side of the table and you're aiming to be on a one prize board for most of the match, it's not ideal for you to be giving your opponent the chance to take those early knockouts. So Gabriel here just assessing what cards he has available for this game. We're going to be getting some energy sent to the top there with the search. So we'll see what he can pull together. But Lunatone in the active, if he can find a Solrock this turn and start drawing some cards, that's going to be a great start for him. When you're looking over the other side of the table, you already see that Solrock down there. You want to be able to make sure you're establishing, as you know your opponent might be just one piece away from getting their draw engine on board.
Yeah, it's a really tricky situation for both of these players, trying to decide exactly how they want to approach a mirror. The idea is that we want to keep these board states as low to the ground as possible. We don't necessarily want to put a two-prize liability down if we can afford not to. And Gabriel, with that energy attachment to the active, doesn't look like there's a huge amount of movement, and he's just going to pass the turn there. He's got that gimme ghoul in hand, electing not to put it down, knowing that Lucas doesn't necessarily have the cards to get a knockout on this Lunatone. And that's the benefit of having a look at your opponent's deck list. You know exactly what they're going to be capable of. So Gabriel happy to sit behind this Lunatone for now and wait and see whilst Lucas sets up his board on the other side of the field. We've got two fighting energy coming his way. So we just do a quick little deck check to see what might be in the prizes. And we'll be looking for a Lunatone of Lucas's in the next couple of cards so that we could potentially see some draw and maybe even an attack.
Yeah, as you mentioned, looking at the deck list is fantastic, as a lot of Goldango lists are playing cards like the Premium Power Pro and Vitality Band, which would bring your Solrock up to do enough damage to knock out a Lunatone. But Gabe might have seen that there's none of those cards in Lucas's list. I'm not entirely sure. But if he thinks, yeah, there's no chance that I might be able to get donked on this turn and take it into a next one, I guess I'll just play it slow. As we saw, just bench the Gimme Ghoul, not bench the Gimme Ghoul, and just see what Lucas returns with. As we can see there, Lucas only getting a Gimme Ghoul down himself.
Yeah, not an ideal start for either of these players, really. This is not the type of explosive Goldango gameplay that we'd be used to. Gimme Ghoul coming down for Lucas and for Gabriel here. He's just having a think about, do I want to commit this particular basic to the bench? He's going to do it and then a pass. And I mean, this is something that we've seen quite a lot of on the stream. If you're looking for a gameplay where you're not drawing cards that you need to, it seems like being on the stream table at Sydney Regionals is the place to be. A Goldango coming down now on the bench for Lucas. He's saying, you know what? I need to find something. I need to be able to draw some cards. We're going to retreat here into that Goldango and draw two.
Having Gabriel not draw anything for that previous turn besides the top deck does mean you might be able to feel a little bit of urgency. And now that you have this new draw engine in the Goldango established, you can actually go ahead and try and make some moves. But we're actually here using a Lana's Aid to just get a couple of extra energies and recover one of those steel types so we can get an attach for turn. But yeah, I'm not sure whether we have, I think we might have had 3 in hand. So there we go. The first KO for the game does come out for Lucas with that coin bone, or with that...
make it rain.
Yeah, make it rain. Even being able to take the first prize and get started for this game number 1.
Yeah, you might think that that's a really good place for Lucas to be in, one prize up in front of Gabriel, but he now reveals in that hand there was that Pheasantipity. So Gabriel Smart will draw 3 cards and go looking for a Goldango. And if Gabe can find that Goldango and a knockout here, he could put himself into a position where he's able to win this game relatively handily. Lucas doesn't have that much left over, and a Goldango on Gabriel's side of the field that's left unchecked is going to be very difficult to deal with. Here comes a nest ball. We're going to see a basic Pokemon from the deck coming down. It looks like it's going to be that Genesect EX, allowing Gabe to search for up to 2 Goldango EX from his deck, which he dutifully places on the field. Now we've got that guaranteed Goldango. We're going to be drawing some cards. Can we find all of the energy required to take a knockout on Lucas's Goldango and put himself in a really strong position for the rest of this game?
Definitely one of the more unique board states you'll see in this mirror match. As we mentioned, you want to stay pretty low to the ground, keep those 1 prizes in play, and not be giving too much away for your opponent to get ahead. But this game, we're seeing Gabriel go, you know what, I'm just going to put 3 2 prizes into play and we'll just go aggressive and, yeah, try and capitalize on the weaker board for Lucas right now. But, yeah, both players being restricted to having Golden Go EX as their attackers is not something you usually see in this matchup. We've got the Arvin coming down there for Gabriel. He's got at least, I think, 4 energy in hand, so only maybe needs 3 energies to actually go for this knockout on the Golden Go. And with only 1 Soul Rock left in play, Lucas has got to be a little bit scared of what might happen.
Yeah, the vessel is the key here for Gabe. He's going to be searching that out. He's got the air balloon there as well, 4 energy in hand, but I think he still needs to attach 1 to the Golden Go. So do we have all the pieces that we need? Discarding the picnic basket there, a card that's completely useless in this matchup, ready to search for 2 energies out of the deck. There's the metal and the fighting. And now it's just a matter of, are the rest of the resources there to be able to take a big swing and knock out Lucas's only feasible attacker? I'm going to shuffle up now and make a decision. But I think was there only 5 or 6 energy in there? It's difficult to say. And with the attachment required, are we going to be able to reach?
So if we're only able to swing for the 6, if we do have a superior energy retrieval, which is going to be integral if there's any of the energy in the discard pile, which I think there might be the one off the Lunatone, which if there were the 6 in hand, that would take us up to the 7, because whiffing an attack here would be very, very dangerous for Gabriel. Getting a return KO from Lucas would put him back on the front foot. So there we go. We see 6 coming down and still 1 additional energy in hand, knocking out for 2 prizes on that Golden Go EX. Gabriel Smart with 4 left to take as Lucas is still there with 5 in play and only the Soul Rock on board, but responding with a Pheasantipity, drawing the 3 cards off, flip the script there. Not too bad if you're going to be getting knocked out. And finally, finding a Lunatone and putting it onto the board to draw us our cards off the Lunar Cycle there, discarding the fighting type energy. Let's see what those 3 cards have bought for Lucas.
It's a really tough spot to be in. Obviously, you've found the pieces to start drawing some cards, but you've not got an attacker that can really put too much pressure on Gabe. His board, even though it's all 2 prizes, are well out of range of these Soul Rocks and Lunatones. And without access to another Gimme Ghoul on the bench, it's impossible for Lucas to really reach and take a knockout on this Golden Go. So we're going to have to wait and see how he chooses to approach it. There's plenty of options for him. He does, of course, have that secret box in the deck. He might even have it in hand. And there's still a supporter to be played this turn. We use the Artisan to search out a Gimme Ghoul, place that one on the bench, and just finalize our shuffling here. The question is, where do we want to make this play? We know that Gabe is holding an air balloon. We've probably not got much of a way to disrupt. Is it possible that we just hit into this Golden Go and hope for the best? We're almost definitely going to need another Gimme Ghoul. We'll be picking up our Pheasantipity, though, to remove all of our 2 prize options off the board and make Gabe take a single prize knockout if that is what he wants to do.
Removing the 2 prizes for play is all well and good, but still only having the 1 Gimme Ghoul down puts you potentially just in the same state as what you were if Gabriel's able to find a Gust, which, as we mentioned in the start of the match, we do have Prime Catcher as Gabriel's ace spec, which is a fantastic card for him to be able to use just to Gust 1 Pokemon off Lucas's bench. It looks like we actually might have it in hand as well. I did see a little bit of a glowing pink there. So we've drawn a couple of cards there off the coin bonus from the Golden Go. We've got Lunatone coming back down onto the board. Buddy Poffin in hand as well if we needed to establish some other Pokemon. But I think right now we're just maybe going for another Soul Rock off this Artisan just to keep our draw engine ready to go. And hopefully we still have an energy in hand to use for that discard on the Lunatone.
Yeah, it's an incredible position for Gabe to be in. He's got a damaged Golden Go, but it's not that big of a deal. He's not threatened too much by Lucas's board. And if he can take a knockout on the Gimme Ghoul with that Prime Catcher, which is sitting in the hand, then he'll be in a really strong position to try and push an advantage, even if he is on that odd prizing. But it's a real question as to whether he chooses to attack here with the Golden Go or with the Soul Rock. There's the Prime Catcher bringing the Gimme Ghoul into the active, and Soul Rock is going to be the attacker here. That Cosmic Beam giving Gabe plenty of damage onto that Gimme Ghoul, and he also has the Professor Turo scenario to remove that liability, the Genesect DX from play. Lucas just showing there, oh, I had the charm. I should have potentially used it. It's going to be a real challenge for him to find a way back in this one.
Yeah, having the charm would have been great to stop the Soul Rock KO, but it still would have been well in range for potentially getting knocked out by a Golden Go. We've moved over to Lucas's side here with using the Fighting Gong to grab a Fighting Energy out of the deck and then drawing our 3 cards with the Lunar Cycle. But yeah, the board state right now for Lucas is not ideal. If he does have the Vitality Band and Premium Power Pro, which I don't think he does, then he would not be able to respond with a KO this turn, which really just keeps setting him back further and further into this game.
Yeah, we're going to sit back and wait now. But Lucas, having lost that Gimmighoul, loses his ability to take a 2-prize knockout. It's really what he needs to push himself into a position where he might possibly be able to win the game. On the plus side for him, there's no way for Gabe to really punish Lucas's board state. But the reason for that, it's just that the board state is lacking so much. We've still got a potential artisan, I think, to try and use to get some basic Pokemon here if we wanted to. And a huge amount of cards in hand. We're going to use Serendipity here to flip the script and draw 3, but it might be just a little bit too far gone for Lucas, especially since Gabe still has so many resources left.
Yeah, not to mention the resources, but also just the draw. After you get knocked out, you've got the Serendipity, you've still got the Golden Go, and if you target either of those, then that opens up your Soul Rock and Lunatone combo to start drawing cards as well. So the options here are pretty limited. We do have 3 prize cards on Gabriel's side, so that does allow Hops Cramorant to be able to attack, as it does do 120 damage, but only when your opponent is on 3 or 4 prize cards. So that is an answer that he has right now in this mirror matchup, and it's actually a pretty strong card for the matchup in general.
Certainly is. So that might be the attacking option here, but even with that knockout, it isn't necessarily a super easy return kind of situation for Lucas. He still needs to find a way to take an extra 4 prizes. They're on the board, but Gabe's going to have so many options available to him. The Soul Rock now being knocked out by that Hops Cramorant, only 1 prize, and now Gabe promoting that really frightening Golden Go EX into the active. He'd be looking to try and get a KO on effectively anything, but the critical thing is if he can get a knockout on that Serendipity, as well as set up a couple of other Gimmighouls on his bench, which he'll be able to do with this Buddy Poffin, he's going to put himself in a really, really strong position to try and win this game.
Yeah, very integral to get those Gimmighouls down, so you don't lose your only big damage attacker, but he does, yes, grab 2 Gimmighouls as well as this Soul Rock off the Artisan there to keep the draw engine alive. He also has the Metallic Signal Genesect in hand, so if he does get to this active Pokemon KO this turn, he will be able to find a couple more Golden Go to be able to respond into Lucas the next turn. We've got the Serendipity, flip the script, drawing us 3 cards here. We would imagine that the hand's pretty large, so has plenty of resources available. Got a couple more drawn off the coin bonus there in the active Golden Go. He should have at least 1 or 2 superior energy retrievals, you would imagine, to be able to reach this KO on a Cramorant.
Yeah, definitely. And even with that charm, it's going to be very simple for Gabe to try and get that knockout. There's the superior energy retrieval, uses that and discards the Cram of his own, as well as Nest Ball. We won't be needing that again. And let's grab some energy out of the discard pile. There are so many there to get. We get 3 fighting and a medal back to the hand. And now the question is, who are we targeting? Who are we going to take a knockout on? Is it the Cram in the active, the Hops Cram in the active, or are we going to target something else? As long as Gabe is able to maintain the pressure here, it's almost a foregone conclusion now that he's going to be able to win this game. It really comes down to Lucas. Is there some way for him to disrupt the hand? Traditionally in Golden Go, there's not.
I think you're more than happy right now taking the 1 prize on the active. If there's going to be a response into a Golden Go from Lucas at some point here, it will have to be from their own Golden Go EX. Does look to elect to just say, you're not going to draw as many cards this turn by me knocking out this Serendipity. So not too bad of a position to be in here from Gabriel, going down to 1 prize remaining. But yeah, we're going to see a response here from Lucas. You'd imagine we're looking for a Golden Go attack here, and then hopefully take out this threat, which is on Gabriel's side of the board with the Golden Go EX.
And there's the evolution. Lucas is probably going to be easily able to take this knockout, but due to the size of the hand of Gabriel Smart, there's not a huge amount that Lucas can do to prevent this return knockout. We saw Gabe in that previous turn, just shuffling the cards he knows he's going to need to the top of his hand. There were 2 Golden Goes in there. So even if he doesn't have the immediate return knockout, it is going to be relatively easy for him to draw the cards he needs. There's the discard from Lucas to find some energy off of the Earthen Vessel. Now we're going to be going in with the Golden Go to draw 2 cards, and hopefully something for Lucas. It's It's going to be really tricky, though. I think Gabe might have this first game wrapped up.
Sadly, yes, it is going to be a little bit of a struggle. Most of the time, the Golden Go at this point will have the return KO here, but this is a 75-minute game, so sometimes it's worth just playing all the games out and just see whether there could be something that comes on, even if it's a low likelihood that you'll be able to try and pull it together. And it's worth just playing those games out to the end and see what the final result is, especially in these matchups where you're playing Golden Go. It's pretty fast. You reckon you're going to be able to complete 3 games no matter what, even if they go the full length of time. So not too stressful about just, continuing to play it out, see what the outcome of this is by going all the way. It looks like we're eyeing up enough energy here by playing the superior energy retrieval to get this knockout. But yes, whether Gabriel's able to respond here with a single prize knockout will be very interesting. We've got another superior energy retrieval discarding the vitality band and another nest ball. So energy's plentiful in hand right now for Lucas, and hopefully a big knockout will be happening right now on Lucas's side.
Going for the Arvin as well, we may as well just take a look through the deck. As you mentioned, you're in the final. There's no reason to give up at this point. Even if Gabe does find a way to win next turn, you may as well give yourself as much of a chance as possible to try and win this set. We're going to see a super rod off of that Arvin as well as an air balloon. Not necessarily super required right now. There are 6 energy coming down from that Golden Go. We're making it rain and taking the knockout. And here comes Gabriel Smart. The gust out onto the Soul Rock. The superior energy retrieval is going to do the job. That is game 1 of the finals to Gabe Smart. A really clinical performance showing off just how strong Golden Go can be. And he puts himself 1 game away from being the Sydney Regional Championship for 2026.
Absolutely textbook work from Gabriel. I absolutely love to see how his deck was able to churn through whilst not having the added consistency of that secret box in going for that prime catch. He was definitely not stressing about setting up throughout that game. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there from Lucas. He didn't have the strongest board. You like to see that going to, a full spread of gimme ghouls at some point where you're actually able to chain the attackers. But losing your 1 of Golden Go there was kind of the point where it started to pivot in Gabriel's favor a little bit. But yes, there's still 2 more games to go. So in no means is this set over yet.
No, absolutely. We've got 2 games to go. Lucas could easily bring this one back. And it could be as simple as a single attack. We've seen these decks taking donks on a whole bunch of other Pokemon in the format. Those 70 HP basics, always a liability. And if Gabe opens up with a Gimme Ghoul, Lucas goes second and starts with that Soul Rock, we could so quickly be in a position where we are equal at 1-1. But you've got to be feeling good if you're Gabriel Smart here. You know that you're in a mirror. You've got the power cards that are going to be able to help you against Lucas's Golden Go deck. And as long as you have a consistent start, you're going to have a chance to try and win this match and the tournament.
Definitely going first or second is very important in this matchup as well. So by Gabriel winning that first game, that does mean that if Lucas is able to claw one back, you do get to choose the preferential start of going second in that very, very important game 3. We can see a mulligan coming down there from Lucas. Giving additional cards to Gabe is not what you want to see, especially after the last event from the previous game. But yeah, the extra card draw is really, really very strong into the Golden Go mirror.
Definitely is, because you're going first for a whole bunch of different cards. And if you can set up a really strong board state going first without having played a supporter, then you're in a really good spot to try and win this tournament. Lucas, again, second mulligan, giving Gabriel Smart 2 extra cards to work with. And now, even if you are going first, Gabe has all of the cards that he possibly could ask for to give himself the best chance to try and set up a board. It's a really difficult spot to be in, Lucas, now knowing he needs everything to go his way and a little bit of luck as well off of those mulligans.
Unfortunate to see a couple of mulligans from Lucas. Golden Goes of old used to play fewer Pokemon, basic Pokemon in their deck when they were playing the superior or the Energy Search Pro version of the deck. So now that we've got the added Solrox Lunatones, the chance of you mulligan is so much lower. But yes, 2 mulligans coming down is a little bit unfortunate. We'll see if we can finally get a basic Pokemon into play. We're having a little bit of think about, so maybe a couple of options there. But if it's a Solrock, that would be amazing for Lucas.
Certainly would. We'll throw that one down there. It's a Gimme Ghoul for Lucas and a Gimme Ghoul for Gabe. So whether or not we can find a donk is the question. Gabe Smart sitting with that Lunatone in the hand goes straight down to the bench. We're not going to see this game ending right now, but there is just a pass. So Lucas in a position where perhaps he could find himself a combination of cards that gets a knockout on a Gimme Ghoul this turn. Maybe that is the break he needs to get himself into a winning position. Now playing the Fighting Gong to search for a basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy. Depending, of course, on what he has in hand, that could be either a Solrock, a Lunatone, or the basic energy.
It'd be very exciting to see the momentum swing if Lucas is able to take that early start against Gabriel here. You know, the first game didn't go as you planned, and even after a couple of mulligans, if you're able to get that momentum going, you're going to be, you know, amassing at least a decent board from here on out as you're putting Gabriel on the back foot by knocking out that Gimme Ghoul. But yes, we've got the Solrock coming down. We've got the combo in play to draw the cards. Another Earthen Vessel discarding the Pheasantipity, saying, you know, I'm not going to be needing this, at least for now. So let's get rid of that into the discard pile, find some energies. That's going to be enough to get our draw engine off the Lunatone, as well as get an attachment for the Solrock if we do want to take a knockout on this Gimme Ghoul. However, we would have to find some way to retreat this Gimme Ghoul in the active.
Yeah, we're looking for Arven now. Air Balloon's the other option. We've got 3 cards to draw off of Lunatone, so let's see them here for Lucas. He'd be looking for that retreat option. If he gets to do it, he'd feel really, really positive, but it doesn't necessarily look like we've found exactly what we're after here. Sifting through the hand, taking a look exactly what cards we have access to. We've got a fighting energy in hand. Do we attach that? Is there a way that we could leave this Gimme Ghoul in the active? Do we want to retreat it? A second Gimme Ghoul coming down for Lucas. And we're just eyeing up those last couple of resources. Is there a way that we can get some movement here? An energy attachment to the active is not going to do the job. It is going to give Lucas the opportunity to search through his deck and to find some energy out of there. That Gimme Ghoul does have a usable attack, and it allows you to search energy out of the deck. So he'd be feeling pretty solid about that. Nothing, though, for Gabriel on his side of the field, except for that Gimme Ghoul. And since it didn't get knocked out last turn, we finally get an opportunity to chuck a Golden Go into play.
Definitely that Gimme Ghoul counting its lucky stars that's still on board. But yeah, getting the 2 additional cards drawn off of that coin bonus. Finding the Cramorant, not going to be usable until Lucas takes at least 2 prize cards. But now that you've put down a Golden Go, there's actually a chance that there might be a return KO on this Golden Go next turn. And there we go. We're doing the Make It Rain, discarding the 2 energies. And there we go. A Gimme Ghoul making its way into the discard pile over on Lucas's side.
Yeah, definitely not a bad spot now for Lucas. He's feeling like, okay, maybe I've gotten away with it a little bit here. I didn't get knocked out by a Solrock. Gabe had to put a Golden Go down. And now the tables are really well and truly turned. Lucas could potentially knock out Gabriel Smart's only Golden Go EX and put a huge amount of pressure, but he does need to find all of the pieces. It doesn't look like we've necessarily got all of them at the moment, but we do have access to energy off of that Fighting Gong. Maybe we're worried, maybe we're a little disappointed that Pheasantipity is in the discard pile.
Yeah, that would definitely be a great card to have seen come back down this turn. But finding the Genesect to use the Metallic Signal isn't a bad outcome. It does mean that we get the guaranteed draw if we evolve up into the Golden Go on the active, which I imagine we definitely want to do, especially after we just put a 2 prize card Pokemon into play with that Genesect EX. Yeah, this is where we can see the matchup gets pretty intricate between I want to show how many different 2 prize cards I can show on my board, whether I can pick some up with Turo and just force my opponent to go on a odd prize card trade as we progress through the game.
And this is where a card like Secret Box could come in real favor for Lucas. He found an Arven here, so now an opportunity to search the deck for any item and any tool card. We'll probably see either a Air Balloon or that Vitality Band, but critically, we need some energy. So here comes an Earthen Vessel from Arven. Could we find enough energy here to take the knockout on the Golden Go? We've committed now. We've got those 2 prizes in play, and it really comes down to this. This is a make or break turn for Lucas's tournament. If he's able to get the knockout, he'd feel confident that he can get the win in this second matchup and take it to a game 3. If he misses that knockout, we could potentially see Gabriel Smart push an advantage and find himself in a winning position for this tournament.
Really important here for the maths of the Vitality Band. If you attach that to the active, it will only take you the attachment for turn as well as 5 energy cards. So just reducing the amount of energy you might need to find this turn by that extra 1. We've found a second Gimme Ghoul, which is great. We've established that so that we can get a Golden Go next turn if needs be. But yeah, over on Gabriel's side, if we did knock this active Golden Go out, there would only be single prizes on the board. So that does potentially skew the trade a little bit. We've got the Earthen Vessel coming down, discarding a card there for Lucas. So imagine grabbing 2 energies there, ready to attach the Steel type to the active Golden Go, and then have the Fighting type in hand and just adding to that count for our Make It Rain attack.
Yeah, it really comes down to whether he has access to all these energy. It's hard to see exactly what cards are available, but the attachment is going down. So we're looking here for at least 5 energy plus that Vitality Band, which we searched for off the Arven. That would be enough to take the knockout. We know we've got at least 1. Is there a superior energy retrieval? Are there enough energy in the discard pile? These are the questions we've got to be asking, and it looks like here comes that superior. We're discarding a couple of cards here and heading into the discard pile. 1, 2, 3 energy in that discard pile. Do we have the 5 in hand required for the knockout? It looks like we've got 6. So a massive knockout for Lucas, getting the KO on Gabe's only Golden Go EX, and now the tables have well and truly been turned.
Really great stuff there from Lucas, being able to pull that all together, and in the end, didn't even need the Vitality Band. The maths was already there with the 6 energies. So we've got Earthen Vessel on Gabriel's side. Everybody's discarding their Turos at this point in the game. I don't think there's any that are going to be coming down into play right now. We've got the 2 fighting energies being drawn over there for Gabriel. He can just attach to the active Cramorant and then take at least 120 damage onto Lucas' side of the board. But right now, we don't have much in the back there if this Cramorant goes down on the following turn.
And we're looking for a couple of prizes for Lucas to try and push forward and win this game. Gabriel Smart will be looking for a single prize to put himself back on even footing. And that boss's orders really, really useful to try and get a knockout this turn. Not only able to get a knockout, but getting a knockout on a Gimme Ghoul is incredibly important. And even though there's only 2 cards on Gabriel's side of the field, it is a little bit awkward now for Lucas. He's going to have to go for a single prize knockout. The only thing that Lucas has to worry about now, though, is the fact that that Cram is in the active. That fickle spitting Hops Cramorant, not able to do enough damage to knock out a Golden Go, but it could hypothetically knock out one of those bench rocks.
Yeah, really rough state at the moment for Gabriel. If Lucas decides not to bench another Gimme Ghoul, then it means that he might actually not be able to return any KO the following turn. So that means that Lucas is pretty safe to get this knockout on the Cramorant and then also go for another free knockout the next turn, which would take him down to 2 prize cards remaining. Looks like we're fighting going in right now for 1 of these fighting energies. It only needs to do another 3 energy card attack for it to be able to knock out this Cramorant. So not too hard for the Golden Go once you have enough draw on the board to be able to access hopefully another superior energy retrieval, either by just drawing into it or playing an Arven to search it, and then you'd be straight away by able to knock out that Cramorant.
Yeah, looks like we're going for that Arven now. We've got plenty of options on Lucas's side of the field, and it's just a matter of going through the motions and making sure that everything works out as intended. We're going for the Premium Power Pro here, a card that we haven't seen too frequently in these Golden Go decks in the matchups that we've watched so far, but so critical in the mirror because it adds an extra, 30 damage to this Solrock's attack. That pushes it to 100, not quite enough to get onto that Cramorant. But as we saw, Lucas earlier in the game searched out that Vitality Band. So now with the Premium Power Pro and the Vitality Band, 110 damage. That is perfect maths to knock out the Cramorant. And not only does it knock the Cramorant out, it also leaves Gabriel Smart with only 1 Pokemon in play.
Yes, would have been interesting to see whether he could have maybe saved that for a later turn, as if the Golden Go knocked out, it would have left you with that option to attack with a single prizer that you wouldn't have to evolve into later down the track. But yeah, electing to use it now and just take advantage and say, hey, you're going to still have to answer me this turn because I'm showing you all of this pressure, and we're already at a 3 to 4 prize card board state right now. And Gabriel, unless he's also playing the Premium Power Pro and the Vitality Band, won't be able to respond into this Solrock at all.
Now we've got Solrock and Lunatone on Gabriel's side of the field, so a little bit of consistency available to him. It's going to be quite a big ask to get that knockout this turn. We're going to be looking for a Premium Power Pro and a Vitality Band of our own. But not only do we need that, we also need Air Balloon, we need Fighting Energy. We need to find some way to return a potential Golden Go as well. There's a lot of things that Gabe is going to need to do here. Drawing 3 cards of this Lunatone is going to be a very helpful start, but is it going to be enough to give him what he needs to maintain the rage here. A knockout every turn is required. It's simply got to be a KO this turn. If Gabriel Smart misses, then you'd think that Lucas would push his advantage and try and win this second game as best as he can. Let's keep going here. We've got Arvin coming out with Gabriel Smart into the deck. Now we're going to be looking for a tool and a item card. Let's see what Gabe goes for. We're probably going to be looking at a charm by the looks of things here. We'll put that charm down into play and potentially that prime catcher as well. We'll see how we go with that one. Prime catcher could be a really, really useful option to try and gust around, maybe lock that Genesect in the active for a bit.
Yeah, it was interesting. Once we saw Lucas discard those 2 Professor Turos, that now does only give him Air Balloon as a way to retreat out of the active. So 1 Air Balloon already attached to one of those Golden Goes, really limiting what potential options you would have. But yeah, the Bravery Charm, very important in this mirror as well. Giving that extra 50 HP does take a lot of Pokemon out of range of getting knocked out by these Soul Rocks. So if you can establish your Gimmighoults this turn, that'd be very important for Gabriel.
Certainly would. Here comes the Bravery Charm onto that Soul Rock. Now let's see where we go. We've got an attachment. The Prime Catcher is hovering, and there is the Genesect. So we're going to try and get ourselves into a position where maybe Lucas misses a turn. Maybe they have a bad run and they can't get this out of the active. If that's the case, then Gabe has a chance to put himself back on the front foot, but with no Gimmighoul on board for Gabe, it's still looking pretty tight. Lucas now with the energy retrieval, discarding Golden Go and a second card here to try and find some more energy. Critically going to be allowing him to take the knockout, but can he get this Genesect out of the active?
Yeah, might just be searching for some more energy so he can get the draw off of that Lunatone. It looks like we're maybe using a coin bonus there. It looks like we're just going to be having a little bit of a think about it. But as you mentioned, yes, Gabriel, no Gimmighouls in play. So you're not feeling too pressured by the board state. It looks like we've got the Air Balloon already in hand situated. So all it's going to take is a couple of energies. And there we go. We got the scoop there from Gabriel. We're making it for this final. Very, very exciting stuff here from both players.
Yeah, absolutely. Gabriel identifying the fact that the game was unwinnable at that point. We cannot find a way to win. So we are instead going to just scoop it up and go into game 3 of these finals. It's going to be critical now for Gabriel that he gets a strong start. He'll be able to choose whether he goes first or second. Second probably going to be the choice. Generally, Golden Go likes to take the advantage of both supporters and attacks. And if Lucas is able to kind of set up a board state that potentially keeps the 2 prizes away and gives Gabriel limited options to take a knockout, then he could potentially be the one who ends up as the Sydney regional champion.
Going second is definitely so much more preferential than first. However, right now, we did see game 1 ended up with Gabriel being able to come back and win after getting that first turn pick. So we've got both players shuffling up. It's going to be a slow little start for us, and we're going to see what these 2 players are going to try and piece together to make this final game end in one of their favors.
Just a quick little shuffle here to get things started. Obviously, lots of stress for both of these players. They know that this is it. It's down to one game. You've played the whole weekend. You've played for 12 hours on Saturday. It's now, 6:30 in the afternoon local time. They've been playing since 8:30, another 10 hours today. It comes down to one game. Both Lucas and Gabe with an incredible run. One more match to determine who is going to be our regional champion. And Lucas is ready and raring to go. Now Gabe finishes up. There's the cut for both players. We're going to see a draw for both of them. And hopefully, for both of their sakes, good basics, not worth 70 HP. Let's get ourselves a game.
Yeah, let's see 2 Soul Rocks in the active, and then let's really go for it for this final game. After so many donking incidents throughout this tournament, just a clean final game would be pretty much all we could ask for. But yes, we've got Lucas at least finding a basic there, which after the last game, having a couple of mulligans, he is more happy to see finally just one basic Pokemon in that opening hand. Both of them fist bump. We've got a Hops Cramorant over there on Lucas' side, and then a 70 HP Gimmighoul in the active for Gabriel. But yes, having a Pokemon with 110 HP in the active is far more preferential than having a 70 HP liability like a Gimmighoul.
It definitely is. That Cram with 110 HP pushes itself out of range of a Soul Rock with simply 1 fighting energy. Is obviously still able to be knocked out if you've got the combo pieces, but on the first turn, it's just that much more difficult. And Lucas now with the fighting gong will find a basic Pokemon to fill out his bench. He can either grab himself a Solrock, a Lunatone, or a basic fighting energy. And it will come down to what cards he's got available to him as to which one the best option is. Both of these players looking to set up a single prize board state, trying to avoid those 2 prizes. Because as we've seen in both of the games that we've seen so far, the player that puts down the first 2 prizes tends to lose the game.
Yeah, it's really integral to make sure that you're finding, as you mentioned, those single prize Pokemon. We've got the Solrock, we've got the Lunatone. If we've got the energies in hand, we're drawing some cards, and that is not a bad way to turn your first turn over to Gabriel. Once, Lucas finishes shuffling up here, maybe we'll see a couple of extra pieces come down. But yeah, you cannot complain about how this first turn's gone so far.
There's a fighting energy in hand, so we're going to see 3 more cards off of this Lunar Cycle. We're also looking at potentially seeing a Gimmighoul come down, although Lucas may choose not to bench it, identifying that that is an easy target for Gabe to target with his own Solrock. The question now is, do we want to attach an energy? Is there any movement that we want to make, or is it simply time to pass across to Gabriel Smart, see what he can do to set things off? Lucas gearing up, the fist is ready to open and pass over to Gabriel Smart. Now, let's see what we can do on Gabe's side of the field.
Well, fantastic top deck there with the Lunatone. I did notice there was a Nest Ball in hand, I think maybe an Artisan. Using that Nest Ball to get a Solrock would be great, but it doesn't look like there's an out to a fighting energy, which is super unfortunate. In this matchup, it wouldn't be great to just give away your Artisan to your opponent. So looks like we might be eyeing up an Arvin. Oh, there's the Nest Ball coming down. If we go for that Solrock, we sadly might not be able to draw any cards with this turn. But Steel type energy is not too bad. That will have access to our minor errand running off that Gimmighoul. So if we're not finding the energy this turn, hopefully off the minor errand running, we'll grab a couple of those, and then maybe next turn is the turn that we can actually start making some movement on this side of the field.
Well, I feel like you really want to get that Gimmighoul out of the active. You want to force Lucas to use as many resources as possible to take a knockout. If Gabe is forced to minor errand running, sure, he'll have access to all those energy, but it just means that that Solrock's going to be able to come forward from Lucas and take an easy single prize knockout. Gabe's going to need to find some way to move these pieces around. He has energy in hand, but is he able to do anything else here? Can we find another basic Pokemon? Can we find another Gimmighoul perhaps? Or do we have to give up the Artisan to Lucas to try and get that in play? We're kind of thinking about it here. It looks like it's going to be the Code Breaker coming down, Cypher Maniac, allowing Gabriel to search for 2 cards and place those 2 cards on top of his deck. Usually a really, really strong card in these decks because there's so many ways to draw from both Golden Go and from Lunatone. And if we're able to put 2 perfect cards on top of the deck, use that Lunatone to draw them, then Gabe's in a really, really good spot here.
Being able to tutor 2 cards of exactly what you want out of the deck is a great ability on that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. But yeah, as we mentioned, there's not enough draw on the board right now for Gabe. So it looks like we are just doing a pass there, leaving the Gimmighoul in the active, and Lucas is going to try and make something happen this turn. He's got the draw on board. He knows that Gabriel didn't have the ideal start, and the first prize card might come down here. Arvin's being played. We're going to be eyeing up a couple of resources in here. You'd imagine you're going to want to pivot to get this Cramorant out of the active. But yeah, all you will need is just an energy to attach to that Solrock, and it will be able to take the first prize of this game with the Gimmighoul on Gabe's side of the field in the active with 70 HP.
And it's one of those situations where you know now that you've got a really good chance to push an advantage. Solrock can easily come into the active provided that you've got all the resources. This Arvin should find them if he doesn't have them already. Air Balloon and looks like Secret Box there heading into the hand for Lucas. We know that there's already a fighting energy in the hand from memory. We should be able to get that onto the Solrock, but we'll play the Secret Box first and discard some cards that perhaps we're not going to use later. Lucas might also be cognizant of the fact that Gabe did place those 2 cards on top of his deck with Cypher Maniac. He knows that he's going to draw exactly what he wants to draw. So leaving this Gimmighoul in the active might actually be a really cunning trap from Gabriel to try and draw out that Solrock into the active. Perhaps it might be better to attack with something like that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, there we go. We got the 4 cards coming off that Secret Box. The Artisan getting discarded there. Lucas also analyzing the, I don't want to give my opponent any card or any Pokemon search if we're already looking at a board state where we might be able to capitalize on these Gimmighouls. So we're managing to discard that one off the Earthen Vessel, find the 2 fighting energies, yet again, start drawing the cards with the Lunatone on that Lunar Cycle. And then, yes, we will hopefully be able to see some pieces getting put together and then establish a KO this turn.
And this is much more of a traditional start for a Golden Go Mirror, playing very close to the ground. There's the Air Balloon on the Cramorant and the Soul Rock into the active. We've also got that Bravery Charm in hand if we want to attach it, as well as the Fighting Energy. That's coming into play. And now Lucas eyeing it up. There is the Charm. So this Soul Rock pushing itself out of range of a potential knockout from a Soul Rock with its own Premium Power Pro. And there we go. There's the knockout. Now Gabe promoting his own Soul Rock, but no easy targets for him. It's going to be very difficult to get a prize of his own here.
Absolutely. We do see a Pheasantipity in a hand for Gabriel. Being able to chuck a 2-prize card Pokemon down into play isn't ideal, but flipping the script for 3 cards. In this matchup, it's not an uncommon thing to play down a 2-prizer, get the effect of its ability, and then pick it straight up out of play just to maintain that single prize board state. But yeah, that does revolve using your support of a turn with a Turo. So here we see Gabriel eyeing up that Lunar Cycle on the Lunatone. Here we go. We're going to be seeing hopefully 3 cards that are making it into the hand. What would he be able to piece together here to try and get a foothold on this game after being put to one prize card behind so quickly?
Yeah, you know that you can play that Pheasantipity down. Lucas doesn't have any of his own Gimmigles in play, so you're not under too much pressure from a Golden Go EX. It's simply going to be a matter of whether or not we can get Gimmigles down here for Gabe, whether we can get a board established so that we can potentially take some knockouts of our own. It's kind of an awkward spot for both of these players. We know that Lucas isn't going to necessarily be able to easily take a knockout on Soul Rock since his own Soul Rock has the big charm. There comes another big charm for that Soul Rock on Gabe's side of the field. So we're looking at some really interesting mathematics going on here for both of these players. The charm adding an extra 50 HP to these Soul Rocks, pushing it out of range of even a 2-hit.
This is where the mirror matches can become so interesting. Often you'll see 2 decks getting phased up against each other and you're like, oh, well, that won't be very interesting at all. It's the exact same deck. It couldn't possibly have as many nuances as what you think it is. But this matchup is very, very interesting. Having the Bravery Charms, the Premium Power Pros, Vitality Bands, all these different ways to manipulate how your opponent can respond to you is such an interesting thing in this Golden Go Mirror.
So 70 damage onto Lucas's Soul Rock. Still got 80 HP remaining. It's not necessarily impossible for Gabe to get a knockout on it next turn. It's going to be difficult. That might be the case of whether we just hit into the Soul Rock in the active again. Here's an Arven for Lucas, able to find a trainer and a tool. We'll see what he chooses to find here. Air Balloon and Earthen Vessel, both premium targets from that Arven. We still haven't seen any Gimmigles coming down, and it's definitely not something that Lucas is going to be really searching for here. He knows that this game really revolves around taking knockouts with Cramorant and with Soul Rock. If he's able to find a nice KO here, maybe on the active with a fresh Soul Rock, if he's able to do a whole bunch of fancy shenanigans that I'm not even sure is possible, if there's some way to get a KO, he'd much prefer that. But to be brutally honest, in this position, just having a nice little swing for 70 damage is probably not the end of the world.
Yeah, being forced just to chip down slowly your opponent's Pokemon might be the only line that you can have here. As you mentioned, putting down a Gimmighoul right now is pretty rough if it just means that Gabriel can start taking it out in one go. But I mean, if you can get a couple down, there's interesting moments where you can swing it like as we see there from Lucas, where you can establish one in play and know that you might be able to just get a return KO next turn. And that's still not a bad spot to be in, even though it does mean that you're putting down a 1-prize Pokemon that Gabriel can knock out this following turn.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriel could easily gust one of those Gimmighoul's out, but that would leave the Soul Rock in play, able to take knockouts on Gabriel's own Gimmighoul's if he chose to get them. Here comes the Cosmic Beam from Lucas as he's set his board up as completely as he can. 70 damage onto the Soul Rock, and now what's Gabe's plan? He's got a 2-prize liability that's sitting in play, and he's staring down 2 Gimmighoul's that could easily take a knockout on that Pheasantipity. He's going to start off here with the Lunar Cycle, discarding that Fighting Energy, and we'll draw 3 cards off the top of the deck and see what we can find. It's very interesting, these Golden Go mirrors. We don't see Golden Go at all when it's played properly.
This is very interesting. This is where the Prime Catcher could come in for Gabriel. On Lucas' side, playing the Secret Box, you're committed to using that. But on Gabriel's side, you've got the Prime Catcher, which can allow you to gust at the same time as Turo. This time we are just going for that boss's orders though, targeting the Gimmighoul with the energy on there. That's going to guarantee us a knockout this turn and also put one of those steel type energies into the bin for Lucas. But yes, actually being able to try and climb back here into the race by getting one prize card for yourself is not a bad thing. And it looks like we're going to also maybe take advantage of these Gimmighouls coming down on Lucas's side and say, hey, we don't want you getting too far ahead right now with this Gimmighoul race, and I'm going to start establishing some of my own so I can have my own responses.
Yeah, Artisan and Nestball grabbing 2 Gimmighouls for Gabriel, and now the boards are well and truly set. The question now becomes, how is Lucas going to respond? He's going to lose that energy on the Gimmighoul. He's got the Cramorant, which could potentially come in play in a couple of turns' time. He's got a Soul Rock that could potentially take a knockout on the active. Maybe he can find a Gust to knock out one of these Gimmighoul. It's going to be really interesting to see how he navigates this one. There's Gabriel Smart's knockout. He takes his first prize. We're even at 5 apiece here, and Lucas promoting that Hops Cramorant with the Air Balloon, giving himself as much flexibility as possible into the future.
Yes, great stuff there from Gabriel, being able to make sure he's actually keeping that pace aligned with Lucas on the prize cards. You'd imagine with Golden Go being the most played deck over the last couple of events, that they've probably got a lot of reps into this mirror match, and both players making it to the finals today quite clearly know how to try and navigate it the best way possible. So it's a great way that we can see these two players present these 2 decks together in this mirror match. We're using the Artisan here, probably going to be establishing yet again another Gimmighoul. We don't want to be losing our single Golden Go like what's happened in the past in this set of 3 games. So yeah, Lucas going for that Gimmighoul. Nestball still chilling in the hand, but yeah, taking advantage of that stadium while it's in play, because the cards in our hand could potentially just end up as discard fodder for those superior energy retrievals. But yes, Artisan is something you can take advantage of the moment that you just have free board space available. And it looks like we might just be trying to capitalize here on having that extra bench spot and the Nestball to go for that Genesect EX to Metallic Signal, find us that guaranteed Golden Go EX. I'd imagine that's finding its way down onto the board right there. We're retreating into it, and it looks like Lucas is yet again going to be trying to line up a KO this turn with Golden Go EX.
Yeah, Lucas firing the first salvo here. He's saying, you know what, it's time to get moving. We're both on equal prizes. I'm going to commit all of my resources to take 2 prizes whilst I can. The Genesect, the target here for Boss's orders. And Lucas now identifying, you know what, I've got to push myself as hard as I can. We're going to get the Genesect down to get this Golden Go into play. And now it's just a matter of finding the energy cards. And this looks like it might be a superior energy retrieval angle. Just a question of whether we want to go for this Lunatone first.
Yeah, using the Lunatone first, making sure you know all of the options that you have available before you start discarding those very important cards from hand. Pheasantipity getting knocked out this turn would be pretty detrimental for Gabe, as that reduces an additional amount of cards that he'll be able to draw going into his turn. But yeah, superior energy retrieval, doing the discards, we're getting some energy into the hand. Only need 5 to knock out this 210 HP Pheasantipity. We look like we're lining up all of those energy ready to throw down with that Make It Rain. 50, that takes us to 150, 200, and 250 damage being swung into that Pheasantipity. 2 prize cards for Lucas, and this game is now online.
It really is. Gabriel Smart now needs to decide, how am I going to respond? He's going to potentially put himself down to that Cramorant range this turn if he chooses to attack. Can he take a knockout on Golden Go? Can he take a knockout potentially on Genesect? Or is this an angle where perhaps we target down the lone Gimmighoul on the bench? There are so many options, so many choices for him. It's just a matter of which one he wants to take. He knows that he needs to prevent Lucas from being able to take 3 more prize cards. And at the moment, the way to do that is by putting pressure on himself. Golden Go EX coming down for Gabe, and potentially some more draw for him as well.
Pretty tough for Gabe right now. We saw Lucas initiate the race, and in this matchup, it's so integral to start churning through those prize cards as quickly as possible. So Gabriel's going to have to find a way to pull back, as Lucas might just be able to continue knocking out, because if you've taken the first prize card, most of the time, that means if you continue on the exact same pattern as your opponent, you will take that final prize card first. We've got the Fighting Goten coming down for Gabriel, finding a fighting energy used to discard with that Lunatone, drawing some more cards. Yet again, both players amassing very, very large hands with no hand disruption in both of these decks whatsoever.
Gabe now drawing 3 cards with that Lunar Cycle take a look and see exactly what we've got and then make the decision. How are we going to go about this? We realistically need to take a knockout on something. The Golden Go, the prime choice in the active, but perhaps it might be easier to get a KO on something else. Lucas would be in a great spot here. He's sitting pretty. He knows that if he does have this Golden Go knocked out, he's got an attack with a Cramorant lined up, potentially could use the boss's orders to take a KO. He knows that there's a Gimme Ghoul in play. He knows that there's plenty of options. So with Gabe's 2 cards off of coin bonus, does he have enough to take a knockout on this Golden Go, or is he going to have to find another direction? There's a superior energy retrieval. Hard to see in the glare there, but there's 4 energy coming his way. Are we going to see a big KO here? You've got to think that is the plan.
Only 2 more energies needed to swing back into that Golden Go. 4 fighting type energies going into the hand there. It's not too much required. There we go. It looks like plenty of resources available there for Gabriel, ready to swing into this Golden Go EX. We're seeing them all getting thrown down right now. We are making it rain for 300 damage, knocking out this Golden Go, and it is tied 3 prize cards to 3 prize cards.
And now Lucas really in a commanding spot. He just needs to set up a couple of attackers here to try and give himself the best chance to win the game. He's got the Gimme Ghoul in the active. He's got the Genesect in play. He knows that he can find access to Golden Go if it's available in the deck. But unfortunately, it looks like maybe we don't quite have all the resources we want. We might be able to shuffle them back in with something like a Super Rod, which it looks like we're lining up to do here. So we'll put that Genesect into action to search out the Golden Go now. And there's also that Gimme Ghoul in the deck that we could use with Artisan. Stellar play here from Lucas, picking out all the pieces he needs. He knows exactly how this matchup goes. I'm sure he's played it 1,000 times. Can Lucas find the knockout on the Golden Go? If he does, that's a really, really strong position to find himself in, one where he should be able to close this game out.
Being able to capitalize right now is incredible. Lucas slowly thinning that deck down. He's going to be able to identify all the resources that he'll have available with, as I mentioned, no hand disruption. You're going to be able to know exactly what you could be drawing into for those following turns, and having that level of knowledge is integral right now. We've got the Golden Go in the active, primed, ready to go for a massive KO. If you're going down to 1 prize remaining, that could be the difference maker of who's taking home this game.
Now, Arvin now for the superior energy retrieval. We might need that to take a knockout on this Golden Go. No tools left in the deck, so you're not searching anything out there, in a very, very thin deck for Lucas. Most of his cards now sitting in his hand, so nothing is out of reach for him. You've got to think that it's possible here to get a big KO. We've got the superior coming down now. We've discarded the Gong. We've discarded a second card here. Looks like it's going to be Buddy Buddy Poffin, not required for us at the moment. And now we grab that discard pile, find 4 more energy out of it, and potentially give ourselves that knockout to put ourselves 1 prize away from being the Sydney Regional Champion.
Yeah, Lucas right now is going to be feeling really, really chuffed with himself. We only saw 3 energy come back from the discard pile with that superior energy retrieval, meaning he most likely has plenty of them still in hand. Look at him fanning through there. It looks like we've got a whole amass of fighting energies in the middle. We also have that vitality band, so if he needs to reach for that 1 extra knock with the energies, it allows him to keep those energies in hand to potentially draw the next turn with Sorok if you hold one of those fighting energies back. We're discarding the Premium Power Pro right there. We know we've got our attackers lined up. That is not going to be a card that we're going to need right now in this matchup. We've got getting only 1 of these steel type energies out of the deck, so it means we've got so many resources here from Lucas. Is he going to be announcing the... Here we go. We get attaching the Vitality Band. Is he going to be announcing that Make It Rain, throwing down a couple of energies, and he's going to 1 prize card remaining for Lucas? How will Gabriel respond?
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in. It's almost impossible to prevent Lucas from taking a prize next turn. He's got so many cards in hand. Gabe now putting the Golden Go into the active. It's his only option, realistically, is to return this knockout and hope for the best. The energy coming down onto the Golden Go. He's also going to search here with Artisan. Is there another Pokemon that he wants to put into play? Gimme Ghoul could be an option. The Cram comes down here. Hops Cramorant obviously out of range of that Soul Rock, so not something that is going to be easily KOable. And Gabe has to think, okay, I've seen Lucas struggle to find Golden Goes in this game. Is it possible that Lucas just simply doesn't have access to the cards he needs? Maybe one of those Golden Goes is locked in the prizes. But even then, Lucas will have probably taken one of them. Is there a way for Gabe to find a victory out of this one? There's not a lot of energy to search for there. We'll see what he can find.
Yeah, just thinning out that Genesect EX. He's got a fair few cards in hand that he'll be able to play down this turn, but whether any of them would actually work in swinging this match for him, I don't think it's going to be very likely. But yes, we've got to play it out and make sure that we're still giving our opponent the best chance of falling in this game. So Gabriel Smart, seeing whether he can make a play that is going to put Lucas back onto the back foot for the final turn that he might have coming up next.
Just having a bit of a search here. Through the discard pile of Lucas, what resources have we lost? Is there a win con? Let's draw some cards with Lunatone. Maybe we can find a way forward. Perhaps we could find some sort of gust stalling option on that Genesect. Maybe there's not enough air balloons left. Maybe there's not enough Turos left. Maybe we've got a way to take a knockout on this Golden Go and there's no way for Lucas to return. And see lots of fidgeting on Lucas's side of the field. I feel like he's in a really, really good headspace. He's thinking, I am really close here to a victory. 3 energies going back into the deck for Gabe from that Super Rod, and then a Fighting Gong to search for one of them. He's not got a huge amount of draw left. If anything, there's not too much more for him to do other than search out those energies that he's just Super Rodded back in and hope for the best. 2 energy cards going to the hand here.
Yes, looking like it's going to be another Make It Rain coming up for Gabriel. So many resources available to him right now. But as I mentioned, not much that might be able to change what is going to be potentially happening on Lucas' side of the board right now. Swinging into the active, taking yourself down to the even 1 prize card to 1 prize card. And then it looks like it could be, you know, a pivot to the next turn and see whether there's any change in the results. But yes, both decks are super thin for each player. It looks like we've gone for a pivot to take out that Lunatone, potentially slow the draw down there for Lucas. But here we go. Starting off the turn with the draw. Boss's orders going on that Solrock there. And the superior energy retrieval. Lucas Hamilton Foster is taking home the Sydney Regionals for 2026.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance there from Lucas. He's holding the cards for the whole time, knowing that all it will take is a single attack from Gabe to give him that game. The boss's orders in hand with the superior energy retrieval gives him all of the damage he needs to round this game out. And with a stellar performance in what has to be said is an exceptional mirror, Lucas brings home the trophy for Australia against Gabriel Smart, a 2-1 victory in the finals of Sydney Regionals. Well, I tell you what, that is a stellar way to wrap up our stream for today. Tom, what a game.
I could not be more pleased with how that final game ended up. Actually being able to present what a game of Pokemon looks like in this day and age is great for us here in the Australian scene. From the amazing weekend that we've had showing all the talent here in Australia, to finish up with a Australian winner is something to behold.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas is an exceptional player. He's now wrapped up the Guaranteed Worlds invite as well as $10,000 for his bank account. Matt, that's a fantastic result for his weekend. And now we're looking forward to tournaments like EUIC and Melbourne Regionals on the horizon. And EUIC being in the same format is going to be a really exciting time.
100%, just around the corner. Whilst we don't have the new set legal, there's still going to be a lot of nuances that we're going to find throughout that event. So make sure you guys are all making, staying tuned for those as they come up in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, Melbourne for us coming up in a couple of months. It'll be great to hopefully have another broadcast to show what talent we have in Australia and bring you guys another stream from here.
It certainly will. Thank you so much for watching. I want to say quick commiserations to Gabriel Smart. A stellar performance. If you go to a regional and you say the only game that I lost was the final, I think you'd be relatively happy with that. Although in saying that, I'd be a little annoyed if I got all the way to the final without losing and then ended up losing. But hey, sometimes that's the way that it goes. Congratulations to Lucas for his victory. Congratulations to all of the players who were able to show off their skill and talent here in Sydney. And thank you to you for sticking around on the community stream. I know it's been a long day for all of us. We're going to wrap up here. Tom, anything else you'd like to say before we go?
That sums it up perfectly, Mitch. Really, really great weekend. And honestly, I can't think of anything that would have changed how fantastic this was for all of us here in Sydney.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Hopefully you stick around for more Pokemon TCG in the future. I've been Mitch. This has been Tom. We have been here on the Pokemon TCG community stream for Sydney Regionals 2026. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you all next time. Goodbye.